Y'all can't stop Z. Can't stop me, copper. Yeah. It's the fuzz. Look, YouTube authorities got me. Thank you, Louis, for calling me and then texting me. Mr. Z completely forgot. Mr. Z is always known and completely forgot. You cannot play movie clips. Mr. Z over here playing with his channel. Mr. Z playing with his life. Right? Thanks, Louis. I spent the past couple minutes just talking to Miss Z. They were like, babe, they got me. They got me. You know, as long as they don't pull the channel down. And I only streamed for about 15 minutes. By the way, so Detroit and I think that was KMS. Y'all could go ahead and put y'all comments back down. I did not even get a chance to look to see what y'all put. So y'all go ahead and put y'all comments back down and I'll just read it. Yeah, but they got I'm not gonna be able to see that for at least maybe the next 2 days, and that's if they even give me that super chat money. By the way, rumor has it that sometimes YouTube keeps that money. I'm just saying. Yeah, yeah. YouTube, don't come after me for telling the truth. I'm just saying. Right. So on that note, let me read this one now. And Atrix says, "Free Mr. Z." And thank you for the super chat. And Vince says, "YouTube bail money, right?" How did Mr. Z forget, right? But I gotta find a way to use that, but see even the sound, because that says a lot. Okay, we'll just speak on it now. I could play the other clips later, but I think that clip says everything. For those of you that don't know what clip Mr. Z is referring to, it's the young white girl speaking to the couple with George Clooney, and I guess she got broken up with through text, and she's going through what she expected to have by this age, and the more seasoned white woman is telling her by the age of 34, all that's going to go out the window anyway. And she said, I don't want to settle. And that is key. That is key, because that is what a lot of women feel like they are doing. If they put out there to the world, to their girlfriends, to their family members, to their co-workers, to the other kids in class or other, students in class, that this is what I want, this is what I'm looking for, this is the type of man I want, they box themselves in. And a lot of women are being very loud about their quote unquote standards, right? They're being loud about their quote unquote standards. And what's embarrassing to them, this is what women are doing to other women, is telling everyone in the world what they won't settle for. And yet that is what is available to them for the most part. Huh? So women would rather be single in that case. Huh? Now, what's fascinating is black women are continuously speaking about white women not being told to settle. One of you guys said it in the other stream. They don't need to be told. Number one. Number two, the clip that I played with that same growling ass, angry ass, snarky ass white woman, and there's always a black woman, this time it was Tanya TKO, clapping it up like a seal. Like if you went to SeaWorld, like a seal clapping it up for her. Huh? Then white women like that turn around and get married anyway. While black women that were clapping it up for her stay single, angry at the world. There go your HR manager, goddamn. There go the lady at the return line at Walmart or Target. Huh? Women do this to themselves and to other women with this what they're not going to settle for talk. This is when we get into 6'5", blue eyes, finance, and that's why Mr. Z put the song on the previous stream. I'll just move all of that stuff back over here. Right? Women do this to themselves. They box themselves in. There's a pun in there, but that's not where we're going with it. But the young lady did say at the end, maybe I should date girls. Oh boy. And what did the seasoned women tell her? Tried it. We're no cakewalk either. Essentially what she said. We're no picnic either. Huh? Women get to hide their character flaws behind men and what men aren't doing and how men aren't stepping up. What we have, particularly in the black community, is a bunch of 220, 250 pound, 5'5", 5'4" black women with 4-week-old weave speaking about what they're not going to settle for and how black men need to be more emotionally intelligent and how black men aren't attending college and how black men aren't on their level and how white women aren't told to settle. In the black community, we are chock full of that. We are chock full of college-educated black women with similar weight proportions, weight and height, who are in $40,000 and $50,000 student loan debt, $60,000 student loan debt, 5 and 10 years after graduating college, huh? Who are also telling you what they're not going to settle for. The world will continue spinning. That's not an issue for black men or for non-black men, to be frank. Except this is your HR manager. Goddamn. Huh? Except for this is your lead at work. This is the team lead. This is the supervisor. And yes, she takes her anger out on you. Her resentment out on you. You better believe it. Huh? Women get to speak as if the issue between men and women is men's problem fault. As the white woman was saying, what do you think we've been doing this whole time? Settling. Ma'am, you sound the way you do. Imagine a woman sounding like her saying women like her have been settling the whole time. Ma'am, do you hear how you sound? Are you sure about that? Huh? You're a white woman, so let me play the white man asking you, are you sure about that? Huh?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Dear white woman, you look like you're doing pretty okay financially, but most black women aren't, and it's going to be a treat watching them not settle right under the bridge. Huh? They don't earn enough. They don't have enough connections. They don't have the network. Number one. Number two, I have to emphasize this. We speak as if women are sugar and spice and everything nice. And the men aren't stepping up at all whatsoever. In any way, the men aren't going to college. The men aren't cleaning up. The men aren't in white collar fields. The men aren't doing anything to just meet women halfway. The men aren't cleaning up behind themselves at home. The men are working menial jobs. That's if they even have a job. And these women have resigned themselves to being single instead of being with these bum-ass men, particularly, obviously, in the black community. Bum-ass black men. And no one tells other groups of people to settle. That's what the young lady said. Once again, let's play her one more again.
But my thing is, like, I don't understand the obsession with trying to make black women settle so much. Y'all don't do this with any other community. Like, seriously. Y'all don't do this with any other community. Do y'all tell white women that they should settle? Because last time I checked, anytime a white girl marries a black man, it's always when he's at his best and when he's rich as hell. You think Kim Kardashian?
Meanwhile, there's a whole lot of average men. As a matter of fact, I remember this from a few years ago. The fastest growing interracial marriage is not actually with the elite black men. It's actually with middle class black men. Well, damn. See, what you say you won't settle for, the working class, the working poor, the lower middle class white woman said, I'll take it. Have fun with your girlfriend, Lakeisha. Have fun with your girlfriend, Keisha. Here's the kicker. The black man was earning more than Keisha the whole time. But as the lady said that was speaking with her husband, not enough more. And the white woman said, I'll take it. As a matter of fact, I'll take it even if you earn a few dollars less than me. Well, damn. I love that she said, white women aren't told to settle. And here you have a whole movie. That movie is from what, 2009? A whole movie that played out exactly the conversation. White woman gets broken up with. She said, I thought I was going to have this, and I thought I was going to have that. And I thought my life I was supposed to be driving a Jeep by now, and I thought my life, and he's this tall, and he has this life, and that. And the more seasoned white woman said, yeah, all that's going to go out the window by the time you're 34. And what did she say? I just don't want to settle. Maybe I should date women. And the white woman told her, the seasoned white woman told her, yeah, I tried that. We're no cakewalk either. We're no picnic either. Well, damn. All you technocrats, all of you tastemakers and, why don't y'all ever address that the women are delusional and it's destroying your society? The birth rate is going to the crapper because the women are insanely delusional. When Mr. Z said y'all reached the market cap about as far as y'all could push them in, I meant that. Y'all not getting no further than this. This is it. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat with the YouTube bail money, right? I love that clip. It says everything. The expectations, and don't miss where she said, I'll just essentially marry my career. I know it won't be able to hold me to sleep at night, but I'll marry my career. It's not just black women talk. All of them talking like that. Black women is just the loudest, and we unfortunately happen to be in a community with them. Unfortunately. They're not the only one talking like that. Shout out to all the black women. White women aren't told to settle. They're told to settle every day. Why do you think they're also single as hell? The difference is the white women mean it right up until she don't mean it. She turn around and get married on y'all ass. And you're the one out there that runs off the edge of the mountain, looks down, meet, and falls. Looney Tunes reference for some of you youngins. The white women doing to y'all exactly what Paris Malone did to y'all. Talk all that crap, turn around and get married on y'all ass, have a child on your ass. Meanwhile, black women, the true believers, go marching right off the edge of the cliff into a lifetime supply of antidepressant pills. Never being married, more increasingly not having children, definitely not having children in wedlock. And Mike and Vince Perkins says Kanye was 57 million in debt when Kim got with him. We know. Turned him into a billionaire. Well, will you look at that? And then also low-key regrets divorcing him, by the way. We saw them clips with her crying, I just want my family back. See, she won't bring that up in the argument now, will she? It's done. There is nothing else for Kim after Kanye. It's done. At least she got a couple of kids out the deal. There's no one after Kanye. It's done. What, Pete Davidson was supposed to make it happen? Yeah, that's it. Shout out to all the women. Oh, he has big D energy. Yeah, about that. Apparently, Kim didn't think it was enough. Huh? Well, damn. So the women are yelling about not wanting to settle. They're not going to settle. Why are they told to settle? Particularly black women. White women aren't told to settle. Y'all don't say that to no one else. Meanwhile, white women are told to settle every day. And the majority of them eventually do. Here's the kicker. Eventually settle for a man that's earning more than them. Well, damn. Yep. You gotta love it. To all of you tastemakers and technocrats, you social designers, it's your daughters. Mr. Z is only telling you what you already know, and you low-key, high-key designed anyway. This is how you designed it, and you got what you wanted. You wanted to lower the birth rate. Z, you going there with it. Mr. Z is going there with it with rocket boosters on. Y'all wanted to lower the birth rate. You couldn't do one-child policy like China, so you got what you wanted. Materialistic, consumerist, a-hole, college-educated women whose career is going to hold them, right? Whose career is going to hold them at night. The young lady said on the movie clip, I don't expect it to hold me, my career to hold me at night, but I'll just invest in my career. I'll just marry my career. Yeah, that's it. No. I want to emphasize, Mr. Z, gonna say this for the third time. The women box themselves in. They put it in their mind what they're not settling for, and it's delusional from the jump. They're encouraged by oftentimes older women, older, bitter women, and then their young peers that are the same age as them, similar age as them, that are women. Some of these fake ass white knight men. And those women think like this in their late teens and in their early 20s and their mid 20s and in their late 20s and their early 30s and in their mid 30s, and then they're trying to freeze their eggs, and here go Dr. Marcia Inhorn writing a book about them. Well, damn. Late 30s, early 40s, mid 40s. Now they're making content talking crap about the men, selling their misery back to the 20-something-year-old women and packaging it up real nice, making it look good, acting like she just didn't stop crying 10 minutes before she started recording. Huh? That movie clip says everything. And what that lady said about other women, y'all don't say that to other women to settle? Wait, you think the Latina want to be with 5'2" tall Hector? Especially if she lives in America, you wait, what? Well, she might want to be with 5'2" tall Hector. She may be, but she may be not. But where's she going? She's 4'8", weighing 160. Goddamn. Huh? You think she don't like Chris Evans too? Huh? You think she don't fantasize about Henry Cavill also? You think she don't fantasize about Michael B. Jordan also? No? Y'all were making fun of Jonathan Majors' face. She wanted Jonathan Majors. No, she marry 5'3", 5'4" tall Hector and make a life with him. Meanwhile, you say, well, if I can't have Michael B. Jordan, then I ain't going nowhere. I ain't gonna marry nobody. Five years later, she's been married for 3 years and has a 2-year-old. 10 years later, huh? She's been married for what, 7, 8 years and has 2 and 3 kids. You still nothing. 15 years later, you've been married for 4 years and you're in divorce court. She's been married for 12 and 13 years. 20 years later, her son's off in the military, her oldest. Her middle child, the daughter, is in college. Her youngest son is signing up for school. You've been divorced going on what, 15-ish years. No other marriage in sight. It's not going to happen. And your daughter and you don't talk. Well, damn. Huh? Your daughter and you don't talk. And your son only dates non-black women. Well, damn. I wonder why. Remember, you weren't settling. Huh? The white women aren't settling, so the scheming ass Latinas, Asian women, and black women try to end up with the white guy that she won't settle for. The black women aren't settling, so the scheming ass working class white women, Latina women, huh? Maybe an Asian or two, but definitely Latina and working class white women, they'll end up with the man the black woman says she ain't settling for. Huh? The Latina women, they're less likely to say they're not settling, but fine, they're not settling. So Hector just goes back home, goes back to Panama, goes back to Mexico, huh? Goes back to Guatemala and marries him a woman there, brings her back, make sure she doesn't get too Americanized, and there you go. It's a numbers game, and the women are looking real sick. It's a numbers game, and the black women in specific are looking real sick, and they keep on telling us, black women keep on telling us how perfectly okay they are being single, and they not gonna settle for nothing.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh, stop fucking lying.
Huh? They're not gonna settle, and they out here just like Tracy Ellis Ross getting smashed out by younger dudes, trying to rationalize it. You know, they're hot and gorgeous, and they're gorgeous and hot, and you know the men my same age, they're too invested in the tradition that I just don't, I don't want to deal with it. Nah, bro, you said you wasn't settling, and you didn't, and that's great. And keep on getting. I told y'all could call it what y'all want. Let me tell y'all what we call it. We call it target practice. Let me tell you what the young dudes that smashing you call it, target practice. Well, damn. No, it's not just quote unquote bitter men that are over the age of 35. No, the 25-year-old that's smashing you is calling it target practice too. He just don't say it to your face. Huh? The 28-year-old who's smashing, yeah, he calls it target practice too. He just don't say it to your face. Huh? You 50 getting smashed by a 32, 33-year-old, yeah, he calls it target practice too. He just don't say it to your face. You know what you know what it is, he know what it is. He know better than to say it. He's smart. Huh? Well, damn. Women, you don't have to settle. Just stay single and shut the hell up with your bitter ass. And y'all make sure to poison the well behind y'all. That's what makes it so egregious. That's what makes what Tanya TKO tried to do so egregious. See, they're preying on you young women. They're preying on y'all. Oh boy. Huh? Shout out to whatever man is trying to do anything with Tanya TKO, especially if you're a man of color. See, maybe she'll get down on the white man's program. She still ain't gonna get down on no goddamn white man's program. But any man of color, have fun. Particularly black man. Black man, have fun. Huh? Wow.
Why are so many women settling? I mean, smart women, beautiful women, educated women settling for less than they deserve. Why are they wasting time or even giving the time of day to people who are not even going to meet their standards? Let me know in the comments.
Why are they wasting time? Why are they settling? Ma'am, number one, it's not settling. Black men still earn more than black women. Men still earn more than women, generally speaking, in America. Number one. We're in less debt. Number two. Black men are in less debt. Number two. Huh? It's not settling. You're not looking at these things holistically. You're looking at a college degree, ma'am. That's what you're looking at. And white collar spaces. That's what you're looking at, ma'am. You're not looking at this holistically. Who's more healthy? Who has a better diet? Who's overweight? Who's obese? Goddamn. Who earns more? Huh? Dear ladies, it is okay if you feel like everything short of your delusions is settling. That is okay. Eat and deal with the consequences by yourself in the corner, but you can't do that now, can you? You have to engage in, and this is definitely stereotypical, you have to engage in character assassination. So the ladies are engaging in character assassination of the men with the settling talk. Y'all can't make the technocrats make us do anything. Mr. Z just shrugging and shaking his head right now. Y'all know that's what they doing, right? Dear elite white zaddy, please make them bow to us. Break them for us. Make them go to college. Huh? Elite rich zaddy, elite rich white zaddy, technocratic white zaddy. Make them do what we want them to do. I thought I was going to end up with your son, but you know, he ended up with the woman in his class. I don't want to marry these guys. I don't want to have kids for these guys. Well, then end up doing your Golden Girls thing, ladies. That's cool. Huh? End up doing your Golden Girls thing. And lying to yourself and your girlfriends lying to themselves and you about how good y'all are. You know, we make up, we don't need men. We're good. We look out for each other and we love each other and it doesn't even have to be intimate, or it can stay platonic. And we don't need romantic love, and we'll make up for it in other ways. We're investing in our friendships. We're traveling. Huh? And Mike and Vince Perkins says, make them mean it. Hashtag Zism, Mr. Zism. No, Mr. Z mean that too. Make them mean it. Human beings are social creatures. Black women and other women have decided with their market-based lens, these a bunch of Milton Friedman, Ronald Reagan ass, Ayn Rand ass women running around here, Frederick Hygas women, huh? Market-based lens decide, okay, I got the career, I have the car, I have the house, now I need the man, and I need the man to bow. I need him to be 6 foot tall, I need him to be in finance, I need him to have blue eyes. And anything short of that, I'm settling by definition. And I'm not gonna settle. I'd rather date women than settle. And as Mr. Z said, make them mean that. Huh? Make them mean that. I want y'all to understand. If she ends up with you and she felt like she settled, she's gonna divorce you. You left the toilet seat up one too many times, she going to divorce you. She was only with you so she could say she had the wedding. She was only with you so she could say she had the kids in wedlock. You're not the ideal. She's going to divorce you. If she's with you because she want to be with you, she's going to stay. She will make it work. If she's with you for any other reason than that, you're gonna be in divorce court. You're gonna end up in divorce court. Period. Huh? So yes, Mr. Z does say make them mean it because Mr. Z means it. Make them mean it. If they say they're not settling, make them mean that. Huh? That seasoned woman, that movie clip is perfect. It says everything. The women are playing status games with each other using men. Okay, fine. That's something we know people do. Men engage in that a little bit too. Okay, cool. All right. The women swear by it. Uh-oh, see, the men don't do all of that. Huh? And they tell themselves and others, anything short of this, I'm settling. And Mr. Z says, make them mean it. Make them mean it. Huh? Anything short of your delusions, you're settling? Okay, we'll see. Huh? I want to emphasize this. It's not the men, particularly it's not black men. It's your delusional ass daughters. Your delusional ass daughters have decided it's lifestyle or nothing. It's their delusions or nothing. And if they could cobble together something with a bunch of men and a couple of homegirls and co-workers where they can make up for the sting of that loneliness and then say, oh, I'm not lonely, I'm good, I'm not happy being single, I would rather be single than settle. I would rather be single, they mean I would rather be lonely. That's what they're saying. Not single, I would rather be lonely pretending that I'm not than quote unquote settle. Translation, I can't admit that I didn't get what I said I was going to get. Now that I'm 32, I gotta end up with what I was talking about when I was 23. I have to. Huh? I was too loud. Huh? I was too obnoxious about it. I was too loud, I was too obnoxious, and anything short of what I was saying before, I will be settling. My friends will know I was settling and going to throw it in my face. That's what the women are really saying. I said 6'2", I gotta meet it. And so we said, we gonna make you meet it. I said 100,000 or more, I gotta meet it. And we said, we gonna make you meet it. I said white collar, and I gotta meet it. And we said, we gonna make you meet it. Huh? I said college educated, and I meet it. And we said, we gonna make it. There you go. Dear ladies, we're gonna make you meet it. Most men, most black men do not engage with anything manosphere or black manosphere. They're still going to make you mean it. Because what has really changed in this environment is the men heard you, the young men heard you, and they're not going to let you settle for them, even if you wanted to. They see the way you look at Chad. They see the way you look at Chisel Chin Tyrone. They see that. They're not going to let you settle for them now. Huh? Which is great. So you said you're not going to settle, and the men said, I ain't going to let you settle for me anyway. Huh? They know what you really want and what you aspire for. Shout out to those black women who come off the white carousel and ain't no brothers really messing with them like that. Exactly. Huh? I covered it a little bit a little while ago. Nefikar covered it with the darker skinned sister that was like, y'all used to date such and such and such and such. Y'all be dating these guys. I'm still not dating these guys. Y'all be dating these women, these white women. So because I dated a white man, y'all can date me? Yes, yes, ma'am. It's a double standard, yes. And what you gonna do about it? Uh-oh. Huh? It's a double standard, and what you gonna do about it? Now, individually for him, that young man had never dated, from my understanding, had never dated outside of his race. But this young lady who has a couple of videos mocking black men, saying how she's gonna date out. I guess she finds a black man she finds interesting, who's her friend, and he's like, "Oh, you dated out before? Yeah, no, we can't be a thing." And she comes online and talks about it and is annoyed. Annoyed about what, ma'am? Yes, yes. You, believe it or not, black men can have standards. I know, I know. The nerve, the audacity. I know, I know, I know. No? Ah, black men with standards. How will the world continue? And it's not always physical. Ah, see, he didn't say anything about your darker skin or anything. He said, wait a minute, you didn't mess with non-black men. No, can't do it. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. And once again, what y'all gonna do about it? I want black women to realize this temper tantrum ain't helping y'all nothing. Y'all begging white zaddy technocrat to do something. He ain't doing nothing. He got his own issues in white society to handle. Y'all sending FD signifier think pieces, field pieces, think pieces. Y'all sharing them on y'all social media pages. Y'all sending it to the boy or the young man that's smashing. He don't care nothing about what FD talking about unless FD talking about hip hop. FD could have 1 million subscribers. All those young men, look, FD could have 1 million black male subscribers. We know it's not all black straight men, but fine. Let's say FD did have 1 million black men subscribers, straight black men subscribers. If all of them ain't marrying black women, then why does it matter? Well, damn. Huh? Uh-oh. Foreign could call black men Nick cells and try to scare black men from red pills content. Jason Black could call the black manosphere the winosphere. FD signifier could mock the black manosphere, say it's not the same when the men say it and the women say it. Mark Lamont Hill could say it's not the same when black men date out and marry out, and when white men date out. I'm excuse me, white. Z, say it again. Mark Lamont Hill can mock black men and say it's not the same when black men date out compared to when black women date out. Huh? Conscious Lee can mock black men. Lil Bill can mock black men. Huh? It means nothing if y'all can't increase that marriage rate between black men and black women. It means nothing if y'all can't increase the black women having children, particularly in wedlock with black men. It means nothing. Everything y'all saying concerning black men, black women relations means nothing if y'all don't see an increase in that black birth rate, if y'all don't see an increase in that black marriage rate. Fine, it's not black men. If y'all can't get the white guys and the Latino guys and the Asian guys to step up and marry black women who black men aren't marrying, it means nothing. All those white guys that are starting to attend HBCUs, y'all better make sure they marry a black woman. Huh? Y'all better make sure they marry a black woman. Huh. Because what you're going to have are a bunch of black women who are single and miserable, lonely and miserable, pretending like they're not, investing in their friendships and their careers, and pretending like they're not miserable, and all the rest of us are going to be pretending with them. Huh? What did that young lady say? Where's the clip? Does Mr. Z still got the clip up? Yeah, here you go.
Look at me, look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to, anyway, focus.
This is what we say when we're single and we, she said, I'm a bad being, and I don't need no man. And this is what we say when we're single. Yes, we know, lady. We know. You gonna pretend, we gonna pretend right with you. Huh? You're gonna pretend, we're gonna pretend right with you. The FDs are gonna pretend right with you. The Kim Fosters are gonna pretend right with you. The Olays are gonna pretend right with you. The Julesies and the Teen Noirs and the Cat Blacks, huh? And the Khadijahs are gonna pretend right with you. The Consciousleys, huh? The Foreigns and the Little Bills, they're gonna pretend right with you. Andrewism and all of them, they're gonna pretend right with you. Everybody gonna pretend right with you. Everybody gonna know you're gonna go in the car and cry. You're gonna go home, you're gonna cry yourself to sleep at night. That rose toy gonna be red hot. Goddamn. No, we know. Huh? We all gonna pretend right with you, except for the black manosphere. The white folks are gonna pretend right with you. The leftist white folks, they're gonna pretend right with you. We're all gonna pretend with you, man. We're all look. Aren't excuse me. Isn't that what y'all want? Mr. Z wants to say something else, right? Isn't that what y'all want? Everyone's gonna look. Isn't society so kind and great? You're single and lonely and miserable, but you're attempting to do your whole fake stoic thing, and we're pretending with you. Isn't that like a sign of a great society? Right? Forget what FDR was talking about. Huh? Forget what Theodore Roosevelt was talking about. That's not a great society. No, a great society is a society that pretends with the women, particularly black women, when they're pretending to be okay being single and they're not miserable, and we're pretending with them. Huh? Because they don't need no man. And they're not going to settle. Huh?
I really want to make something clear to some of you women with low self-esteem. Just because you don't have any standards for your man and you're willing to take the scraps and the crumbs that society offers you, that doesn't have to be the same for me or anybody else like me. This person says, I honestly was trying to root for you because, whatever, but your attitude makes you really ugly and all these standards you have is unreal. It's 2023. My attitude isn't ugly. I just have a high self-esteem and a high confidence level that you will never have because you're putting down women with confidence. And I just feel like if you really think about what you're saying and what men have lied to you for years saying, you would really understand that what I'm doing is bare minimum, literally bare minimum. Wanting my husband to be a provider is bare minimum, honestly. That's really his job. But my thing is why has the bar been in hell?
Why has the bar been in hell? That's what she's saying. This is a flex in female society. What she's saying, especially that first about 30 seconds, that's a flex. Once again, let's play it again.
I really want to make something clear to some of you women with low self-esteem. Just because you don't have any standards for your man and you're willing to take the scraps and the crumbs that society offers you, that doesn't have to be the same for me or anybody else like me. This person says, I honestly was trying to root for you.
That's a flex. In female society, that's a flex. You have low self-esteem. You're willing to deal with the crumbs. You don't have standards. Man, this is a flex in female society. This is what helps to keep them single. Huh? Y'all want to know why that birth rate's so goddamn low? 1.6 in America, right? 1.6 and some change. They say 1.7. Because these are the women who are quote unquote influencers over other women. They sound like this. Oh, you ended up with him? Oh, okay. And you know how their eyes look when they say it too. You know how they make their mouth when they say it too. Huh? Oh, that's your little man? Oh, with his little job? By the way, we do this in Haitian community too. The Jamaicans do it too. This is not an ADOS thing. Oh, that's your man? Oh, that's your boyfriend? That's your oh, okay. Huh? And that rips other women apart. To us, this is like a joke. What she's saying is funny. How she look is funny. What she's saying is funny. Huh? This doesn't register at all. This is not psychological warfare. This don't mean nothing. If a man was talking about the women we find attractive like that, or our particular women like that, he might be picking his teeth up off the floor. But in female society, oh, she's eating right now. This is a flex. You don't have any standards. Huh? You're just dealing with whatever crumbs society throws at you. Huh? This is and the more insane their delusion sounds, the more it's supposed to show and imply and suggest how high and mighty they are. Oh, you're willing to deal with and settle for a $70,000 man? Ew. Look, I need someone that earns at least $250,000 a year. Oh, you don't care about height? Okay, I guess. Every man I've ever dated was 6'2". Huh? Oh, your boyfriend is bald? No, all the men I've ever dated have great hair and great tape. Like they get their hair cut every week. Oh, your man pays the bills? That's great. My man pays the bills and we go on vacation 3 times a year. And I have all these luxury bags and he just bought me a Range Rover last week. And huh? Oh, that's the flex. And the other women say, yeah, if I can't have that, I don't want. The women, the bystanders watching that exchange say, oh, yeah, I don't. Yeah, no. I witnessed. Hey, you witnessed what Tracy did to such and such? You saw how you saw how she talked to her? Yeah, look, I ain't gonna be like such and such. Z, how do you know these things? Z done witnessed it. Some of y'all done witnessed it. Huh? Here's the kicker. Tracy is full of crap. Half of what she said is BS. Tracy bought her own goddamn Range Rover, not her man. Huh? But it doesn't matter because it's for the gram anyway. Huh? Y'all realize we're living in a world where if you can't put your situation on the gram, it ain't worth having. The women have kind of alluded to that. I don't recall if I've ever heard a woman actually say it though. If your situation is not gram worthy, then it's not worth having. Huh? Oh boy. I gotta read this one now. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, my little man with this little career, he'll do Michelle Obama. Hey, I think. See, the thing is with the black. Let's actually slow down on this conversation. Let's mention something. The black manosphere is putting words to these things. The black manosphere adjacent folks that don't want to claim that they're black manosphere adjacent black, they're putting words to these things. The rest of other men are seeing this also. Other black men are seeing these things too, and they're moving accordingly. They may not engage with anything from Jason Black, anything from any black manosphere content creator, but they're moving accordingly. Not all of these guys that have dated out or married out in the past 5 or so years, 10 years, are all in the black manosphere mix. They're moving accordingly. The white guys who are traveling and doing passport bros, white passport bros, not all of them are listening to Rollo Tomasi or whoever the hell. Dude from Legions of Men, all those guys. Not all of them. They're moving accordingly. Ladies, they hear you. Dear black women, they hear you. They see you. They see what you applaud and what you like on Instagram and on YouTube, on Twitter. They read your comments. They're moving according to what you're doing. They have decided they're not going to marry a woman like you. They don't want to be in a relationship with a woman like you. It's not the manosphere or the black manosphere. No, it's you, ladies. It's what you encourage. It's what you don't shout down. It's what you say. You don't say, oh, look, that don't apply to me. I don't know what she's talking about. That ain't me. Huh? So stop coming online sounding like this.
Do y'all like black women still? What do we do? Because I know I ain't did no bad stuff to black men. Like, I love black men. I ain't never even dated a white man before. I'm so loyal.
All right, guys, so I wanted to do a follow-up video
Shout
from
out to
the
Beast
video
Mode Smooth
that I did yesterday, okay, in regards to men simply opting out when it comes to these dating events / mixers. Okay, these model women are really going through it when it comes to men not showing up and buying any tickets. Okay, the more information or the more research that I did, the more that I found. Okay, these model women are really going through it to the point where they're deploying these shaming tactics. Okay, they're throwing everything but the kitchen sink to get you to go to these mixers. Okay, to the point where they're even insinuating that you're gay, and low-key it seems like they're getting desperate. Okay, reality is setting in.
Angry black men dogging us out so bad, saying how we want y'all to pay for stuff and just the lies. If I'm inviting you to a brunch, that means me and my girls already got our tickets and our tables. What do we need your stuff for? What's that little money gonna do? Majority of the women making more money anyway, so why would I care for that? All I said was we want to hang with y'all. Why I can't say we want to hang with the black men? Why can't the black men come enjoy a brunch with us and chill and just eat and have a good time? You be home by 6 and watch the game. Why would y'all rather choose being with all men? I never seen a world where men be so thirsty to just be with men and not women.
LGBTQ
And
slander.
when women invite y'all to something, we just want to have a good time with y'all. Why y'all so mad at us? That's so weird, and we the same skin. We supposed to be hanging together anyway, not against each other. It sounds like y'all don't like us. Answer that. Do y'all like black women still? What do
You don't want to know the answer to that.
I ain't did no bad stuff to black men. Like, I love black men. I ain't never even dated a white man before. I'm so loyal. I don't understand that. Please, we just
That's
want
not the
y'all to
only
hang
sign
with
of loyalty.
us. Have fun with us. What's wrong with that?
Let's address it. Ma'am, okay, let's get to it. We should be hanging with each other anyway. Yeah, maybe. Okay. You got an argument there. Maybe we should be hanging with each other if y'all weren't so goddamn insufferable. Maybe if black women sounded more like you on a daily, then maybe we wouldn't have a problem. Huh? No, black women, you don't get to be insufferable, mean, condescending, rude a-holes, and then go to mixer events and wonder where the black men are. What? You don't get to be materialistic, consumerist a-holes, life and luxury ass, aspiring ass, subscribe to Chrissy and Mahogany Pink and Paris Milan and Real Talk with Yanni and name them. Sovereign Woman, Sovereign Queen, Shira 7. You don't get to be subscribed to them, like up their videos, talking about that, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? You don't get to do all of that and then go to the mixer and then wonder where the black men are. No, nope, nope, nope. And on that note, thank you for the super chat, KMS. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says there's a chick who'll swipe left on LeBron because he's only 6'8" and her standard is 6'10". These hoes will say anything to look like somebody. And that, man, look, I'm gonna try to, because I have it somewhere here. I'm gonna try to bring it up. When I bring y'all up, I'm gonna try to look for it. This materialism, look, we were hit with 10 tons of neoliberalism. Shout out to Compassionate and Callous. We were hit, younger Xers, pretty much everyone Raj's age, LAR's age, and down, 50 and younger, to be honest with you, were hit with 10 tons of neoliberalism. Millennials were punched in the face with neoliberalism. Get it out the market. Have a market-based valuation for everything. And the women won't let it go. Y'all heard what BGS said on that stream I did a few nights ago. It's more like a week ago at this point. What same thing Black Ur was saying, what neoliberalism ain't gonna be no money for it. And that's gonna be a hard lesson for some men. It's going to be a devastating lesson for the women, though. Particularly black women. I'm saying that because of KMS's super chat. Let's highlight it again. Where the women put numbers to everything, valuation. Look, I have a market-based value. I need him to be this tall. I need him to earn this much. I need him to be in this type of career. Because of the way it looks on me, I need him to be able to afford to get me this type of car. We live in this type of neighborhood and this zip code, this gated community. Our kids need to go to this school. I think I know the young lady's name I was speaking about now, the Clark lady. I think the young lady name is Clark Peoples or something like that. This is the aspiration. Okay, fine. All of that, as KMS says at the end, to look like somebody. I said this a little while ago. Shout out to Edward Anderson for what he says. They hate being black. They're tired of being black. And Mr. Z said a little while ago, dear black women, you're going to have to get comfortable being black. All of these things are your market-based way of trying to fix being black. In your mind, trying to make up for being black, trying to show the other women, non-black women, namely white women, that look at what I have. I know my black skin puts me at the bottom, but look at these Louis. Look at this Louis bag. Huh? Look at these red bottoms. Look at this Range Rover. Look at this G-Wagon. If y'all could get it. And the not settling, coming right back around to the topic at hand, the not settling, that's what it's about. If y'all need to know, that's what it's about. Huh? They're not settling. I hear y'all. Y'all are not settling. Oh boy. And then eventually y'all sound like, oh, for all my folks in Texas, y'all know who I'm about to play. Then eventually y'all sound like this.
Decenter men. This is not coming from a place of hurt, trauma. This is coming from a place of peace and happiness. And I just remember when I used to go out, and I used to just go out just to have a good time, laugh, great conversations, and just being a personality. My personality wasn't about getting a man. It was just about having fun. And I just want to get back to that. I just want to get back to me. And I'm tired of social media. I'm wanting to decenter men, decenter social media. And I just want to just be about me. I want to be selfish and self-centered as an ex-people pleaser, because everything nowadays is about getting a man, keeping a man, having a man's baby. And it's just...
as it should be.
And I'm just getting nauseous. Just thinking about it. There has to be more to life than just men. And so now that I have these centered men for my life, I find myself actually having a good time. I go out in social settings.
We don't believe you.
The objective isn't to get numbers, to get a man, to get a date. It's just to have great conversation.
It should
and I've been enjoying myself. I have. You know, I'm flirting. I'm having amazing conversations, meeting new people. And I'm just keeping it at that. And I like that. I feel in control, and I like how I have this I don't give a fuck attitude. And it's just very freeing. Whereas before, it was all about getting a man and hanging around women that wanted to go out just to get attention and to get a man. And it's just so exhausting. But now I actually go out. I'm actually having a great time. And
your eyes tell a different story.
I love it here, actually. I'm just tired of these videos. It's a man, it's a woman telling you, get a man, you need a man. You're going to die alone. And I like being alone. I like it. I like it's peaceful.
We don't believe you.
And this decenter men thing, I think it's necessary, because a lot of women are exposing themselves to like temporary relationships just because they're listening to people online.
You sound like a hater.
I don't know, I think it's kind of cute. I think it's funny because I'm a woman that actually enjoys being alone, right? I enjoy my aloneness.
Hater alert.
I think it's funny because some women feel like they're one-upping you because they have a temporary relationship. And I'm like, but your relationship is temporary.
They kind of are one-upping you.
Even the women with rings, your marriage is temporary. Like, it's not lasting.
Hater alert.
It didn't last. A lot of women are in situationships, temporary relationships, friends with benefits, temporary relationships. They're just in these temporary relationships because social media is telling them that they need a man. Or they
it's not social media, it's biology.
Better get your man before you hit the wall. It's like, it's just too much. And now
actually,
I have moved to a space where I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And it feels so good because I just don't give a fuck. And nobody is going to force me to
you actually do care.
And I like it.
You care.
And another thing, when it comes to this decentering men, I have embraced my masculine, I've embraced my feminine side, I've embraced my light feminine, I've embraced my dark feminine. I've embraced all of myself, and I love that for me.
I love that for me. This is what quote-unquote not settling looks like. They box themselves into a wall. They box themselves into a corner. They start earning really good money on YouTube or in their career. If they're creatives, whatever they're doing, they start earning really good money. And then the delusional bar goes up. Oh boy, Z, is that even possible? The delusional bar goes up. Jesus Christ, Z, I didn't even know that was possible. And when the delusional bar gets to insane, then they sound like Real Talk with Yanni about what they're not settling for. And how other women have temporary relationships. Even if you're married, you have a temporary relationship. And I don't give a F. And nobody gonna make me give a F, ma'am. You care more than anybody else. I love being alone, ma'am. That is not what your eyes say. Your eyes say something way different. Yanni, you gotta work, boy. Your poker face, oh, well, no pun intended. Your poker face is horrible. Huh? Was that supposed to be a lie, ma'am? Right? Was that supposed to be a lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
Huh? They're not going to, dear black men, they're not going to settle. They're just going to sound crazy. Huh? Dear black men, they're not going to settle. They're just going to lose their mind. Huh? I'm not settling. Yes, ma'am. Okay, fine. We heard you the first time. Nobody gonna make me settle. Yes, ma'am. We heard you the first and second time. Huh? And I don't give a F. We heard you the first, second, and third time, man. We heard you. We heard you. And nobody gonna make me give an F, man. We heard you the first, second, and third, and fourth time, man. Huh? And these other women are in temporary relationships. Wait, what? Man, we heard you the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth time. Are you okay? Huh? Wow. And Victor Creed says, I'm going to read the rest of you guys' super chats. Victor Creed says, you can see the crazy in her eyes. Pain incarnate. Bro, she is livid. Vic, she is livid. At least back then she was. That's a year plus old. Huh? And to be frank, she just was putting out content before. In this video, you could see she was calm. She was chill. But something hit. She remembered something. Something hit. It's either she remembered something, right? She got a reminder of something, and she couldn't help it at that. And in that moment, it was that moment there. Huh? In that moment, oh boy, you could see that anger. Boy, that anger real like a mug. I don't give an F, and nobody gonna make me give an F. Okay, we heard you, man. We heard you. We believe you too. Real talk with Yanni. We believe you. No, we don't. Huh? We believe you. No, we don't. But even if we don't, ma'am, just live your life. Why does Mr. Z keep uncovering this? Because this is what it sounds like. Huh? They're not settling. They're not and nobody's telling you to settle. There's a consequence to that. Like I said before, Real Talk with Yenny has the money, at least for right now. She's doing all right in her life. Those YouTube checks are still clearing, right? Everything looks nice right now in Real Talk with Yenny's life. All the other black women that sound like Real Talk with Yenny, oh boy. All of Real Talk with Yenny's subscribers, yikes. Huh? Maybe not so much. Huh? Maybe not so much. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. Huh? And so, yeah, you see the crazy in her eyes. I agree with Vic. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourself. Regular streams. Why did Mr. Z just have y'all in silence? I could have been playing this in the background. Here we go. Tanya TKO and the white lady talking again. Here you go.
Personally, listen, some of y'all ladies don't have to settle. I'm sorry, sir. What the actual f*** do you think we've been doing for our entire lives? We've been settling.
our entire lives. In elementary school, as a little girl, if a boy hauled off and slugged you or was mean to you, you were told by your teachers or your parents that was because he liked you. And that's where we set the bar. That's where we set our standards. They've been that low since the beginning. There's not a woman out there who has not been with a man who was narcissistic, who made them question their self-worth, who broke down their sense of self, who made them feel like shit about the way that they looked or the way that they talked or anything. All of us have experienced it. You don't think that's settling? We have all settled for men who mislead us, who lie to us, men who cheat on us, and then make it our fault. Men who gaslight us. We have literally been settling our entire life. And now all of a sudden, because women have decided that being alone with our dogs and our house is better than being a man, you suddenly think our standards are too high? Okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm missing the message here, but I think that maybe you've got this wrong. Because I think at the end of the day, women are actually discovering our self-worth, our value. You want us to go to work and be successful, and then you also want us to do the laundry, make sure the dishes are done, get your dinner on the table, and yet you want us to pay at least 50% of the bills. Don't you think that's settling? I mean, you're not taking care of us, we're taking care of ourselves, so we decided just to take care of ourselves on our own, and you don't like that very much. And I'm sorry. Maybe at the end of the day, we're not the ones who should be settling. Maybe you should work on yourself, maybe you should think about leveling up, maybe...
Listen, some of y'all ladies don't have to settle.
I'm sorry, sir. What the actual f*** do you think we've been doing for our entire lives? We have been settling our entire lives. In elementary school, as a little girl, if a boy hauled off and slugged you or was mean to you, you were told by your teachers or your parents that was because he liked you. And that's where we set the bar. That's where we set our standards. They've been that low since the beginning. There's not a woman out there who has not been with a man who was narcissistic, who made them question their self-worth, who broke down their sense of self, who made them feel like shit about the way that they looked or the way that they talked or anything. All of us have experienced it. You don't think that's settling? We have all settled for men who mislead us, who lie to us, men who cheat on us, and then make it our fault. Men who gaslight us. We have literally been settling our entire life. And now all of a sudden, because women have decided that being alone with our dogs and our house is better than being a man, you suddenly think our standards are too high? Okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm missing the message here, but I think that maybe you've got this wrong. Because I think at the end of the day, women are actually discovering our self-worth, our value. You want us to go to work and be successful, and then you also want us to do the laundry, make sure the dishes are done, get your dinner on the table, and yet you want us to pay at least 50% of the bills.
It's not self-worth, it's temper tantrum.
I mean, you're not taking care of us, we're taking care of ourselves, so we decided just to take care of ourselves on our own, and you don't like that very much. And I'm sorry.
Most black women and most women can't take care of themselves financially.
Maybe you should work on yourself. Maybe you should think about leveling up. Maybe you guys should think about doubling down on success.
We earn more.
Maybe, I don't know, read a book about romance. Maybe you should learn what women want.
Romance, translation,
cool,
kiss ass.
It seems to be that you're not getting the memo that we're looking for an entirely different set of things than you're offering us. Because at the end of the day, settling, the only settling we're willing to do is to be happy and alone. Because for all of this time, we have talked about the guy who marries our friend who's nice to her as the unicorn. Let that sink in. The fact that a man would be nice to you and treat you well is considered magical and not even real. So, I don't know. Maybe it's time you settle.
What do you mean by treat you well, ma'am?
Oh
Another
my
black
goodness,
woman
she
clapping
spoke
for a
a
white woman
word.
talking
What else
crap.
can I add on that? I'm going to have to find the original video that he made so that I can react to that, because she dropped the mic. She said everything that needed to be said. This is part of the issue. Women have been settling for too long. Women have woken up and refused to settle. And now, see, because what happened was we did a reverse Uno on them. Because they were like, listen, you got to put up with this BS. You got to deal with it because any number of reasons. I'm the man. I pay the bills. I own the house. I wear the pants. All of these different reasons, right? Then when things went wrong or they left or whatever, oh, you should have chose better. Your picker is off. Meanwhile, they picked you when you were 14. This is back in the days, right? How many of our grandmothers,
What is she talking about?
someone picked her when she was 12 or 14. She didn't know no damn better. Then when she was 22 with a 10-year-old,
What year is she
people were like,
talking
oh,
about?
well, you're out here, right? Come on.
You're doing too much,
They
Tanya
specifically
TKO.
choose women who don't know how to choose better. And they have been chronically doing that for centuries. And so now that women
I
are
told
like,
you it'd be
no, I'd
cosmic
rather be with
payback and
myself,
cosmic
then they want to
retribution.
try to shame you for being with a pet or a plant. They're like, oh, you're going to be the cat lady. People enjoy being with their cats. At least the cat is going to give some love back and not take from her life, happiness, joy, sense of self-worth. The cat, you feed it, rub it, give it a little place to put its litter, and the cat is good. Me, I happen to love plants. I go out, I water them, I talk to them, I rub their little leaves, and I go. My cabbage leaf is not going to turn around and try to punch me in the eye. Can you imagine that? My cabbage leaf is like, boo! No, it's not going to do that. I don't have to worry about my plants bringing me some unknown dis-ease. I don't have to do that. You know, and there are relationships out there that are filled with mutual joy, love,
Tanya
etc. But like you
TKO is a
said,
disease.
why
She's worried
does
about a
that
man
come
bringing
in
her a
the form
disease.
of a relationship that is the unicorn? Why? I need to find his video because his was a doozy. Because I want to hear that. Let's see if I can find that. I think I found the video. Yep, this is it.
Listen, some of y'all ladies don't have to settle. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but listen, everybody can't have a perfect man out here. It ain't even enough of us around.
Us.
Let's be honest. Well, at the end of the day, we can go ahead and put that 50-50 conversation to rest, because every woman ain't going to get 80-20, 100-0, whatever y'all thinking is going to be 60-40. Some of y'all going to have to go 50-50, and shit, y'all might got to go 60-40 on your end with the man.
Why?
Just to be happy at the end of the day.
Happy?
Realistic.
Because we said so.
You have to settle, man. That's all I'm saying. All the straight men that's left in the world, a lot of them is in jail.
He's calling himself straight?
What do that leave left?
Another LGBTQ slander.
Everybody can't have their cake and eat it too. Like, you can't have the best of the best. Sometimes you got to just go for what you got and be happy and be grateful. Because you can have nothing at the end of the day and be miserable.
Miserable?
Come on now. J. Cole said,
Tanya TKO, you more miserable than anybody else. Well, I know my
All
Caribbean
right,
women.
so I'm a little bit confused. He seems to think that there are only two options.
You might be
Either
slow.
settle or be lonely and unhappy. You see, he's projecting how men feel. The epidemic that's out here
No,
is
you
of
are
single
lonely, ma'am.
men,
I know.
not single lonely women.
Caribbean
women
women,
have reasons
boy.
to live. There's a reason why 75% of the people who choose to unalive
Anger
themselves
will
are
fuel
men.
you
They're 3
forever.
times more likely to unalive themselves than women are. There's a reason.
Talk
so
about them
instead of
antidepressant pills,
speaking
though.
to men to try to find motivation for them to want to live independent of a woman, irregardless of a woman, instead he's talking to women to settle. But there's another option. He's talking
Stop
about
taking
some of
them
you are going to have to
antidepressant
go
pills and
80,
let's see
10
how alive
or
y'all will be.
100-0. Right. And many women are choosing to go 100-0 with themselves. See, the thing about it
with
is
them rose
he's
toys.
acting as if a relationship doesn't come with responsibility and down parts. There's a study that shows that when a woman cohabits with a man, that the amount of, regardless of how much she works, when both partners are working, that her domestic duties still go up. There's a study that shows that when she cohabitates with a man, that he doesn't do his 50%, that she has to do her 50% plus
You're working towards the life
25%
insurance
of
money,
his
ma'am.
as well. Like, he'll do some stuff and then think that he's done, so much. There are down parts that come with being with a man. Far too many men are not making themselves better than the alternative of being solo dolo. I don't understand what memo he's not getting.
Anything is
Maybe
better
he's
than an
right.
alternative
There
being
are
with you,
women
ma'am.
who are going to have to choose whether or not they want to settle. But the other option is not being lonely. The other
Anything is
option
better than
is
being with you.
on
Settling
your
is
own.
being with
Being
you,
on your
Miss
own doesn't mean
Tanya
lonely.
TKO.
It doesn't. And he's projecting how men feel.
You would know,
He's
wouldn't
projecting
you?
that.
Be a part of the live show with thousands of other viewers. Go to TanyaTKO.com/text.
Look at how she looking. Look at her cartoon picture right here.
Support the show
You
and
wish.
yourself, and I'll see
You
you on the
wish.
next live broadcast.
You wish. Yeah, Tanya TKO. You wish you look like that cartoon picture. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Is that how you imagine yourself? Okay, yeah, that's it. Y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Oh, Miss Tanya TKO. Yeah. LGBTQ slander. For all the ADOS folks, the Tanya TKOs are the worst type of Caribbean women. Absolutely detestable. Absolutely loud, obnoxious. Think they know it all. Miserable being single, pretending like they're not. Goad other women with their BS. Very insulting, very condescending. Can be demure. Don't get it twisted. She could turn it on. Oh, you put Mr. Tanya TKO in front of the right white folks, which is almost any white folks. Oh, you'll be like, this can't be the same Tanya TKO. Well, Caribbean women, especially, oh, them Jamaicans. Ooh, any Jamaican men in the chat, tell me I'm lying. Huh? Caribbean women overall, oh, the worst. The worst. The ones that like Miss Tanya TKO, oh, they're the worst. Y'all don't want no parts of them, trust. Huh? Oh, and do they have insults for your ass? Ooh. Do they have insults for you? Huh? So this is their response to quote unquote settling. Miss Tanya TKO is fronting too. Miss Tanya TKO is fronting too. I agree. I think they would much rather be single and lonely, pretending like they're not, than feel like they settled. But everything short of their delusion is settling.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
Huh? Y'all recall a few years ago when we started hitting them with the numbers and what percent of men earn $100,000 a year? That the one thing that Fresh and Fit does present, or the what's her name, Courtney Ryan, the white woman, yes, Courtney Ryan, the white woman who was going through and describing to them, hey, this is what the men around your same age, this is what they earn, this is what it is, this is what it is, this is what it is, and you just watch those women's faces. Young women too. She did I think she did what later 20s at one point, but when she did early 20s, later 20s. When you see the man on the street interviews on the college campuses, and they asking the women what you're looking for in a man, and they're all describing delusional crap, and they won't settle. Okay, yeah, that's it. Y'all give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And Mike and Vince Perkins, by the way, I'll put the link in the chat, you guys. And Mike and Vince Perkins says, men invented romance. Proof, our version of romance is flowers, poetry, soft music, etc. A woman's definition of romance is a man doing these things for her. Say that. So Mr. Taraban mentioned this also, right? That men invented romance, especially poor men or men that don't have a lot of resources, invented that to make up for not having the resources. So we get this. So when women look, they're just shouting and spouting their crap. They're angry, they're lonely, they're miserable, but they gotta keep the face. They gotta play in your face. They gotta keep playing your face, and they gotta keep the fake stoic face. They're not actually being stoic. They're throwing a temper tantrum. Huh? What are they supposed to say? I had these delusional quote unquote standards, and now I'm single and miserable and buzzing myself to death. Huh? And I'm numb down there now. Like, let's be honest. Are women supposed to actually tell the truth when they're viable? Oh goddamn! Even when they're not viable. Huh? Who are women supposed to tell, especially the ones that got hit with 10 tons of second wave plus feminism? Boss girl feminism, right? You don't need no man feminism. Are they supposed to tell the truth? Huh? Especially when the elites allow for women to frame things like it's always men. The men are the problem. They don't want to step up. They don't want to go seek therapy. The type of therapy that tells them that everything about me is right and everything about them is wrong. Everything in this relationship that's wrong is on him. My only problem is that I accept it. Are women supposed to actually admit anything? No, they're not. They're not going to. They're not going to. So, yeah. The romance thing and all of that, no, I don't expect women to budge an inch. I fully expect us to continue down this road for the foreseeable future. Huh? Morgan Stanley said it. They were right. They said 45%. Apparently, it's closer to 51% of women were going to be childless and single from 2018 to 2030 under a certain age. They were going to be single and childless. I want all of the women under the sound of my voice, all of the men under the sound of my voice, particularly all of the black men under the sound of my voice. The reason Morgan Stanley was able to predict that is because it's not our personal relationships and our character flaws. They were able to predict it because it's people like them that created the environment for that to be the case in the first place. Look at Mr. Z Robin. They created the environment for that to be the case in the first place. They know what they sold to the women. They know they sold hyper individuality to the women. They know they did. They know they sold consumerism to the women. They know they did. Huh? They know how neoliberalism registered in the minds of women. Huh? They understand the 80-20 rule. They get it. Huh? You talking about a U.S. government that funds research and train tracks, a government, U.S. government that funds research on every little thing they possibly can, both in and out of America, both domestically and internationally. Huh? And you think they don't know? Morgan Stanley investments, investing. Oh, you better believe they want to know where every penny is going and what they can make, who they can profit off of, whose misery they can profit off of. The investment bank side of Morgan Stanley, oh, you better believe it. Huh? What's going on, better you?
Nothing much, man. How's it going, brother?
What's going on with you?
Man, I just came to let everybody know, like, if she's a little numb down there, we have the new Bean Beater 6900 series. Guaranteed.
Not the Bean Beater. This is the Bean Beater. The Bean Beater. Guaranteed to bring you to the promised land in under 5 minutes. Our shout out to One Piece. Our quick fruit.
Oh man.
Our quick fruit is guaranteed to have her shaking and baking in less than 5 minutes.
Wow.
Oh man. Now with extra squirt. Yo. No man, look, I get it, ladies. You don't know how to let go of neoliberalism. You don't know how to let go of what the white men told you or socialize you to believe was supposed to be your outcome because you're a woman and you're a college educated woman and you went to a top 50 school. Oh boy. You deserve the moon, stars, and sky. You're supposed to be what, as KMS said, you should be walking around here with a 6'10" tall billionaire who kisses your ass, right? Like, and I know they're like, that's not what we're asking for. That is what you're asking for, bro. Check the numbers, bro.
You know, it's one of those things in which the environment has, because of the profit incentive, it's heavily been slanted towards women. And what the danger
they're the biggest consumers
has been that we've injected the morality into it. And so this slanted bias is now backed up with the extra layer of righteousness, if you will. And so now it becomes one of those things to where, frankly, I've met and interacted with a lot of women who are not well adjusted at all, who are very immature, who are very materialistic, but because they are women, these things are heavily minimized or completely glossed over it if they are acknowledged at all. And we've cultivated that within society.
Yes.
This is what you get.
I mean, so yeah, no, so the way I see it is women are the bigger consumers, and whether it was intentional or unintentional, it was intentional, but whether it was intentional and you had white men in smoke-filled rooms, wooden panel smoke-filled rooms, muhahaha, right? Intentionally deciding to put the thumb on the scales for them and to hell with your boys and your sons, because your boys and your sons are going to fund them anyway, or this is just how the cookie crumbles, you still end up here. And ending up here looks like this. A bunch of pretty much women under the age of 50 who tell you what they're not going to settle for, who will not have your children if it's not in the most optimal condition, who will not get married to anyone pretty much that earns less than about $85,000 a year, who think they can subsidize their life without a man through friendships, leaning on relatives and family members, network outside of men, well, outside of romantic relationships with men, who pretend like, and I want to be very clear, the women are pretending like they don't understand why the men aren't showing up to mixers and speed dating events. And they're just going to hold on to their pride and ego until it chokes them to death. And that's where we at with it. I'm saying this to the men, particularly the men under the age of 30, really under the age of 35, but under the age of 30. Listen, y'all go be the best you can be. If you want to internationally travel, if you have the resources, do that. If you meet a woman worth a damn, grab her hand and run. Those are not dime a dozen, bro. Right? That's not dime a dozen. Right? If you meet someone who's a woman who's not black, but she's on your program, that's a consideration. You might want to just grab her hand and run. Right? Because this, once again, none of this is guaranteed. the women keep on saying the dating pool got pee in it while they're peeing in the pool.
You know,
The women have go ahead.
That's funny because like my frat brother's sister, she does taxes for a living, and her children's uncle comes to her home a lot when he's not on assignment. He works for Blackwater. And
okay.
so like he literally just shows up. She lock her doors and everything. He special operations. So she's doing his taxes as she's talking to me and her brother about everything, and she's like, yeah, you know, this nigga on some passport bro shit. Like he going to talk about him and some friends going to Ghana for the next 3 months and all this, that, the third. That's why nobody around here wants you and all this. I said, hold up. You trying to call this man, you saying that he's not attractive. You're saying that none of the women here want to get on this program. And that's fine. But you know exactly how much that man made. And it's not a little bit. So a man make a quarter mil is not somebody broke and dusty, in my opinion. Who I was like, think about it. You saying that you don't want them. None of the women around here want them. But in the same breath, you're downing this man for going where he can try to find what he wants. I'm like, how does that make sense?
Let me say this because I might start Gorgon in a minute, so I'm trying to get this out real quick. So we're talking about a man who can probably delete most people on planet Earth with his bare hands, who is earning $250,000 a year, according to what you're saying, who is internationally traveling, so he sees the women from overseas and how they interact with the men overseas and wherever he's going, and understand that she's saying that her and other black women are not willing to fight for him. A man that earns $250,000 a year and can probably delete anyone with his bare hands. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. If y'all ain't fighting for that guy, it's over, bro. It's over. It's a gift. It's done. So if y'all ain't fighting for him, man, it's done. KMS, go ahead and put the comment, bro. Go ahead and put the comment. It's over. If that guy, I don't care how he look, he can look like goddamn Chewbacca in the face. If he can't get y'all to fight for him, goddamn.
My whole thing is simply like, how? I was like, so what is he supposed to do? If you're saying that y'all don't want him, and he's not appealing to the ladies around here and all this stuff, I was like, all right, then what is he supposed to do? Just sit there and twiddle his fingers?
Black Guru said it. I'm sorry to cut you off, but Black Guru said it. Black Guru, and I'm so glad that Black Guru said it. He's supposed to delete himself, or he's supposed to make himself scarce until one of these overweight 4 or 5 kids from 4 or 5 different dudes, women call into Kendra G, right? Looking for a quote unquote suitable suitor. And then he's supposed to call in and be like, oh my God, I find her so attractive. Please give her my number. And he did it. That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to sit on his hands until one of those unattractive, overweight, did everything with everybody ass women is on her last leg, don't got no other options. And then he's supposed to appear and then marry her and take care of her and the other kids. That's what he's supposed to do. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh no, he said, yeah, he ain't with that shit. He going to college.
See? That's what I'm saying. See? He said he going to Ghana? Hello?
Sorry about that. There was a
no, you good. You good. Yeah, no, but you said he's going to what, Ghana?
Yeah, for 3 months.
Yeah, that means he wants a black woman. Yeah. That means he wants a black woman. I'm glad that you said that. That means he wants a black woman. God damn. Y'all, all right. Anyway, keep going. Man.
And that was the crazy part to me. He's like, yeah, why? I was like, so, it's like, well, because if he got enough money to go over to Ghana. And she was like, yeah, why not go to Europe? I was like, he's probably looking for a black
You
woman.
don't get it. God, boy, they so goddamn dense. Look, KMS is up here to laugh in my face. Go ahead, KMS. Go ahead.
They get it better. Here's what she wants. She wants Genghis Khan to do the dishes. That's
I didn't get to read the comment. Go ahead and say it. I didn't get to read that first super chat because I fucking forgot it. Well, then I could curse. I forgot. Shout out to all my subscribers. I forgot that I can't play movie clips. I've always known. I forgot, and they got my ass. I deserve it. I forgot. Go ahead, Kim. Let's go ahead.
No. I mean, that's all it is, and that's the conundrum that these modern women got themselves into more than any of them black women. They want Genghis Khan to do the dishes. They want the conqueror. They want to conquer the conqueror. She's not. I mean, she's a man. I mean, she knows that what she said don't make no fucking sense. That dude is literally Genghis Khan. He is literally he's a warrior class that makes $250,000 a year. That dude can go anywhere on the planet and feel absolutely safe. But what she wants him to do, she wants him to come home, kneel at her feet, kiss his ass, and wash the dishes. So they want what they call that mythical creature. I mean, they want something that does not exist in nature. There's no way that man exists in nature. There's no way. There's no way a man who has to be the bearer of that much accountability is not going to be wielding the battle axe of authority. But here's the problem, though. At this point, I mean, it's just repetitive. These women don't want to be accountable. They don't want to be responsible. So, they're literally just going to die alone. Genghis Khan is not going to do the dishes. What's going to happen is Genghis Khan going to be like, hey, you're going to do what the fuck I say. I'm going to find another chick. That's all it is. That's what they're at.
While you were speaking, KMS, what I thought, here's the question. The question for the panel and the chat. What does a megalomaniac black woman look like? What does megalomaniac look like in the XX chromosome? White, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise? What does that look like? Because society acts like it doesn't exist.
Hold on. I can answer that right now. It doesn't exist. And I tell you the truth, if it did exist, we'd ultimately be better off, because to be a megalomaniac, you have to be accountable for the outcomes. Just to get the point of being I mean, to truly be a boss, you have to be accountable for the outcomes, take ownership, and make adjustments. These bitches refuse to do that. I mean, like that. I said a couple streams ago, America's issue is not America don't make wives. America's issue is America don't make accountable or responsible women. And the reason why I say that, if you take an accountable and responsible person and put them into any social or relationship construct, they're going to do well, because they're like, okay, I'm responsible. There's some tasks that I must complete. Okay, I'm accountable. I'm in charge of the outcomes of said tasks, either tasks that were given to me or tasks I'm giving to others. So this whole woman being the whole boss bitch shit is a fucking myth. I mean, once again, there'll probably be some outlier in the chat saying, "Oh man, I'm accountable." Shut up, bitch. We ain't talking to you. So in general, no. In general,
you know why I laughed, Kevin?
Why?
When you said that, I thought about Dope Boy off of Boys in the Hood. Shut up, bitch.
I mean, at this point, we've literally. I mean, if any of you guys know sauciers, what they do is they make a gigantic pole. When they make a sauce, they make it in water, and then they reduce it and reduce it and reduce it down to the root. This is where we're at with this conversation. They're just not accountable or responsible. So they're without a country, man. These bitches ain't shit. That's all it is. That's all it is. And you can ask any woman. You can try this out tonight. You can ask any woman, all right, you understand what accountability or responsibility is. And then you give them just that standard definition. And then all you got to do is wait and hear them, hear their conversation, hear their lamentations, hear their wishes, hear their dreams. And somewhere in there's going to be something she should have been accountable for, but didn't want to be, or some task she was supposed to complete and didn't. But it ain't never her fault. And that's where she is. After 18, I don't have no quarter or sympathy for any of these broads, because somewhere along the line, someone gave that chick a task to do to better herself, and she didn't do it. And somewhere along them lines, she saw something that she was accountable for,
based on the outcome she saw, could have made adjustments and didn't.
So while you're speaking, I thought about a conversation me and Miss Z had once, and I asked her to do something, and before she gave me the answer of how it went, she started giving the explanation.
Exactly.
I said, wait. Yes or no first, then explain later. Ms. Z, if you listening, you remember this conversation. This was months ago. I was like, babe, wait. Yes or no first, and then explanation. And it got done, but it was like some hiccup that went through and blah, blah, blah. And I had to do some extra stuff to assist the process. But still, it was like, it's like I'm going to soften the blow by explaining first and then give you the answer of the kind of wishy-washy, kind of in the middle, like yes, but kind of like no, but like no, but kind of like yes. No. Yes or no. And then explain so when you're saying that, KMS, I'm thinking about this literally happening to me, right? So
I'm even more. I'm about 8 car lengths ahead of you on that regard. Because here's how I see it going forward.
Go ahead.
I'm
gonna mute up for a little bit, so y'all go ahead because I'm ordering something. My apologies.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I actually have no problem with women not being accountable at this point. I don't. I actually have absolutely no problem. They're just not going to be accountable. That's fine. Any woman I see is not accountable, the first thing I'm going to ask her is this. Okay, where's your man? Who's the person you report to? If you don't have that, there's no more conversation. You don't want to be accountable. You don't want to be in charge of the outcomes. Okay, who's in charge of your outcomes? There's no man there. There's no either older brother, father, uncle, someone. If they tell you to do something, you'll do it because they have your best interest in mind. I don't want to hear it. And then just to make a derivative off that, to say there's someone there that she listens to, someone that gives her directive. Because she don't want to be accountable for the outcome. All I ask is okay, what that person tell you to do? Did you do it? In most cases, if they're honest, most times the answer is no, and that's where they are where they are. There's no fucking magical situation. I mean, now once again, there are black swans. You know, a lot of the portions of a lot of a human's life is literally dictated on where you literally fell out of on this planet. A lot of us are, whatever we say about America, a lot of us are blessed to literally fall out of this country. That's why people get on rafts trying to get here. However, outside of that, the rest of it's tied to accountability or responsibility. If you don't want to be accountable, you better get up under someone who is. And if that's not the case, hey man, may the odds be forever in your favor. If you are under someone, if you are under someone who is accountable, they'll be responsible for the task they give you. Wait,
KMS, I can't let you slide with that. I can't. Now I'm sorry. I got the odds forever in your favor. Brother, do you appreciate how deep what you just said is in context of what you're talking about right now?
Enlighten me.
because you referencing give me a second. No, okay, I'm sorry about that. But no, because you're using Hunger Games reference. And Hunger Games is literally Hunger Games. When you win, you win for your not city, but essentially your region of the country. You're fighting for food. It's a bunch of it's mainly young people who are used as okay. Long story short, the capital goes to war with the rest of the country. The capital wins. And then they section off the country, and then they have every year as tribute, they have different regions of the country fight each other so that they can provide food for y'all for that year. So when you say the forever being your favorite, the odds forever being your favorite, that reference was perfect because that's what they're gonna be doing if they don't get on a nigga program, or if they don't want to take accountability, then fine. I heard what you were saying. Then fine, that's okay. But then move the hell out the way. The odds being forever in your favor is a perfect thing to say because that's what it's gonna be if you're not on a nigga program. I think that was perfect. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, and honestly, to tell you the truth, man, at this point, man, they don't have to get out of the way, man. The road to perdition, and the mortar of that was the bones of the stupid and the foolish. Fuck it, stay there. Get ran over.
So
So
I
I
gotta.
mean, I guess I guess I'll land my plane there. But nah, man, I ain't got no sympathy for these chicks.
Yeah. And let me say this before you go, better you. Popeyes, but it's not Popeyes, y'all. It's not Popeyes. We're not at Popeyes right now. We can't eat Popeyes every day because Mr. Z gonna be the shape of a bowling ball. We're not at Popeyes today. We're actually at somewhere not that bad. I'm getting a chicken sandwich. It's not even fried. I'm getting grilled. We can't do that every day. Go ahead.
It's
No, I'm not
Wingstop.
Chick-fil-A. Hysterical. Go ahead. No, it's not Wingstop. Hysterical. No, I'm actually at Miami Grill. It's called Miami Grill. So I'm getting a grilled chicken sandwich. That's what I'm doing.
So I view it as a vain power struggle. There was to stick with movie lines in Dragon Ball Super Resurrection F. There's a moment where Frieza's mocking Vegeta. He says, "All hail Vegeta, Prince of No One." And really, I feel like that's where this shit is headed.
That was
Because it's one of
disrespectful.
those things. It's one of those things to where if we as black folks don't get this shit together, the little bit that we do have, we gonna lose. 3-4 generations, it's not gonna be nothing but ashes in this motherfucker.
I mean, to be honest with you, man, it's over. I mean, to be honest with you, it's over because the women don't want to be accountable, and the women refuse to be as responsible. Which means like this, they don't want to lead because ultimately to lead you have to be accountable for the outcomes. You have to be in charge of the outcomes, make adjustments. They don't. They're not responsible because they don't want to follow. They don't want. Man, look, Barack Obama got problems with Michelle. My case closed. So no, it's over. The culture goes through the women. Unfortunately, the women cannot lead because they refuse to be accountable, and they will not follow. So if you're gonna be Genghis Khan, no, you're gonna probably gonna be Genghis Khan for some other group of women, not black women. I'm sorry.
Well, that's
go ahead.
No, well, that's why. Real quick, Vince, because your background, you sound like you in a hallway, but in a tunnel. That's why BGS doesn't call it a matriarchy. That's why he doesn't call it a matriarchy. That's why I say matriarchy if you want to be kind, but remember gynocracy if you want to be accurate, because they don't want to actually take, okay, fine, you want to run this? All right, here go everything. Here go the keys to the Ferrari. And when they crash the Ferrari, it's on you. That's not a matriarchy. When you crash the Ferrari, you own that you crashed the Ferrari.
Wait, no. Let me add more to it. It's not the issue of them having the keys to Ferrari. Here's the cost for maintenance. Here's the insurance.
Yeah, good
They
point.
don't want to pay for the maintenance. They don't want the insurance.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I say this as a black person who has a black wife and has black kids. It's over. It's over.
I say as a black man with a black woman and black Caribbean parents, but with an ADOS woman. And my sister's married to a Jamaican man. It's bad. I don't want to say we can't mess it, but it's bad. Because when you have these conversations with women, there's the will. Why can't y'all be the cleanup men? And they're not using those words. I want to be very clear. Nobody says those words, but that's effectively what it comes out to. Why can't y'all be the cleanup men? Right? Why can't you be, in case of emergency, break glass men?
I can go ahead and answer that because once again, we done reduce this down to the root. If I am that person, are you going to be responsible for the tasks I need you to complete for me? For example, if I'm the cleanup man and you got some kids, okay, I am them kids' authority. What I say goes. Your responsibility is to ensure in them kids that I am that person. Nigga, you ain't my dad. She clearly is not doing the task. To the point, and extrapolate to the point to where they single-handedly killed stepfatherhood. And with the most egalitarian men on the planet. It's done.
AZ, can I reform your question?
Go ahead.
The question will be from them two men. Why don't you break yourself for me?
I mean, like I've said this, and I think, my subscribers, I think y'all rock with it. I like to say it over and over again. When black women in particular call black men sexist, they're not saying the same thing the white women that call black men sexist are saying. Not necessarily, I'll say that. Black women are calling you sexist because of exactly what you just said, Vince. Why won't you break yourself from me? Why you're sexist is that you won't do all of this and then move over and let me run it. You have decided, black men, this is what makes you sexist, that if I want to run it, I got to build it. I have to maintain it. Right? And I have to be responsible. No, you're sexist.
Black men, don't ever say the N-word.
Right.
Meaning no. Don't ever say no.
No, right? Like, you don't, and that's what makes you misogynistic. That's what makes you misogynoirist. Is especially you rich niggas. Oh, you rich niggas. You upper middle class, upperly mobile niggas. Oh, y'all the worst because you turn around and give your money because that's how they think about it. They don't think about it that you earn and you get the choice. No, you give your money to that white bitch, to that Latina bitch, to that. And I'm saying bitch on them for a reason because that's how they think about it.
No,
right?
no, that's not the case. What it is that when I come home, I don't have to wash the fucking dishes.
Oh yeah.
And don't ever think I'm gonna give you the A word, which is agency.
Oh no, black men, you don't get agency. That's if you listen to how black women speak, that's all they about is their agency, their quote unquote liberation, their quote unquote freedom. No, you don't get that. You don't get that.
You don't get no A word at home.
No. Well, there's a pun in there. That's funny. That's funny.
That's fine. That's fine. My counter question is this. Okay. I don't get no agency. Okay, I fund it. You run it. Okay, got it. Are you gonna take care of me? Because you being accountable. You're in charge of the outcomes. I would hope you want the outcomes to be good for everybody under your umbrella. I have my own doubts with that because your very son can't fucking read. So if you are accountable, as you say, and accountability is in charge of outcomes, but your fucking son can't read, your daughter, for some reason, can't keep her fucking clothes on, you're clearly not. You clearly do not have outcomes for that are in the best interest of the group. Why should I break myself under you? You have shown time and time again to be a bad leader. Because there's 2 points of leadership. 1, accountability. 2, servitude. Your job as the leader is to make sure everyone up under you is good. Are black women showing that in mass?
Absolutely not. And go ahead.
No. That was it. That was it, more or less.
And Vince, you got it after this. Real quick. What they don't want the accountability, they don't want the responsibility. When you were mentioning the fund it and run it part, that was our grandmas, maybe if not so much your grandmas, our great grands and older. They understood because they still ran their house. They understood, yes, great granddad couldn't read. They ran the house and he funded it. And yes, they took care of him, even if it was begrudgingly. But they took care of him because they understood the dance. By the time you start getting to grandma, maybe mom, they said, F all that. Right? So to answer your question, Cam, is no, they're not. They still want you to fund it. But when they say run it, what they mean is they'll run it, but if they crash it, it's on you. It's never, they never have, it's like playing hot potato with their life.
It's
when
on
they
your
want, it's always on your dime. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Just using that car analogy. I'll just say this so I come across as quasi-fair motherfucker, not complete absolute ogre. Okay. Let's say it's my job just to fix the car if it breaks down or it gets into a wreck. Okay. My assumption is that you're going to be driving this car reasonably on the road. Let's say we have a Miata. Okay, we drive this Miata on the road.
They gonna drive it through the water, nigga.
at a reasonable speed, and okay, it breaks down. So in a rare situation, it gets wrecked. Okay, I got it. Due to my role and responsibility. What these chicks do is they'll take a Miata off-roading. and then it'll end up in a ditch somewhere in the swamp, and she's like, So no.
Come get me. I'm upside down.
Hey, you know what? That's a good analogy. And don't forget the Miata's convertible. So that shit is in the swamp upside down.
yeah. And come get me. I'm upside down in the Everglades. Bitch, what the fuck you doing to me out in the Everglades?
Alligator gnawing at the goddamn soft top. Hysterical. Oh man, no, I agree. To me, it's disheartening because these are your sisters and your girl cousins. These are women that you grew up with. You know, homegirl that you might have had a crush on in elementary school, middle school, high school type thing, or in college. And when you see them and you see the outcome of their life, particularly their romantic life, right? And if they're doing okay, you're thinking you could have been doing so much better. And if they're doing horrible, you're like, yeah, if you had a man, you probably wouldn't be doing so bad. And that's why I came up with the phrase "get on a black man's program." And I'm glad that Chrissy responded to me with the what program. I'm glad that she responded. Yeah,
I'm not. I have to push back hard on you being disheartened. I'm not disheartened at all, man. Fuck that shit. Here's why. My heart goes out to genuine ignorance. So my heart always goes out to children. The situation these children either are in or will be in the next couple of years, decades, literally breaks my heart. I literally weep for the kids. But I'll be goddamned if some grown woman north of 26 ain't had at least someone pull her aside and say, "Hey, what you doing? Probably shouldn't do that." Or, "Hey, that guy that liked you, the guy you said was a loser, hey man, I don't know too many chemical engineering losers." Or hey, that girl group you're going with, I mean, we're on the streets and all them chicks are hoes. Why are you hanging out with hoes? And so on and so forth. So no, I refuse to give them the veil of ignorance. No. There's not one woman on the planet that does not have at least someone in her life who thought enough of her to try to course correct. But once again, it comes down to accountability and responsibility. These chicks do not want to be accountable for outcomes, and these chicks don't want to listen to anybody as far as from a responsibility aspect of, hey, do a task I'm asking you to do for the betterment of themselves. So fuck them. Fuck them all.
Real quick, Vince, I'm gonna just remind you know, I don't know if you ever got wind of this KMS. I know we spoke about it when it was a thing, which is homegirl from the Pineapple Show. She had a really highly accomplished young brother on there once, and and he was good looking too. Man, they act like that nigga was a dime a dozen in them comments. The Black Manosphere covered it. When you mentioned chemical engineer, he wasn't a chemical engineer. He was something else, but he was doing pretty damn well.
He was a nuclear engineer.
He was a nuclear engineer. Y'all know who I'm talking about exactly. That's the dude I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Exactly.
He was a nuclear engineer, but I feel myself being a charity cat. He was in the army. But as far as that goes, of course they're going to say that because to these chicks, the only reason they're not with LeBron James is because he's 6'8", and they only deal with 6'10" niggas.
Every time you say that shit, it kill me.
So they're going to say anything.
You got it after this, Vince.
To make their situation not look like what it actually is, because at the end of the day, it really isn't an issue that the fact that these bitches are mad because Genghis Khan won't wash dishes when he gets home. The really matter is that these bitches ain't worth Genghis Khan's time.
Hey, I can't disagree with that part. I don't even got no pushback. I can't even smooth that one over. That one, I really do think they want Genghis Khan to bow. Let's get vulgar with it. They want Genghis Khan to come home, rub their feet, let them sit on his face, and then go to sleep. And make sure to have the bath ready in the morning.
I can't do that. Please, wash the dishes.
Oh yeah, that part. Yeah, don't forget to wash the dishes. Don't forget to wash the dishes.
Separate the laundry, colors, and whites, please.
I'm not doing the dishes. F them hoes. I'll let them sit on my face though. I'll take that.
But no. You're deriving pleasure from it. This is a problem.
Wait. No. Listen, I'll say the one more thing. I'll leave. I promise.
You're good, Kevin. You're good.
I have no problem kissing a woman's ass figuratively. I'll be goddamn I kiss a bitch's ass. Question. I have no problem kissing a woman's ass literally. That's a kink. I'll be
Yes,
goddamn, I kiss a bitch's ass figuratively. That's shit
figuratively.
happens.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Hey, KMS, before you leave, right? Let me ask you a
Mhm.
question. So you said that you don't give any leeway for ignorance, not even willful ignorance.
No,
You being
willful
funny.
ignorance is
You
what?
being
I'm being
funny.
funny.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm about to have an aneurysm.
You about to have an aneurysm over there.
Oh, God damn it!
Damn it. Hey, Kevin's about to launch the Jets at DC right now, boy.
Oh man.
But no, Kevin, if you ever get a chance to watch Hunger Games, the 3-part series, watch it because you'll get the reference that I was trying to really make. I did a horrible job at trying to explain it. But when you said may the odds forever be in your favor, which is that's a reference from Hunger Games, you'll see why I said that, especially for what you're speaking about. Like it was perfect. That's why I was like, oh, I gotta explain this shit if you don't know. But yeah, that
Okay,
was a
so
great reference.
we'll do.
Man, but no, I agree. I understand the frustration, especially for you as a successful brother and like not having as many brothers in the space that you're in, knowing that their mothers are handicapping them, knowing that the women in their space who should be the advocates for them have not only not advocated for them, but actively handicapped them, and not even, here's the kicker, not even necessarily advocate for the girls and the women enough to make up for it either. That's the kicker. That's the thing. So the women may do ish, but it's still not enough. Number one. Number two, then when they get to the space that they actually get into, then they turn around and say, well, why aren't the men on my level? First, the men are actually doing better. So the data says black men, number one. Number two, the men that the Tupacs in the suits that you wish were on your level, your mom's handicapped them for the betterment of you. And it didn't even really equal you actually being better, no, necessarily being better. Oh, the math don't math. Oh, the math don't math. It's complicated.
The calculus
Can I
is
say something?
trash. It's my turn.
Wait, we gotta let Vince go because Vince been trying to go, and then whoever was trying to speak, and we'll just circle around. And I know that was you turning around. I think that was you turning around. So we'll do Vince. I know Bruce on Wayne was trying to say something earlier, and then we got you Tunnel Runner, and then I think is that let me see who that is. Is that you, Louis? We'll just go through. No, that's not Louis. But I know Socrates hasn't said anything yet. So Vince, go ahead, and then we get Bruce on Wayne, and we got you turning around, so you can tell us about Paradise. Goddamn, go ahead.
I'm gonna try to not be too long because I do got butt cheeks waiting for me in the house. I'm gonna go literally kiss. So I
Hysterical.
want to say long live the habitual line steppers. That was a good clip you did. You took one for the team. We gotta find a way to, make that viewable, whether you have to like reverse the video, whatever, everything. But that definitely seemed like an autobiography, and that definitely is.
I definitely stepped over the line and they sniped my ass.
Yeah, gun line. But I think that is a retort or a reply to a lot of what you have been saying, and that this isn't a unique issue. It's a significant issue to us because it directly affects us. We see it, we experience it, and things like that. It's a significant issue to us and things like that, and that's why we talk about it. One. Two, I want to also insert this quote, which I love this quote from a movie. I assure you, sir, it will flounder.
It will.
I love that quote.
Shout out to Titanic.
I love that quote. That was a good.
Hey man, I look. I'm only shout out to Sarge Willie Pete. I'm all that was me remixing. Sorry, Sarge Willie Pete been saying that for at least a goddamn decade. Sarge Willie Pete been saying that, and I was just like, look, Sarge, let me go ahead and add on to that because it's a great reference, and exactly you see, and it was magical thinking. What about the different bays and what about it's made out of steel, bro? When dude was like, the Titanic can't sink. And that's what he was like, it's made out of steel, nigga. Like, bro, it's made out of iron or whatever he said. Like, bro,
are you dead?
What is, bro?
Because this boat dead.
Bro, like, and I look at women like that. Like, I see them testing the waters. Like, nigga, this shit can't crash. Like, Western civilization can't crash. Like, I can't be homeless. I won't be homeless. I know that. Or I know I'm throwing this temper tantrum, but I ain't gonna really die alone. Like I know what I'm really doing is yelling at God, like nigga, send my man now. Like I know I'm not gonna really die alone, right? Like no, bitch, you can really die alone,
Women
right?
and rich people with resources have a privilege and expresses, just privilege to actually act on their imagination without the type of consequences other people who don't have that luxury to do. So they can.
Look at. I'll give you one. I'll give you an example of what I was saying. Eartha Kitt, the thing that I reference all the time. Compromise for who? For what? Bro, you thought Eartha Kitt was like, screw that. I'm going out with a bang, nigga. I meant what I said. But she really but it when you look, Eartha Kitt was still famous and still, whatever. The average black woman, they really think like the average woman really thinks like this temper tantrum is really gonna make something shake. No, it's not. Go ahead, finish.
I'll finish with this. I think I made most of my points. It was another thing I wanted to talk about. Give me 5 seconds. What was it? I think I said most of what I wanted to really express, but like I think. Oh, I remember now. I'm considering the whole concept of abolish dating. Dating, it seems like it's since you had said it the other day about how parents didn't want dating. I think it wasn't you. I think it's somebody else who expressed it, how dating was something that the parents didn't really want. And now we see where it's at now about how come it's not working. How come people are kind of like, screw this, and they're trying to make it to something else with all the other things going on. How people are acting outside the agency of their family and be forgetting most of what we are doing as far as marriage, dating, love, all that other stuff is family building and pair bonding and stuff like that. We get away from the utility of family and what it is to have relational networks and things like that. And how people, like how we talked about Olivia being lost and turned out, how she bucked the family, and in the pretty much in the song or whatever like that, there's a metaphor for people who jumped out of how the family function is. It made me question when these people are talking, like what's their esteem for their family? What's their esteem of how they see family? Why are they in such
What family? Wait a minute, Vince. What you talking about? What mumbo jumbo? Hey, man, Vince, you showing your age right now. Now you're sounding like a 12-year-old. Magical family, nigga. Look,
I
what?
can't say the A word. I can't say the F word.
Bro, family. First of all, their newfangled shit is family is what you make it, because they don't got no nuclear family, because now they're not even having the kids. They don't got no man, so they got their friends, and we already know about black women in general, but black women and their friends, they can't keep a friend for more than 5 years, 6 years max, right? So yeah, no, family is what you make it, and once again, still, what family? I don't know what you're talking about. You sounding crazy to me. I don't know.
Yeah. So now I'm also understanding that why people were saying get a man so you could continue a family or create a family of your own. Or create a like I think that was lost through the vanishing family is what they call it. I don't need a man, which means I don't need a family. And also, if I don't have any friends,
that exactly
are frenemies. I think that I'm gonna let it say here, right? I thought.
Go ahead.
So I thought that one of the things that is middle to the left channel, I suppose, right? And how you say it is really center right now because of how things shift or the overtone or blah blah blah. But those, where does the radical left stands, in terms of family, what a family is, or organic family, and a functional family, not just a functional dysfunctional family or a whole bunch of people who are dysfunctional forming a family. And what did that make when you make
if you kissing her ass, you are in a functional family. If y'all are married and you doing what you're supposed to do, oh boy, that term doing what you're supposed to do as a man. Oh boy, and a black man too, right? You doing what you're supposed to do. Y'all a family if you kissing her ass and doing what you're supposed to do.
But there's one word, that the H word, that you should never mumble or say because it's so selfish. Happiness. The H word, god damn it.
Oh no, that's the worst thing in the world. I don't even know.
And we prioritize everybody else's happiness but us oftentimes. And I see it in parents and stuff too. And it's a big conversation, blah blah blah. I don't want to go on no ramble, blah blah blah. I'm about to go in the house. I'm about to cut them on some yams, some yams. So yeah,
I
man.
hear you. Just don't drown in them. Don't drown in them. Don't drown.
Man. Hey,
Hey.
I'm going to go drown. I'm going to drown town, guys.
He said dive in it. He said I'm a dive in it.
I'm a reincarnate as a fish.
Yeah, don't drown. If you like bubbles the way I like bubbles, bro, the swimming is don't drown, bro. Don't drown. But no, let me.
You finna get some yams?
Real quick, let me read this and then y'all got it. And then Louis says, Red Pill Sleeper Cell says, I heard black women on Clubhouse say black men need to be cleanup men. And there you go, KMS, you heard it. They say how. Go ahead. Go ahead. We'll do this. Bruce Wayne, let me pause you for a second. We're gonna let Turner Runner go, and then you got it. You definitely got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that brother that's going over to Ghana, not Ghana, but he's a 1%. When he goes over there, he's gonna be a 1%er. He's making $250,000. He's going to Ghana. He's a 1%er. And
you heard that better, you?
If he's over 5'6", that means he's probably one of the. If he's over 5'6", that's a normal height. If he's over that, he's a tall, black, 1%er in decent shape. He's a 1%er all the way around, and the women will treat him.
And he's American
like
in
a
Ghana.
1%.
Oh my God!
They will treat him like a 1%er. The problem is over here when you are a 25%er, they treat you like you're nothing. We are the richest black people on the planet, and we get treated like we ain't nothing. So you have to go where you're appreciated. That's why he's going to Ghana for 3 months. And when he comes back, he have no problem over here with dealing with these women because he understands that if you are what you are, you should be treated the way you are. And that's one of the biggest problems is that we don't get treated who we are.
All right, completely agree with that, brother.
Sign a successful passport, bro. Jesus Christ.
He came with the.
You know he wants the black woman because he's going to Ghana.
That's what I said. That's what I was saying too. Turner Runner, like he wants a black woman. That's why he went to Ghana. If he wanted a white woman, he would have went to Europe, Eastern Europe or Western Europe, right? If he wanted a white woman, if he wanted an Asian woman, he would have went to somewhere in East Asia or Southeast Asia, right? Like if he wanted that, but no, he wants black.
The woman was telling him to go to Europe. And then what you going to say when he comes back with Becky? He's going over to Africa to find a black woman, but y'all don't want to be right. That's why he has to go to Africa.
I think it's worse. I think the reason why she would say why isn't he going to Europe is because she actually wanted him to go to Europe because him going to Africa proves that it's not no race or color thing. He wants a black woman. He just doesn't appreciate the attitude and the demeanor. He would much rather have the excuse of anti-blackness and of colorism and all that other shit. That's why they want y'all to go to Europe or Asia. When y'all come back home with an African sister or maybe a Caribbean sister, I got their mind right. It's getting harder and harder to find that. If y'all come home with a Caribbean sister or Afro Latina, especially one with the coarse hair, they definitely have an issue with that because that proves to them that it had nothing to do with colorism and featureism and y'all don't like our nose and no. It was about behavior the whole time, right?
So, with the conversation I had with her when she brought that up, I was like, okay, I just to get her perspective, I was like, why that? And she was like, well, because he makes good money over here. He knows that he's going to get the benefit of conversion. And basically, if he went to Europe, he'd be messing with a first world lady, someone who, dollar to euro.
Devalues him also.
Yeah. And then I brought up, I was like, you do realize that the man, I was like, every time I've talked to the dude, I'm like, he always is talking about black women. I never heard him about, being with anybody else or anything like that. So why would you go somewhere where what you're looking for is still a minority to get a westernized black woman, which is what what is rejecting him essentially? Why would he go to be rejected with the accent when he could go to the motherland where it's like, you know what, I can throw a rock and I can skip and knock 10, 11, 12 bad ones right up across the head. Like, it's nothing. Like,
and what she doesn't know is that over in Europe, the average, take Italy, for example, We make their average salary is $35,000. The average black man over here makes $10,000 more than what they make over there. But if you don't know, you don't know.
And
So you're
that's what
telling
it gets to
me
me.
that I can't
Go
get a
ahead, Bruce.
chance? So you're telling me that I have a chance to bag a hoe over there?
Oh yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, when I was
I can
over
be the
there,
main?
when I was over in Italy, I saw black men with they were with Asian women. I don't know if they were military or what, but I seen several black men with Asian women in Italy walking around, having a good time, looking very happy.
Well, we got another passport bro here. That be traveling through Africa. We got another passport bro. But before you go, Zulu, let me let Bruce Wayne finish it. Go ahead, Bruce Wayne.
I can go now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
All right. So you're telling me that if I'm making around, let's say 55, 60, I can get a decent woman? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I heard. That's what I think I'm hearing.
What I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, if you're making that kind of money,
$60,000,
and most of the world, you're making $60,000. 85% of the world, you're gonna still be in the top 10%. Well, maybe the top 10, 15%, and 85% of the planet.
Let me stack my chips, man. I ain't messing with them with them hoes. You know,
If you make 100,000, you're gonna be in the top 5% and almost 80% of the world.
Ooh. But they don't know that.
They don't know that, but some of us don't know that either. So when you women talking about they want a man making 100,000, 6 foot tall, and with a 6-pack, they are asking for men that are in the top 10% in the world, and they say, and even that is not good enough for some of them. They want more and
their
more.
ass is fat, and their ass is fat, out of shape, and walking around here like a Loompa Loompa. They don't know that.
I actually think they know what they're saying, bro. So I feel like somebody said earlier, right? I know. So what they land with you, they say, "Oh man, I should have, I settled, basically, Oh, I should have ended with the movie star, but I settled for you." So I'm pretty sure they definitely know what they're saying.
Wow, that's insane.
Hey man. Wow.
Well, as the brother said, if Barack can't get it right and Shaq can't get it right, I don't know what we can do here. When you got people who are seen around the world as top flight men, and they still can't be happy. They still can't get a wife to be submissive and happy with them. You just have to go where you can be appreciated.
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm going out there to Uganda again, man, and boy, I can't. But I love that place, bro. So that's all I'm gonna say, bro. Me, no Shay of are alike minds in this place. That's all I can say.
Look. I am. Unfortunately, if we have to resign the sisters to, and I know somebody's like, it's not unfortunate. Z, if what we're gonna see, and I think this is we're already seeing this. Actually, I'm not even gonna say gonna see. We're already seeing it. We're watching black men and black women separate more and more. Unfortunately, I said they attached by the hip, but black women trying to goddamn saw the damn attachment off. Okay, cool. You'll see black men end up with non-black women more and more, and you'll see black women.
They're gonna turn into the gypsies, man. I'm telling you, that's what you're gonna see in about 100 years. They're gonna be the gypsies, man.
And for those of you that was waiting for me and I was saying it so slow, I knew what I was about to say. I purposely just shrugged, and that's unfortunate. And don't worry, they'll have the rhetoric. The single black women will have the rhetoric for your ass. They're gonna sound just like how they sound now, right? They'll find out. They'll come up with new terms, right? It may move from decentrament to another term, but it's still gonna mean the same thing. And they'll have the terms to your ass, and an increasing amount of non-black women will be on that same shit. But at the end of the day, when you look at who's getting married and who's staying married, it's gonna be what it is. And you're gonna watch the women who are not married and who have excuses. They'll find ways. Very few of them are gonna be like, look, I played around in my youth. and I tried to get it together, or I didn't try to get together, and this is what my life is. Nobody says that. Don't expect the women to tell you the truth. Don't expect them to admit how lonely they are or miserable. Very few of them will. Few of them will, right? And I'm gonna play the compilation videos in a minute. A few of them
No,
will,
no,
but for the
please don't,
most
please
part,
don't,
they're
please
not.
don't.
No, it's a compilation video of them complaining about being single, not about how dusty black men are and dusty men are. There, not that. But yeah, so we leave the ladies to their own devices, bro. That's what we are right now. Leave them to their own devices. Pun intended. Where my clip at? Wait, I'm gonna play it for y'all again because I gotta do. Leave them to their own devices, bro. For real. And go ahead, Zulu. You were trying to say something. I know we got Socrates up here. He hasn't said anything yet either. Go ahead, Zulu.
Actually, give me a moment real quick. Hold on.
Okay, Bruce, when you want to say something else?
You know what? To them Cheerios who are complaining that they can't get no man, or men are doing this, that, and third with other races of women. Here's my answer to them. I'm not diplomatic. I said, I fuck who I want and fuck who I don't. Thank you.
That sounds like a rap line. It sounds like that sounds. Who's that
that's
from?
Lil Wayne for you.
There you go. Okay, I knew it. I was like, I said that sounds really good. I was like, I don't know who Bruce Wayne came up with that for himself. I don't know. But no, that was good. That's true. By the way, that's true. I mean, it fits. Yeah, that sounds about right. No, I agree with that. I agree. But yeah, no, and Tony, if you wanted to say anything else, better you. I know you probably on the go. If you wanted to say anything else, we're gonna keep on rolling. Y'all know I keep on muting up because I'm about to start eating in a minute. So, as a matter of fact, while y'all doing that, while we're all quiet, I guess I'll play this one first, and then we'll speak about it on the other end. Brace yourselves. No, it's just gonna be a bunch of women complaining about being single. And shout out to the channels I got this from. I will link them in the. I've been really messing up on my links over the past week or so. I am sorry because Mr. Z is always on the run, and it's gotten really worse over the past couple weeks. But yeah, let's play this, and as a matter of fact, before we do that, let's do this first. Fair use, before Mr. Z gets sniped again. Fair use, right? So let's do this, and that's not ever going to show again. That's gone. That's just we just got sniped forever on that previous video. And let's play this one, and then we'll play the other one after.
So fucking tired of being the strong, independent, resilient one all the time. It's fucking exhausting. It is so fucking exhausting and draining to act like everything is okay all the time when you are absolutely fucking breaking inside.
So sick of being told that I should be happy single. I don't want to be. I want to be in love. I want to be sickening to everyone around us. I want to adore them, and I want them to adore me. I want to find my person. I want to love them, and I want them to love me. I have so much of myself to pour into someone, and right now I feel empty. It shouldn't be this hard to find love, but all I find myself doing is scrolling through stupid dating apps, finding stupid men who just want sex, and I'm so sick of it. Why is it so hard to find love? I can't stop crying. I'm happy and I love my life, but I feel so goddamn lonely, and it terrifies me. Everyone's getting married or having kids and starting a new chapter in their life with their friends and whatnot, and I'm just here on my own, in my own home, working and surviving. And I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's just me who's experiencing this.
How's she able to afford her own home?
I just
in England.
I feel so lonely. And it's scary.
Fucking tired of this shit.
And she don't look that old either.
Man, why the fuck am I fucking with somebody that fuck with somebody else? Why the fuck when you tell me that? Why the fuck when you tell me that? I want my own man.
I have reached my breaking point of having to do this life thing alone. I just want to be held, nurtured, loved, cared for, physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, in all aspects. I want my heart and soul to be seen and held. I just can't do it alone anymore, and I'm at my breaking point. I can do it physically alone. I've been doing it, but I don't want to. I don't deserve to, because I am worthy of companionship, of community, of love, of affection, of support, of someone motivating me, encouraging me. I am worthy of that, so I deserve to receive that. I don't want to do it alone anymore, and I've been crying all day.
So I know I said I wanted to take a break from dating, and I didn't need a man. I changed my mind. I'll take whoever. Just like get here ASAP. Please.
Is it just me, or
yep, in case of emergency, break glass man.
Like, I'm so uninterested in men, but I also want a man so bad. Like, I want a man so bad, but I'm so uninterested. Like, every man that comes my way, I don't respond, I don't flirt back, I just don't care. Like, I don't care to put forth the energy. Like, I don't. A nice man has came my way, and I still just been like, cool. Because I'm willing, but then I lay in my bed at night alone, and I want a man so bad. So like, what's wrong with me?
Can we talk about how I crave to be cuddled? How I crave to just be like, can I just like kiss someone? Can I just like hold me?
Latina flatbacks.
I need a big boy. But anyways, I just want to be held. And to be honest with you, like, I could go out and get that shit right now. Like, I could respond to a DM right now and be like, let's meet up, let's go Netflix and chill, and like, let me get it satisfied. But that's temporary satisfaction, and we are big girls, and we don't do that. We don't fucking do that.
I've done really well for myself in my career.
You want to do it?
And it seems to be something that is like desired because it's like, I don't know, I'm prized to be one. But then once I actually open up in like in the dating world and like let someone in, then they get bored or they don't see
God damn the music. I'm gonna get flagged for that. Jesus Christ.
An opportunity this week as well.
I'm gonna try to talk over it. God damn.
And then also the guy I was
I'm gonna get
dating.
hit for that. Jesus Christ.
It just, I guess, didn't work.
Stop playing the goddamn music, lady. Come, hurry up.
Us as humans need our little person. But I don't want temporary anymore. I'm done with temporary. I'm ready for long-term commitment, and that's what none of our generation is up for. No one in this shit. All right, especially where I'm at, especially where I live. There's no one, and it fucking sucks. And then it makes me just think about like the shit that I've been through, and then it just makes me think about like how my sons, like, they don't have a legit family. I mean, they have a great family like of me, but I mean, like, they don't have the mom and dad in the same household, is what I'm saying. And that's
You're looking for one of y'all to be a stepdaddy.
People meet people nowadays. Being a single gal in a single world, where do I go if I don't want to go on dating apps? Like, I don't like dating apps. I've had them. I've tried them. I get disappointed. I get discouraged. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Dating apps, if you're going to think this person is attractive, you're probably going to swipe yes. And if you don't find them attractive, you're going to swipe no. But sometimes people just aren't photogenic. They just don't present themselves well through photos. That's why I just feel like it's so much better to meet people in person. Also, just like with having dating apps, like, it just feels forced. And I don't want it to feel forced. I want to like go out in public, meet someone like in the wild, both just happen to bump into each other, and you're like, and then, you know, sparks fly. I just want to know where do the single men go? Where are you going? Where are you hanging out? Like, if you're in the garage, like, come out. Like, are you at the lake? Are you snowmobiling? Are you fishing? It's wintertime. What are you doing right now? It's funny. How am I this amazing? Like, and single? Like, are you kidding me? And like, for the longest time, I just like wasn't worried about it. At this point, I'm like, I'm 31. What is happening?
Egomaniac much?
Put me on a dating show. The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, Love Island. I don't even care. Just put me somewhere so I can actually like interact with the male race. I'm not interacting with males.
How am I so amazing, ma'am? If you were that amazing, you would be
Love comes to you when you least expect it. Shut up. I have been trying to not expect it for like 6 years. And also, I was speaking to my friend the other day, and she was like, well, like, are you like trying to like go out of your way to meet people? I'm like, no, because people are fucking telling me that it comes when you least expect it. So here I am, like, trying to convince myself I don't want it, and I'm just not expecting it so I can get it, and it's not happening. But then even when I go out of my way to like go on dating apps, it just never works because these people that I'm meeting aren't my cup of tea, are not wanting what I want. They just want a casual thing. And like, as someone who's never been in any kind of romantic entanglement, my first relationship is not going to be a fucking casual relationship. And yeah, so like, what one is it? Should I put myself out there, or should I just pretend that I'm not like, oh, I don't want a boyfriend?
Alright guys, thank you so much for coming back to my channel. So
what do y'all think?
To them, I said,
that was actually really good. I thought it was the real thing.
Back.
I thought that was the real thing. Go ahead, Zulu.
Nah, man, that white reach back is A1, bro. Like, I mean, right now, they
crying, bro.
From here to Africa right now, man.
You said that white reach back, nigga.
That white reach back. They serious, bro. She's like, I got 2 sons. I need somebody ASAP. I'm like, nah.
Shout out to the white Latinas. Shout out to the mestizas. Hey, you see, she said that towards the end. She was like, she ain't saying 2 sons. She's like, you know, what she said, what example am I setting for my sons or something like that? And she said sons real smooth. Real smooth. Hey, she looking for you, Zulu. She need a stepdaddy in her life.
Nah, but we ain't doing none of that, boy.
Bruce on Wayne, go ahead, bro. Bruce on Wayne, go ahead.
I ain't got no smoke for them. I said to them, unless you gonna pay for it.
Oh man,
you want to pay? Because I've seen them hoes sending money to niggas, like top dollars, top of money. I'm like, damn, you paying niggas? So if you want to pay,
Bruce Wayne said you got to pay.
Oh yeah, you got to pay me, girl. I'm saying if you want me there, baby girl, you got to pay me. You know, so my protection.
is was it $100 an hour, girl? So
oh goddamn.
So we started out, I'm starting out with the tall.
That's $800 a shift, bro. God damn, that's $800 a shift. Jesus.
You got
$10 an hour. Don't worry about it.
Like you got to charge by the hour, man. It's a 24-hour protection, bro. That's real, man. You know, so you want to pay, baby girl.
Bro, that's damn near $2,500 a day, bro. God damn, you breaking them those wallets.
But well, yeah, but she can't afford me, bro. See what I'm saying? She can't afford me, bro.
Bro, went
You
from
know what?
drizzle
I'm a cheap
drizzle
nigga.
to
So I'll do it
sleep.
for $10 an hour. Don't worry.
Wait. Y'all better you say that again, and then you gotta do something. Wait a minute, buddy. You go ahead, say that again.
Brother went from drizzle to sleep.
Hey, they don't got it. No, they don't got it, bro. Wait, say that again one more time, better you so we can hear you.
Oh, from drizzle to sleep.
Hell yeah.
Hey, they don't got it. They don't got the money for it. Go ahead.
I'll do it for $10 an hour, and if they want extra, they want cuddle and all that good stuff. I said, baby girl, with some extra money, you got it.
No, fucking hey, look. See, it gotta be one of those stations that undermark everything. See, no, bro, you gotta charge more than that. See, you're messing up the ADOS market right now. Look, you gotta charge at least $25 an hour. You gotta charge at least $25 an hour.
You know what?
$10 an hour is a cut.
I get your money. You gotta remember what you bringing. You bringing her protection, bro. 24-hour protection, bro. All right, bro. That's one thing. God forbid if you can actually cook, bro. See what I'm saying? But you gotta break the bank, bro. Right now, bro.
If it's about cooking, then I'm definitely worth $200.
I mean, we already there, bro. I mean, so hey, she gotta pay, bro.
Them bitches will cook. Them bitches will cook. That's $200 an hour. Oh no, baby girl. Cook. You know how to cook.
She want cuddle. That means she want the emotional support too, right? She wants you to be a stepdaddy. All of that.
How much is the average psychiatrist going right now, man?
That hour? No, that's some money. That's some money because most of that shit is subsidized through your job.
Hey, girl. If you really want all this stuff that you want, bro, you got to pay, girl. Since you want me to be a psychiatrist, bro, I gotta be a protector. Girl, you got to pay, girl. You gonna have to.
No, I got y'all. I got both of y'all. Wait a minute. Here you go.
You gonna pay what you all saying, huh?
For real.
Ain't no free shit over here. What you talking
That's what y'all saying right now. I hear y'all.
Free?
Oh man. No, not the you gonna pay what you owe, Santa. But for real, and so that was the first one, and here's the second one with them pretty much doing the same thing.
But wait,
This dating world that we're living in, I cannot. I'm so lonely.
Nothing actually prepares you for how lonely being an adult can be.
Super lonely. Don't have anyone. I just want to crawl in the black hole and not come back out.
I don't know how much longer I can stand being single, and it's not because I'm just super lonely. No, I'm pretty peaceful on my own. It's not because I'm like terrified of my eggs drying up, and I mean I do want kids. That is a part of it. And it's not because I see all these other couples and I'm like, oh, I want that. It's not because I need someone else to help me pay the bills. I do. I really do. But that none of the typical things that you would think of are the main reason that I don't know how much longer I can be single. The main reason? I'm tired. I can't go out anymore. I want to stay at home with a good book. My social battery has gone way down since hitting 30. I can't keep having these same conversations. It's painful. And I'm tired.
It's so hard sometimes watching so many of your friends fall in love and find their person and get pregnant, especially as I'm moving into my 30s. I feel like I'm watching everybody else live out their dream and wondering when my dream is going to happen for me.
My God, it's so draining. Dating is draining. I just can't keep doing it.
Literally can't do this anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. But then I'm like, how am I gonna get a husband? I literally don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. I'm crashing out.
Myself personally, I'm looking for one person that I want to spend the rest of my life with.
At least she thinks she's crashing out.
And I do think it's possible to find your person or find someone that you want to choose to spend the rest of your life with. But think about it in terms of a game. And I think it will make a little bit more sense, and it will help you feel a little less like bogged down when you go on a date that's not great. The odds.
My birthday is this weekend. I'm turning 47. I'm getting a lot of people wishing me happy birthday, which I am very grateful for. Thank you so much for remembering and for thinking of me. And also they keep asking me, why am I single? What? And I think I could sum it up by saying I'm looking for a man who's willing to do the things that I'm willing to do to be in an adult grown relationship. And let me give you a couple examples. Be reliable, be trustworthy, be honest, be fun. The biggest problem I see is they say one thing and do another. They haven't learned how to appropriately express their wants and needs. And lastly, they try to rush relationships.
So don't get me wrong, in 2025, I am definitely looking for a long-term committed relationship, and I am willing to do all of the things that I just said so that we can have two people working towards big goals all together. But until then, I'm gonna stay single.
I believe that you know if someone is your person, like, immediately. Within the first couple dates, like, you have this overwhelming sense of connection to them and, like, that you want to spend every waking moment with them. I have been in love with one person in my life. The second I met that person, I knew that I was going to fall in love with them.
Last man I met who was in their late 30s, early 40s, it ended with him being like, oh, I don't want anything serious. And I'm thinking, like, you know what is serious? Your hairline under the hat that you won't take off your head. So you don't have a lot of time left. Like, what are we doing being at the ripe age of 40 and saying that you don't want anything serious? You're gonna die being unserious with women. Someone please explain it to me. I don't understand.
Last time I went out with my friends, a gentleman, a younger gentleman,
want to be with you
at the bar. He was very nice, and we got on the topic of age, and I informed him that I was 35, to which he did not believe me, and he's like, no way, like, you're not 35. And I was like, no, I am. Like, I'm 35. I was born in 1989. And he was like, whoa, you were born in 1989? Like, you're from, like, the late 1900s.
Okay, so I haven't dated anybody in 3 years. I finally decided I'm putting myself out there to start meeting people. These men are weak. These men are soft, okay? They don't text you. They don't call you. They like your Instagram posts. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. What planet is everybody on? Why are girls allowing men to act like this to them? Absolutely not. No, go waste your time with a 20-year-old. Like, they'll probably be happy to get your attention.
Quick question for any single women who are attempting to date men in Berlin via the apps. Are we okay? Because I feel like it's just getting worse for us. You know what I mean?
Convinced that we do not need reality TV anymore when you have already dating the same guy page in your hometown. Unpopular opinion here. At the age of social media, and women nowadays are so quick to call a dude a narcissist, but they're forgetting, like, hey, same shit. Women are by far, in my opinion, that I'm watching on these pages, more narcissistic than some dudes are. Like, if you're looking for your person, it's an equal partnership. But now, this page that was supposed to make women safe has turned into just bashing men whenever they get the freaking chance. And it's supposed to be a secret thing. Well, it's 100% not. And I get the age of, like, women will repress for a long time, whatever the hell. Women have this idea in their head. This Prince Charming is coming around. And when a man does not fit that exact mold, then they're the asshole. Instead of getting to know the man for who they are.
Well, you look at that.
They're pissed. They don't fit their mold they already had in their brain.
I feel like when it comes to dating, I've been very chill and calm when it comes to my old, like, set of standards that I held for myself. I'm like, okay, I need, like, what the fuck? I need, like, really high standards. I have high standards. I feel like with dating, like, I've kind of, like, realized to calm down a little bit in certain areas where I've been so high and mighty and tight with, like, certain things you need to have.
Well,
and, like, relax on that.
when you listen to
just, like, not seeing or, like, feeling how I feel like I'm supposed to be feeling. And it's just, like, kind of upsetting because I'm like, okay, not that I'm lowering my standards. I just feel like I'm, like, opening up a little bit more and, like, growing up. Realizing that maybe certain things that I used to think were, like, negatives are actually positives, and don't know how to navigate it. I'm in this weird limbo of, like, trying to grow, trying to learn, and you don't even make excuses for someone in your head, and then you kind of calm yourself down, and then you're like, do I need to be making those excuses? I'm just feeling defeated, because it's really hard to, like, start over time and time again. And again, you know, when you open yourself emotionally up to dating.
You're a girl and you're feeling sorry for yourself about not having a boyfriend, and you're feeling single, and you're like, oh, I just want a boyfriend. I have never, ever, ever been told by an adult, especially a female, even adult males. Like, when I say adult, I mean, like, mum, dad age, like, family, friends, uncles, aunties, that kind of vibe. I've never had one of them say you need a boyfriend. I only ever get told, no, stay away from boys, stay away from boys.
That means your network is garbage.
I still get told, they're no good, don't, you're always better off without them, stay single as long as you can. I've never once.
Hello YouTube, thank you so much for coming back to my channel. So on today's episode, I am going to be...
What y'all think about that? Go ahead, Benny.
I've been mulling on this for a good bit, but in much the same way that we I think it was G yesterday was talking about how motherhood is not innate. Being a wife, a spouse is not innate. And I really think more and more these women sound this way in part because they have never been taught how to compete, what it means to actually show up and try to vie for a man's attention. So it kind of becomes the elementary school antic of, like, oh, okay, I'm going to make fun of him. It don't work, then shit out of luck. I really don't think they know how to even approach, make themselves available to be approached and be likable. I don't think they can really have those skills of carrying on a conversation, or even the understanding that when it comes down to a relationship, that means that there's another person there, and that means that for a lady, that means, hey, this guy, he's probably gonna want a couple things, and if I can't deliver those things, we kind of don't have a relationship.
Sounds about right. Yes, if you can't deliver, hey, I said that they have a market-based valuation of men. I mentioned, like, yeah, no, you're judged off performance, and I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I'm with KMS on this. What am I getting in return? And your presence isn't good enough. Some unenthusiastic vagina is not good enough. That's not good enough. And I'm
Pussy
seeing more
was
and more
never
men
good
say
enough.
that. Yeah.
I'll say it out loud. Pussy was never good enough. Y'all niggas settle for good pussy in exchange of your life, not just money
Nah,
and
hey,
results in your life.
you saying good pussy. I don't even think it was that. Go ahead, buddy.
No,
And then
not this.
we're gonna have Toya after that. Go ahead.
I would say this. This is neoliberal. This is the neoliberalization of love. This is what happens when you marketize yourself, and the market has spoken. You're not as valuable as you think you are.
Ooh, ooh.
Bet you were
You know,
$40.
let me say this for all of us that ever watched the card auctions, the Barrett Jackson card auctions or whatever. You notice when they have like a reserve, like it got to at least start at this number. And if the car is up there and nobody bids on it or it doesn't start at that number, they'll pull the car. They won't sell it. They won't sell it unless it starts off at a certain number. And what I see the ladies doing is that they have this number in their mind of what they are or what they should be to us. And then they're throwing temper tantrums because nobody's bidding, or the guys that they would like to bid aren't bidding. And so they pull themselves. That's real talk with Yanni. That's a number of women. So I'm not going to settle. That's why I played that clip, right, from the movie. I'm not going to settle. That's what they're saying. For them, it's anything under, let's say, anything under 5'11". This is like bare minimum talk now. Anything under 5'11", $100,000 a year, college educated. I'm not going. And I think that's okay. But so many women are saying that the one woman that does end up getting the wedding ring, all the other 10 that were chasing after him are like, I'm not budging though. I think that's okay. But then that when you over-index on that, now you have a societal problem, which we do have. Well, yeah, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. What's going on, Toya? Okay, I think she.
Sorry about
there we go.
that.
No, you're okay.
Hi.
What's up with you?
How are you?
Good.
Hey to everybody else on the panel too. So one thing that stood out to me while you were playing those clips of the women talking is that the the perfection to depression pipeline is real. Right?
Go into that. Yeah. Go into that.
What I mean by that is just what you were talking about, this whole idea that there is some Prince Charming owed to you merely by the fact that you are a woman. Damn whether you are a woman worth her salt. You are a living, breathing woman, thus you are supposed to be you are perfect by virtue of that, but you also are deemed worthy of a Prince Charming. So once you don't get that based on this supposed perfection that you have achieved simply by being a woman, that's when the depression sets in. So that's what a lot of that sounded like to me. Like if they weren't already on meds, they were close to it.
Yeah.
Just an observation though.
Look, I emphasize this. Women are real human beings. Men are real human beings. When we feel slighted, when we feel like we're not being given what we're owed, when we feel like and you see this, and I'm not to insult any of us, but you see this when they do the test with the monkeys, where you give one monkey so much and you give the other one just little scraps, and you see how that the monkey that feels deprived because it was deprived, how it responds to that. We live in what I would argue is what mainstream media and then social media did was it got people to peer into other people's lives just a little bit. And social media made it worse because it allowed for you to see the highlight reels of everyone's life. What that did to men and to women is a bit different because men are still socialized to go out and get it. Not just go out and get an education. You're going to be responsible for a family, right? You're not only are you going to be responsible for a family, you're going to have to put them on your shoulders. Where with women, the man is a representation of your status and your aspirations. And for men, that's similar too. So when women watch Cardi B or when Young Miami was messing with Diddy or Beyonce or name them, and it's like Ari and whoever, I forgot who she's with, right? But yeah, so it's why can't I have that? And if I can't have that, I don't want anything, right? And is it to the extreme of the celebrities? Maybe not. But is it some type of facsimile of that? Yes. And if I can't have that, then I don't want to have anything. And I deserve that because of my college degree. I deserve that because I'm white collar. I deserve that because I earn $70,000 a year, right? I deserve that. And anything short of that is me settling, and it's an insult to me. It's me devaluing myself. And I get it. I can understand that. Unfortunately, the way the women are going about it, the numbers don't add up. None of the math. That's the thing. None of the math. The women are angry as hell. The technocrats done lied to y'all. Like it's crazy work out here. And to be frank, no one is deserving of any of this, right? So, yeah, it ain't looking good. And when you scale this, you end up where we are now, which is like lowering birth rate, lowering marriage rate, and all the societal ills that come with that, right? The fracture of the family, of community, and as some of the women, not on these clips I played, but some of the women have said, like, hyper individuality that they were sold, right? And I can agree with them. Yeah, you were sold it, but you believed in it. You believe, not only did you, like, it wasn't even reluctantly. You believed in it, hook, line, and sinker, because you thought there was some type of power in that. Yeah, exactly, wholeheartedly, and like you waved it, and like not even waved it. You like pummeled men with that, black men, but specific with that, and like we're here now, right? We're here now, and
but see,
you go ahead.
Yeah, no, but Tank told them maybe they do deserve.
Maybe bro, that song. I'm gonna have to do a review on that song, and I'm gonna need to bring the Raj report up for that one because we've spoken about that song before. Bruh, that song right there, that Tank maybe I deserve. Oh my God, travesty. Tank, oh my God. And Tank Mark is fine as hell too, but goddamn Tank, Jesus.
I think women use the words wrong because deserve means you would have to put forth some kind of effort, right? Yeah, I mean, usually to deserve something, that means you've already pre-qualified yourself. Or
but they think they did with that degree though, or just better yet, I think Toyo was right. They think they did just by being XX chromosome. Then she has the degree on top of that. Then she's white collar on top of that. Then she's getting pats on the head for her white boss on top of that. Oh, she definitely deserved the 6'3" tall, 6'5" tall, chisel chin, white or black or whatever guy she's into. Man, oh, you better believe it. And she used to get A's in school. God forbid she went to Ivy League. Oh boy, go ahead, Toy. Go ahead.
The problem is we and I'm putting myself in that category because I drank that Kool-Aid too. We thought that those were things that made us attractive. Like you said, these other things that you named after being a woman, being born female, were just icing on the cake. So aren't we more palatable to you because we went and got these degrees, and because we are mouthy and we have opinions, and because we make a certain amount of money and can buy a car and a bag, but we still want your money though. But just so you know, we do have this ability and we are getting all this approval and praise from everyone else, the folks that don't really matter. But we somehow have convinced ourselves that that recognition, that praise, that reward is suffice for exchange of relationship. So that's
Let
really
me.
what I was talking about in terms of the
Mm,
perfectionism to depression pipeline. Because
Mhm.
once you
let,
hit that realization that none of those things matter and no one cares, what happens?
let me say this
Mhm.
to what you're saying, Toya, and then whoever's trying to go after this. I am gonna say that I don't think that men actually don't care, particularly black men, don't care about a woman's education. It's a plus. And especially in our society right now, it's a really good plus. The issue is you don't get to be obese, you don't get to be mean, you don't get to be rude, you don't get to be overly sassy, you don't get to have insane student loan debt, and then come to me with the degree as a way to say, yeah, don't worry about none of that, but I'm white material. No, you're not. You still have to be white material to be a kind person.
It, I see it as a lot of women looked and at what made a man attractive, and they tried to emulate a lot of that. Um, and they lost sight of the fact, like I was saying before, with not knowing how to compete, they lost sight of the fact that that guy, he wants certain things, and those things are unique and different than what you would want. So you can't just make yourself an attractive guy by getting the good paying job, the degree, all this stuff. Yeah, if you were being measured on a guy's standard, yeah, you might be pretty attractive, but
But
if you're
better
snarky,
you.
if you're an asshole, you looking down at your nose. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Toy.
But I mean, like,
But
isn't
better you.
oh
Anything
sorry.
you can do, I can do better. You know I'm
Hey,
gonna keep playing devil's advocate. Every time y'all say something, I'm just gonna sit here and say what I know a woman is gonna be thinking when she's listening to this. Anything you can do, I can do better. Don't you know women can do that too?
No,
well,
got
this is my
yo, it
this is
just
my
seems
understanding.
like yo,
But this
I was
this would
just
be my
saying, it
only
seems
thing.
like to me that they're just mad that the fact that they've realized that they're not really the beautiful ones or whatever the hell. If you kind of get what my drift is, they like a lot of women been believing that they're on this higher pedestal, that they believe that they're above it all, they're better than men. But then when reality hit them, like, oh, men actually built these walls, this step that I'm even standing on, all this stuff, and really like let's put like another layer onto it. When you look at the human body, everybody, even a man, could will like look at another man's body and realize, God damn, it's envious. Like if he was stronger and all that stuff is envious. When you look at a chick's body, it's like, eh. I mean, like it's cool. You know what I'm saying? As a dude, you look at him as like, yeah, it's sexy and all that stuff, but everybody knows the pinnacle of the human body is really a man's body.
So,
Let
so,
me
so
say
what
this
you
to what
said,
Toya
Toy?
was so. Oh, go ahead, go ahead, better. You know, go ahead.
Oh, I would simply say this: like anything you could do, I could do better. Maybe, but you know what? If you think you're lonely now, wait until tonight.
That part.
Let me say this to what Toya was saying. We just saw Teslin say exactly what you said, and she wasn't covering for she meant what she said. You're trying to just pick some of the stereotypical stuff, but no, Teslin said exactly what you said, and she meant that.
No, they believe it, Z. They really believe it. Like that's the thing. That's why it's a thing. It's because there's this really strong belief, and what we're seeing is the outcry from realizing that this belief that you've held on to for so long isn't actually working for you. And while it was cute and fun at first when you were buying things and filling up your cart, now that you don't have anything else to buy, or you've run out of things to buy, or the hole is gaping, you want to fill it with something real, and you got all this fake stuff around you. Depression, medication, addiction.
I don't know if we ever really had like that whole whatever you can do, I can do better thing, like in an actual real sense, like maybe in a okay, I'll be in this air conditioned environment pushing these paper type of sense, but in a real sense, probably not. Like we still actually do the stuff. Like we have what I could only refer to as something like female feudalism, like go out there, do the work.
Nigga, wait a minute. Inspired Truth, pause right there. Oh boy. You heard it here first. See, Inspired Truth said it here, not even on his own channel. By the way, y'all check out Inspired Truth channel. Inspired Truth, if you want to put the link in the chat, you can. What you said, female feudalism. that needs to be explored. That needs to be explored. Number one. Number two, I heard what you said. I'm not gonna fully disagree with you. I will raise you Sojourner Truth.
Oh, the ain't I a woman thing I can pull.
Yeah.
And it's never been true. Like the whole point of
True. You're right about that. You're right.
The whole point of getting the men was that they could get more cotton. Like the majority of the slaves were men initially. Like it's never actually been true. It's been a phrase. It's been a kind of a depiction, a narrative. It's been a thing to try to move things in a certain direction, but it's never actually been anything that comports with reality.
You know what actually matches with what you're saying. What Paul Mooney said. Everybody wants to be a nigga until they, be a nigga and everything. It's basically everybody wants to be a man until they really become a man and they realize I don't want the responsibility of being a man.
You know when we saw that? We saw that with Homegirl. Somebody gonna remember this. A lot of people y'all gonna remember. Somebody put the link for it too. When Homegirl that was dealing with them gangsters, whatever, and they robbed somewhere, and she was like, "I'm legally blind," and like somebody remember what I'm talking. And she she wants to be feminine and all that other stuff, and then she started repping her gang. I'm like, bitch, you getting arrested right now. So she was trying to play innocent at first. And then the cop still was arresting her anyway. And then, she was talking about it couldn't be her. She was legally blind. And then she started shouting out the gang, which is stupid. But that's an example of that's one example, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But that's also an example of now you got to deal with the weight of POP. Yeah, POP hold it down, Vince. That's exactly what I'm saying. POP hold it down. Thank you. Right? So exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? So exactly, Dark Bingo, thank you. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? And when she said that, I was thinking to myself, but you playing around with them niggas. You in the streets with them, you doing what they doing, and this is the outcome. So going to what you're saying, when you adopt that mentality, that's what happens. And what you will find oftentimes is certain butch or male presenting same-sex loving women, particularly the black ones, they be getting caught up in all types of crap because they trying to imitate the worst of us. And well, that's the way. Go into what you were saying. Right? Go ahead.
You see how they went through all that experience, and now you see majority of them coming back and like, oh, you know what?
Yeah,
I don't like men. I don't like women's anymore. I don't like men's anymore. I'm no longer gay. I'm delivered. Like basically type shit like that's going on now.
No, it's the way. Look, man. Look, this experiment has been going on for decades. We're about the second, as millennials, we're about the second-ish generation. They got a good chunk of the Xers. They got damn near all of us millennials. They got pretty much every single Gen Z. This experiment has been going on for some decades. And it's taken so good in a bad way that you're seeing the outcome. And I don't agree with Roger. The Roger Report said this years ago. We were never supposed to wake up this fast. Social media accelerated the wake up for men in particular. We were never supposed to wake up this fast to what we are to women and to the system. You knew you were a battery. What you didn't appreciate is how disposable they think you are and how much contempt they have for you. I think men were okay with being the battery. We were okay with doing the heavy lifting. As a matter of fact, many of us, we found our manhood in doing the heavy lifting. When we started to find out how much contempt the women have for us and how little they thought of us, that is when you started to have this acceleration of this manosphere talk. And what the women did was not try to slow us up and be like, no, we love you, but sometimes we might get out of, we might say something reckless, but no, that's not what the women did. They doubled down on it. And then you had the statistics that showed that when they showed the bell curve for men, how men judge women on dating sites, and then you see where women pretty much think everybody's about average to ugly as men. All that did was just confirm to men the contempt that most women have for most men. And so now that we're here in 2025, it's going to take a lot of work to reel that back and to get men back in. But I don't think it's ever going to happen, really. Yeah, go
Hey,
ahead.
Mrs. Z. You know, one thing I always like. I
And
look
after this,
at
we'll get Socrates. I think that
history.
was him trying to speak, or Tunnel Runner. Yeah, I
My,
think that was Tunnel Runner. But
my
go
fault.
ahead, Jamar. You got it. No, you got to go.
One thing I always notice throughout history is whenever men start unanimous, all together, basically, everybody starting to wake up to a lot of shit going on that's corrupted in the system or with the family system, something. Always a war pops up out of nowhere, and then a decent amount of the population of men always get killed off. And that's one thing I always just noticed throughout history. And it seems like right now they're all struggling around the world to try to get something to pop off to probably kill off the men in a way so they could try to control the shit again.
I will say this. Real quick, Tunnel Runner. Let me get this out real quick. I've been in and out of the population control conversation and debate on how much I believe it, how much I don't. And I think when I finally accepted, because I knew for a while, when I finally accepted that the way neoliberalism worked and the way and hearing these folks admit, oh yeah, we sending the women to school because the further back they push their fertility window, the closer the shorter the fertility window get. And like when you heard the technocrats and some of these social designers say it about the Western world, the quote unquote developed world, then it's like, oh, okay, Z, now you gotta accept it, Z. Right? You know it, but you ain't want to accept it. And so going to what you're saying, I don't know about the war stuff so much. I don't doubt you, but I will say the issue isn't 8 billion people. The issue is how we're using resources. And that America accounts for about 4% of the world's population, but uses a quarter of the world's resources, and that's not sustainable. And if you put China online, which is about 19-20%-ish of the world's population, and they come online and they start being hyper consumers the way America is, which I don't see them ever getting there, you don't have space for nobody else. Especially when India's right next door and they're maybe 20 decades behind them, or 20, not 20 decades, but 20 years behind them. You can't afford a China, a US, and India. You can't. Nobody else can live on planet Earth. Right? So, yeah. So I'm not going to say you're wrong. I will say, based off of what I've read, watched, we are seeing Mao in China and the one-child policy, and simultaneously in the West, you see not just a natural decline of the birth rate, like a plummet. I don't think that's on accident. And I have been led to believe by technocrats and by social designers and by their own words, especially most recently, that you are correct and it is not a conspiracy. And I'll pause right there.
Hey, Mrs. Z, one last thing, just so you know, we're in America, right? So one thing I know for a fact about America, the way how we solve a lot of our problems is usually through war. So just leave that out there, and that's it.
Yeah, go ahead, Tunnel. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was we could see that battle going on between in women athletics. We have women who say men can compete with us, and then we have other women saying, "Oh, I'm not going to compete against these men." So they are having an internal battle among themselves. In women athletics, we have these transsexuals saying, I'm a man, but I feel like a woman, and I want to compete with you." And we have some women saying, "Bring it." And we have a whole bunch of women saying, "That's not fair. I don't want to compete with these men." So they have to figure out what they want to do.
I agree with Turner Runner. I really do.
I agree with him because go ahead.
No, I'm actually seeing this stuff like in my actual, like, let's say interaction. Like I'm TikTok. I'm always on TikTok. When I'm talking to different people necessarily, especially I'm really heavy in the African, let's say, TikTok little community. Yeah, like you got the ones that like who try to act like they're American women, but then they get that if you act like if you absorb the worst characteristics of somebody necessary, right? You will suffer the consequences, right? And they're having their internal battle amongst themselves of the traditional one necessarily, or I ain't gonna say traditional ones because I'm gonna say more like I want some traditional values, and the other ones who just like way off the rails. Like I'm actually seeing them go through their own internal little wars and whatnot. It's kind of funny to see it, but
so
it's happening.
even though Africa is not where the West is necessarily technologically, they're already having that conversation, is what you're saying.
Yeah. From the ones that's already here, yeah.
Okay, you're saying the ones that are already in America and in the West.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I thought you were saying on the continent. I was about to say,
oh no, on the continent, that's not gonna fly on the continent, bro. Like that.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. I was like, wait a minute, they not even. Wait a minute. Okay, so scratch the part of what I said about technology, and when I say that, I don't mean just like any of the African brothers and sisters, right? But we do know, like, as the environment changes, these things become more into consideration. Look, man, with advancement and quote unquote advancements in technology and society, I expect people to dibble and dabble more in LGBTQ stuff, right? I expect that shit. What has become more and more egregious though is this exaggeration of what they are in this society. You talk about a fraction of a percent, bro, right? Like especially about the T in T, well, the TRA and S's. You're talking about like a fraction of a percent, and like so much of the rhetoric in politics is about them. And it's like, bro, like, what are you talking about right now? Right? Like, right. So having them compete against women in sports, and that's still a fraction of a percent. I think the left did way too much like the past couple of elections with this type of talk, bro. That's why the right whacks that ass. But the right, they took it too far. So I think the midterm is going to be a referendum on a lot of that shit. But no, I think they hid behind because they didn't have nothing to offer. They weren't going to offer revolutionary politics. That doesn't work, right? So they doubled down on that type of conversation and female rights conversation, and then, well, you got what the duck get. So yeah. So let me Inspire Truth. I don't know if you want to say anything, but like, or Bruce on Wayne, but yeah, it's not looking good. I made this stream because that settling word and how much contempt women in particular have for it, I think there's a lot, and I'm glad I played that clip, even though we don't know what's going to happen with that clip. But I already see they pulled it. I don't even know if I could watch it on the back of YouTube. I'll see, but either way. But I'm glad I played that clip because she said it in the clip, right? The by definition that'll be settling. Anything short of this, by definition, I'll be settling. And she said all the things, right? I'll just invest in my career, whatever she said. I'll just marry my career. And she thought it was depressing what the more seasoned white lady was saying. All of the things that you hear the content creators saying, or just a random black woman that might have recorded themselves once or twice saying, all the comments y'all ever read on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, all the social media sites, Facebook, right? All of those comments, all of the videos, even the people y'all know in real life, the women y'all know in real life, that little 4-minute clip, I sped it up so it was 3 and some change, but that little 4-minute clip said everything about the way women see settling and what that's doing to our society. And what the seasoned woman said to her is, by the time you meet someone who gives a F about you, essentially, you won't see it as settling. And I think you could have said that in 2009 because it might have applied in 2009. These newfangles you got, nah, that shit don't apply. But they willing to, and they are willing to quote unquote marry their career instead of doing what they think is settling. So I think she was right, maybe in 2009, especially for what she looked like at that time, which was maybe somewhere in her 40s, maybe approaching 50-ish. Yeah, you could talk like that. In 2009, that movie was probably being made in 07, 08 or something like that, maybe even early 2009. You could talk like that back then. 2025, oh no, these Gen Z and these millennials, including around Mr. Z's age, oh no, nope, right? So y'all go ahead.
Yeah, capitalism hit us hard. I mean, even China got it too. I mean, they call it like toxic positivity narrative over there.
Yeah, same thing.
It's out of hand. Yeah, it's basically out of hand pretty much everywhere. And a whole lot of what we see now, like over here on the West, like we have the hyper extreme side of things. Like capitalism really is kind of gets back down to exploitation. That's how you get profit. That's how you get the I don't cook, I don't clean, but I got this ring. Like that's exploitation. Like you're doing nothing, but you want everything.
Like luxury goods.
Yeah, I mean, like the luxury
basically
lifestyle.
transfer of wealth.
Luxury goods. They want you to go and be the conquering king on the hill and then do the dishes. Like it's all of that.
Shout out to KMS. Shout out to Inspired Truth. No,
And matter of
I
fact,
agree.
the one thing
Hmm.
one thing I was gonna say about the whole luxury goods thing is like, yo, we thought it was all gonna be like, this Louis Vuitton and all this other, great fantastical shit, but it turns out all of it was made in China.
Yeah,
So
look,
basically,
I've seen those clips. Not
this
all of it.
summary was
They doing so much. A lot of that
no,
is PR stuff, but it's still, to me,
no,
it still proves a
I mean
point.
it as like it's the same. I was just saying it's the same thing like what was going on right now. It's like we got all this like we all believe this extravagant belief about shit, and then when we really live it, it's like, oh, this shit was actually worth like $10, not no damn
Yeah,
100.
but it was, to be honest with you, some of it is about quality, yes, but most of it, the value of it is the value human beings give it. It's only worth that much because you're willing to pay that much. It's only worth that much because when you got it for your lady, her eyes lit up. It's only worth that much because when she pulled up to the brunch that she had with her girlfriends and she put that bag on the table, the way them other girls looked was like, God damn. And she made sure the label was facing the outside so they could see it, right? So she
Oh
made
yeah.
sure the label was facing away from her. So it only has value, not just for the materials and oh, we butchered this type of cow and we got it from this type of crocodile and we got it. No. Yes, but really no. It's only has value because we see it has value because it comes from some type of fashion house out of Paris or out of Italy, right? And that's why it has value. That's why that bitch costs motherfucking 2,000 or 20,000 or I showed shout out to Rogish. I showed Rogish once a bag a Birkin that was 500 and some odd $1,000, right? So like y'all go ahead,
Yeah,
go ahead.
it's all a social construct, including money itself. Like it's only because we choose to believe in it. And that whole thing with the bags is all about like storytelling. Like you could tell a story about a bottle of wine, and then all of a sudden that bottle of wine is worth $10,000 when it only costs like 100 to produce.
Yep. That's what it is. That's what it's
This is
about.
what it kind of remind me of the what's it called? What's the name of the comedian? Patrice O'Neill. When he's saying like, hey, if you can't have sex anymore, what are you gonna do? And then the chicks all just say they're a bunch of hoes, and we all were trying to say like they're not a bunch of hoes, but they all think they are a bunch of hoes too. So we all put this actual
I
it's the
got
same
one.
shit.
I want to add to what you're saying, Jay Moore, by saying I don't think I don't think women just only think they're a bunch of hoes. They think we think that they're a bunch of hoes, right? And so
So they
it's
act
like
like a bunch of hoes.
that's reserved for in case of emergency break glass. That's to barter with. That's to I think you can come across women who feel and think and know that to particular type of men, they have a value outside of what they're just doing in the bedroom or folding some sheets and washing some clothes. With that, they are not above using that to barter with, right? So the bunch of holes thing, they you ever see when
This
a
is
woman really
inception,
loves
bro.
you,
This is the
really when
movie
she really
Inception.
finds you attractive, when she really into you, it's not just the sex. It's not just the sex, right? She want to talk to you. She wants you to talk to her, right? It's not just the sex. Now, if she's out of luck, struggling, then you get the Jada Pinkett shit, right? You get the I'm in a bind, Nate. You get the I'm in a bind, Nate type of shit. Now it's time to barter, right? I don't know how many of y'all saw the clip with the white woman on the man's back porch, with the white dude's back porch. I think it was a white dude's back porch, and I guess she was like,
Oh
"Yo, I just ran
yeah.
into hard times. I need somebody to help me with my cell phone bill," and blah blah blah. And she was like, and she never said it, but she insinuated that she was willing to give him some toppy, right? Some top for the cell phone money. And he was like, no, girl, you good. I'll have you help me with certain things. You see how he kind of turned it down, and he didn't respect it. Just like how she was subtle, he was subtle with turning it down, right? Which is classy of him. I got to give him that, classy of him, right? Not just the turn down, but the way he turned it down.
Dude, I wish this is what put white women just 1 inch above black women right there. At least the white woman, when she's coming back, at least she's gonna admit like, hey, I fucked up, and I'm willing to suck your dick just to survive. Black women seem like they're gonna go down with that Titanic, man.
I'm so glad you said that because I was gonna say there's never a consideration that any of you are settling.
That's true.
That is true.
Wait, I miss what Toya said. Well, I got a little bit of what Toya said, but I miss what you said, Jay Moore. What was that? Jay Moore was that inspiration? I missed that.
God damn, my brain short circuited now.
He was
But no,
basically
I
saying
God
that there's
damn.
such a lack of
Like remind what
accountability.
Toya remind me.
There was
Say it again.
he's basically saying that, with black women, there's a lack of accountability. We're not even willing to admit that we messed up in order to ask to get back
Oh
in the
yeah,
system.
I could
And
redo it
so,
now. It was saying
yeah,
I was saying like it was white women. I was like, yo, that's one thing that put white women just an inch above black women because white women will come back and try, admit that they fucked up and they will try to suck your dick, to get to the promised land. Black women will be the type to actually, go down with the shit and say fuck it, and then look at you like you retarded for not
I've said
saying
that
it.
before too. I've said
Well,
that
yeah,
before
that's
too. Yeah, yeah.
well, yeah, that's because we're on the bottom of the perceived hierarchy under social dominance. Like once you're at the
But a
bottom,
white
you're
woman
just
will come
supposed to
to a
be in the
black man
game.
and do the same thing though. That's the one thing. It's like if the person that you're chasing after, your dream is to be this white woman. If the white woman is willing to come to my house too and say like, "Hey, I'm willing to clean your house, cook for you, even suck your dick on the low," and I fucked up. I'm just saying, like, why don't you try to
Well,
be fully like the white bitch then?
well, the
Like,
reason for
come
that,
on, don't if you're gonna be a part of bitch, be the full bitch. Come on, be the whole bitch
well,
already.
the reason, well, the reason for that is because, like, the B Dubs kind of believe in the scam and the actual dominant society. Women kind of live and see what things actually are living with the WS, well, with the WS men. Like, they know that they're not all that. You know what I'm saying? It's about seeing the scam versus not.
Yeah, but this is where Charles is right. Like, we're the garbage men of the dating pool, right? All we're asking is not even like really for like reparations. All we're asking you to do is admit that you're wrong, and you could come back and acknowledge that shit. That's how low this shit really the bar is for black men in general in this whole situation. That anybody in the world could come over here, anybody's bitch could come over here and be like, yeah, we fucked up over there. We're over here now. We'll suck your dick. Like at least they got the decency to do that. Black women don't.
Yeah, that's true.
What's
And
this wrong you speak of? What is this W word? Because here's the problem. We have so many, we talked about it earlier. There's so many other people in our amen corners telling us that we're doing great, we're getting praised, we're getting rewarded. So you guys are the only ones that are finding fault. And so you must be wrong. I can't even hear you. I'm too deep in an echo chamber to hear you.
Yo, you know what, Toya? You know what's funny? Just the other day, I went out to the store, and like my boy in the store that works in the store, and this girl was talking and shit. They're talking about the whole Kendrick and Drake shit. She wants to start saying that, oh, Kendrick is like he's fake. He's a fake pro-black because look at his woman. She's not black. I'm like, first of all, she's light skinned, and it was just like, yo, so how's she not black? But basically, she's trying to like ignore that point. But then she was like, he grew up with all around, like surrounded by black women all around and everything like that. And he's saying that he's pro-black. He only got a black woman. And I was just like, I looked at her. I'm like, okay, lady, let's really rewind that. So you're saying this man grew up with all black women, and then he ended up sleeping outside his race. He's going outside his race. Why don't you ask the question? Is like, what's wrong with black women to the point
Right.
that he actually had to go out and sleep outside the race?
Too obvious.
You know what she did? No, Toya,
What?
you know what she did? Yes, I want you to guess. Give me something.
Oh, oh, I would guess that, well, I don't know. I don't know how she would have responded to that.
I'll just say she just like stopped the conversation and walked out the store and never came back.
Oh,
Literally.
oh, she disengaged. Wow.
Yeah, she just completely disengaged. She left. My boy was like, yo, man, I was getting her back. I was getting her back slowly. I'm like, see, that's your problem. The only way she's gonna come back is after when she get a white dick in her mouth. Like, come on, bro. Like, stop playing around. And he was like, ah. I'm like, yeah, see, you because you want to play around and like talk to her slowly. No, call her out on for what it is, bro. Stop trying to like coddle this bitch. She ain't gonna be saved. Only time she's gonna be saved is after that white cock is in her mouth. I'm telling you, bro. Like, come on. He didn't deny it. And he's an African dude too. And that was the funny part. I was looking like, why Why y'all trying to save our hoes? We are Jesus, and we couldn't save them. So why are you trying?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Shout out to her though.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to back after that though.
Oh, nah, I wouldn't even. No, she's just a chick at the store. Like those two were talking for a couple. Like he's one of those dudes that's trying to save her, and I just looked at him like you're having like a redundant conversation with her. It's not going to go anywhere. She's just trying to blame everybody else but her. And then like the one thing I asked her too is like you complain about Kendrick sleeping outside of his race, quote unquote. I'm like, have you ever slept with outside of your race? She looked at me, kind of had this pause, and then she was like, no, I never did. I'm like, mm-hmm. And yeah.
All right, shout out to her then.
Yeah, see,
I'm
because
still
the
here, y'all.
thing
Y'all
is,
keep going.
she sounds like someone who's committed to anger. You know, like, and I've said this before, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Black women aren't happy unless we have something to complain about. So it didn't matter what you said. She was gonna find some rebuttal, some way to refute it.
It was
It's
funny
like
she couldn't
sport.
refute anything, so she walked away. She just left.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was like, I was surprised when he said that she walked away because I'm like, oh man, that might be a sign of growth right there. To retreat and disengage, maybe go think about what you just heard. I don't know.
Actually got past that need to be right.
Oh yeah.
I
And
think
I
it was
mean,
a
even the
tactical
other like
retreat.
it was other elder black women around too, and it's like, well, how does the whole thing start? I'm like, oh, the Drake and Kendrick bullshit. Like, oh, and I was like, where was I wrong though? To her, she just turned her head, and I was it. I'm like, okay, cool. See, all y'all know the truth, black women.
I think it was a tactical retreat.
I missed
He
the
went to
whole
go get
goddamn
more
story.
recruits.
Wait, I missed the whole
God
story.
damn.
What I missed?
Long story short, I went to the store. My boy was trying to save a woman, save a black woman, and everything from whatever her ways. She started bringing up the Drake and Kendrick stuff, saying Kendrick is a fake pro black because he grew up with around black women. He's not even with a black woman. And basically, I just told her, like, I rewinded. I was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me this black man that been around grew up with black women all around him and all that other stuff, right? And he ended up later on going to sleep outside his race, quote unquote. So why don't you just ask the question this, what's so bad about black women that he had to go sleep outside his race instead? She ended up just what's it called, disengaging from the whole story, like literally stopped talking and walked out the store. Walk out the store.
I don't even know if that's I don't know what you just told me. I didn't know that was possible. I ain't know that.
Yeah, isn't Kendrick's like
I'm a New Yorker, dude.
isn't Kendrick's wife like half black though? Like she's like half and half, and
That's what I'm
Something like
saying.
that. I
And
heard.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
and but guess what? The other thing too, I was like, wait a minute. Because she's light skinned, she's not black lady. She was like, oh, she's not fully black. I'm like, first of all, we're in America, cuh. No nigga over here is fully black except that African dude that's right here. That's it. We are all not fully black. What are you talking about? And if you want to go by blackness, lady, I am more black than you. You're light skinned. You are not black then. If you want to go say that, like you're not fully black either. She stopped talking to
No,
about that and just went on to a different subject.
look at the end of the day, that Kendrick and Drake beef. I think I think you got to also include what Pusha said about how your hair don't nap enough. They hit him where he needed to be hit, right? They hit him in his insecurities. And they spoke of especially Kendrick, obviously, the exploitation and how we appreciate and we know like the darker skinned black rappers were using Drake to expand their fan base. Okay, cool. But Drake was using them for street cred. For those who like okay, yeah, the Drake stimulus package, yeah, you gotta maybe be number one, number two on the charts for a few weeks. But also Drake was using them for street cred and for for black representation. Something that without Bun B, without UGK, without Wayne, without Slim, right? Without Jay Prince, he would not have. Drake would not have that. And so, like, and when you see the cringy ass video of Drake saying the N word, you're like, oh, wait a minute, that you ain't
Because of the
saying that right.
blackface.
Right? And yeah, but exactly. And the picture of him in the blackface. And yeah, I heard the story. Like he was doing that to for a clothing line and all. Yeah, I heard the whole story. Yeah, but how many
Yeah.
ADOS folks or even mixed black folks in America would have done that? Yeah.
And you know what? I asked a girl too, and I was asking the other dude, I'm like, has she ever denied her blackness? Kendrick Lamar's girl. And it was like, no. So why are you trying to deny her blackness? If she was on that Dominican shit, I could understand. Then you saying that shit. But if she's not, like, why are you trying to deny her blackness because she's lighter than you? Now she's trying to say she's not fully black. Like, lady, you're not fully black then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me actually let me do this too. What did I? It was. Oh yeah, let me get y'all annoyed real quick. Here you go.
I really want to make something clear to some of you women with low self-esteem. Just because you don't have any standards for your man and you're willing to take the scraps and the crumbs that society offers you, that doesn't have to be the same for me or
Toya,
anybody
please stay up
else.
because
Like,
wait. Let me do this because I did this so backwards and wrong. Toya, if you don't mind, when after I play this, I want to hear what Toya got to say first because I want to get an insight on what that brunch be looking like when women like this be talking. So let me play this and Toya kind of give us a little bit of insight of when y'all at brunch and what when women like this start talking like this, what it look like. And here we go.
I really want to make something clear to some of you women with low self-esteem. Just because you don't have any standards for your man and you're willing to take the scraps and the crumbs that society offers you, that doesn't have to be the same for me or anybody else like me. This person says, I honestly was trying to root for you because, whatever, but your attitude makes you really ugly and all these standards you have is unreal. It's 2023. My attitude isn't ugly. I just have a high self-esteem and a high confidence level that you will never have because you're putting down women with confidence. And I just feel like if you really think about what you're saying and what men have lied to you for years saying, you would really understand that, like, what I'm doing is bare minimum, like literally bare minimum. Wanting my husband to be a provider is bare minimum. Honestly, that's really his job. But my thing is, like, why has the bar been in hell?
Yeah, remember she was responding to another woman. Remember that. Go ahead, Toya.
Oof, you set me up.
Toya
Yeah,
ain't gonna be
She
invited
wouldn't
to
be in
none of
your
the
brush
women
anyway.
brunches ever again. Right?
this
Toya
is.
ain't being invited to no more damn brunches. Go ahead, Toya. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't even go. I don't even go because the conversation is never in. Once I started realizing that the conversations weren't going in places that lift us up, I decided to remove myself from that. And if I'm gonna have brunch, you can come over and I'll cook it for us. I like to cook way too much to go spend money on food like that. Not, barring the here and there things, but I understand your question. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that if I was at brunch with a woman like that, I would be the contrarian amongst everyone because the first thing I would be thinking about is, hey, who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her that all is coming from inside the house?
Ooh.
And
Wait,
I,
Toya,
I
you
don't
saying you're
even
not
need
doing
to.
midday mimosas? No midday
No,
mimosas?
I'm really not. I'm really not. And that's not even to put myself on any kind of pedestal. I'm just
Hmm.
saying that I don't do it. I rather spend my time doing other things. And also I'm a woman of a certain age, so maybe if I was younger, I'd still be into that. Um, but at the same time, even when I was younger and I was doing those types of things more and I was in those groups and having those conversations, I typically would have the less than popular opinion about how to go about things. Not to say that I was
Mm-hmm.
always right at all, because you've heard me admit before I was wrong a lot.
Hmm.
And I'm still getting it wrong sometimes, but
We're human
it's
beings.
about understanding that, okay, if this is your goal, how are you going about it? And what about you right now is keeping you from it? So, if we're not coming at it from that angle, I don't really have much to discuss.
You sound like a pick me, man. I don't like this. You sounding like a pick me. You sound like you too male identified. You sound, what's the other pejorative they be using against y'all? Um,
And I don't have a
you giving
mustache.
men too many passes, right? Oh man,
Oh,
I seen them. I
Mammy,
see them comments in the chat. I'm not even acknowledging y'all niggas in the comments. I'm not even gonna
Mammy
do it. I see them
vibes.
Yo,
comments.
Mr. Z,
Right, mammy
Mr.
vibes,
Z.
exactly. Mammy vibes, all of that. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yo, you know the one thing I'm seeing, what like that's a good like reference or something, is when that Dave Chappelle skit with the when he was a blind, KKK dude, and then he was like, "Why
Quentin
did you
Bigsby.
divorce his wife?"
Yeah.
Yeah, like, "Why did you divorce his wife?" He's like, "Because he's a nigga lover." Like, that's basically what they're saying like now about it. It was like, oh, pick niches and all that other stuff is basically how they talk about us in general.
No, so we did say that, and the Raj Report said that very blatantly once. He's like, that is what they're saying when they call other women pick-me's, when they call other women's mammies and all the other black women mammies, they are calling you a Negro lover. Like, I don't even feel comfortable saying this shit. Like, that is what they calling you. Which when you think about the history of that term and essentially having black women levy that on other black women, how disgusting that is, and how we've essentially come full circle. That's to me when it gets frightening. That's when it gets scary. That you have black women essentially saying that to other black women who do not engage in the black male slander or who actually defend black men even when black men aren't there. And for other black women to essentially say that to them, whew, that's scary. Ooh, that's scary. Yeah. 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 Like and that and I gotta leave it there because that yeah. When you say something and you even scare yourself. Like you're God damn.
I mean, you guys all paused,
Right.
dude. After when I said that, I was like, damn, I must have hit a nerve.
Yeah, because it is that. No, what you're saying is true, and you're not the first to say that, but whenever it comes up, I think what we do is speak about like because what women would like to try to frame as the equivalent is black men calling other black men simps or whatnot. That's not the equivalent. We're telling him and we're saying to him, you're what you're attempting to do is you're getting in the way of a black man or black men saying something to black women this might be in their favor. And what you're trying to do is add sugar to that crap. What you're doing is getting in the way of maybe a good discipline, but you're getting in the way of the conversation. This is FD signifier. This is definitely Derek Jackson at one point, right? You're getting in the way of that. So when we call them a simp, they're white knighting, even though they know better. And clearly now everybody knows Derek Jackson knew better, right?
So
What you could see from the clip I played of a foreign man in a foreign land earlier this week is that he knows better, right? So that's why we call them simps. It's not the same. When you call another black woman a pick me or a mammy concerning black men, you are calling her a Negro lover. What you're telling her is that she should not defend black men, especially from you and your slander. That's a completely different thing. Right? Go ahead, baby.
so I have a theory. I call it a theory of sensitivity. And those guys like a Lil Bill, FD, and whatnot. I think I might have said it a little bit in jest in the comments, but I think it is one of those things where somehow, you know how like a lot of times we say, oh, that girl seems like she might have daddy issues. I think some of these dudes got mommy issues. I think some of these dudes is trying to white knight and cape because, frankly, I'm fucking, I'm be vulgar. Frankly, I think FD, Lil Bill, all them type of dudes is going hard in the paint like they are, especially Alvin, because they know their mama got slutted all the way out.
Ooh, don't say that.
And
Don't
they
say that. Don't say that.
they trying to white knight to rewrite history in their own
Ooh,
way. Because real
ooh,
talk, they if they don't, they have to look in the mirror and they have to say, you know what? The reason Mama was with who she was with is because Mama did the things that she did, and anybody who's worked there wasn't really fuck with her.
So you calling it
you
a
know
retcon?
Fuck yeah, they try their hardest to retcon that motherfucker. Especially
You
Alvin.
know I don't know Alvin's story so much, but um Lil Bill gave it. I played that for y'all. Lil Bill gave a piece of his story, and so did FD, and it sounds pretty damn similar with their mothers, right? I don't know about Alvin and his mother's story. If he has said it before, I haven't seen it yet. But you bringing that up does remind me of what Lil Bill said. So he chastised the black men. And me and Better You, for those of you that don't know, me and Better You are referencing when Lil Bill was talking about the Doechii situation and her saying essentially what the red flag is straight men. And we for those of you that don't know Doechii, famous artist, darker skin, slim, Doechii straight, and but she's queer, out of Florida, out of Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. And she's queer, so it's cool. But when she was on Hot Ones, and the interviewee, who is also a black woman, asked her, what's your red flag, and she put straight men, and her and the interviewer laughed about it, and it was funny, and then and in defense of her, Lil Bill did his quote unquote think piece, feel piece. But in the feel piece, he mentions his mom and how his mom had to pretty much go through obstacles with all these fake ass alpha black men and who wanted to put her in her place and blah 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 blah, which is a very similar story to what FD Signifier told us about his mom at one point, who I think is also academically accomplished and is a professional. They have very similar stories, so you can see why at least for them they lean over to the quote unquote defense of black women from black men, right? And I notice I said air quotes because they're not actually defending anything, right? They're just insulting and belittling and mocking black men in defense of black women. So making black women laugh at black men at black men's expense. For Alvin though, Alvin, I will say this. Alvin, to me, he's even more egregious is because Alvin has this smugness to the way he speaks that FD don't actually have, nor does Little Bill. Even foreign, there's a smugness. Like I'm telling you, if you ever watch the Waving the Red Flag and you see how Alvin speaks normally, he's smug normally. But goddamn, when they start speaking about black man shit, oh my, the nigga smug just go. It breaks the goddamn Richter scale. It's over 9,000. It's horrible. But go ahead, Better. You go ahead.
So I'll say this: I will bet you $10 that it's gonna come out at some point in time. If it hasn't already. I haven't walked in on this mama getting gangbanged.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Dang, bro.
They hurting that
Don't
man's
do
soul.
that. God,
Like,
don't do that.
Like real talk. Like it makes so much sense. It's like, yo, you have all of this animus in you towards black men, trying to right the wrongs of the past that really don't even involve you outside of your creation. And it's because the fact that you can't deal with the fact that your mama wasn't shit.
You know what's funny about Alvin? So I watched the episode of Waving the Red Flag where him and Josh and Eddie were speaking about essentially, that conversation you have with a chick, and y'all just, y'all just doing y'all thing, y'all in a quote unquote situation, y'all just doing y'all thing. And she says she understands it. You're like, hey, bro, I'm not looking for a girlfriend right now. I'm not looking for a relationship, but we could do And she says she understands it and she's agrees, and then she start catching feelings. So Alvin spoke of that, and he sounded like how we would sound, which is, bro, I told you what it is, so you could go ahead and do what you want to do with another dude or whatever, whatever. And in that moment, when he said that, I'm like, y'all niggas are a bunch of fronters, bro. In that moment right there, right out, Mr. Z was looking like, wait a minute. If you understand that, then you understand a lot. You may not understand everything. You're not Black Manosphere, but you get what we're saying. You're making a very conscious effort, and this is what you saw with FD. When I spoke to him and I flummoxed him, y'all are making conscious efforts to ignore and to minimize and to insult the black men, which you think is in the defense of, or how you frame it, in the defense of black women. That puts black women in a messed up position too, right? So the way they frame it is that they're defending them, but they're not defending them. They're just punching down on us. right? But go ahead.
Yeah. It even in leftist spaces, like I was on a hangout with Savvy Sabs one night, and we were talking about. I actually brought up to her about the article about black men's college enrollment declining, and we talked about it, and she basically went kind of like, yeah, in the environment as well, like, essentially like academia ain't the most welcoming place to black men, to say the least. And the comments started lighting up, and it was people in there because the one chick that kind of hinted at the story afterwards, it was kind of like, well, these black males, they don't necessarily make the most money, and they get into these jobs and this, that, the third. And the comments started lighting up. It's like, yo, I'm so tired of this. Like, we're supposed to be progressive and this, that, and the third, but it's so much hypocrisy. You wanna be the boss chick, but basically you look down at a guy who's just doing whatever to make his ends meet, making an honest living. It is like, yo, okay,
But
Savvy
that's
Sam's
true.
comments red pill as fuck.
Yeah, no,
Like,
no,
okay.
but
dude,
no.
you gotta look at the
Real quick,
group. Like, look at
real
her
quick, Jamar.
audience.
Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Real quick. So I'm glad that happened, because even Dr. Richard Reeves has said that before, that you will find leftist women and men. He was mainly talking about white people, but we know it applied to a lot of black people too. That they're leftists, they're progressive. They believe in social programs and how government can help. And government. Yeah, we know about government and how ham-fisted it could be and how it could get in the way. And as black people, we definitely know about the J. Edgar Hoovers of the world and the LBJs and the Nixons and pretty much all the presidents. Right. With that, all these supposed leftists who are leftists right up until you until you talk about the plights of men. And when Dr. Richard Reeves did that, well, he said it a couple of times actually. You see the response of people, and he was on um um Morning Joe, and Joe Scarborough tried to go down that lane, and I appreciate. Was it him or was it Dr. Scott Galloway? I want to say it was Dr. Scott Galloway, and you watch as Dr. Scott Galloway skillfully handles George Scarborough, because the default is, and I'm going to what you're saying, Betty. I'm not just rambling. The default is to once we start talking about men, well, you got to lift yourself up by the bootstraps. So we can talk about systemic issues when it comes to black folks, black women. We could talk about systemic issues when it comes to LGBTQ folks. We could talk about systemic issues when it comes to maybe some of the handicap, or maybe certain folks that might have some mental disabilities, psychological disabilities. We could talk about that. We understand how systems function on people, how systems can work in the betterment of people, kind of even the odds a teeny bit, just at the edges. We get that, but when it comes time to speak about the plight of men, in particular, in our case, black men, we get real conservative. The supposed leftists get real conservative, and I'm glad that happened in Savvy Sab's comments, because and I'm glad that whatever random woman that was in the comments did what she did, because it shows that y'all don't. And I've said this before, bro. We have some. Toya's an example of that. We have some very educated, very put together, professional black women. We got black women kicking ass out here for real. I'm not talking about the ones that's pretending or that got the thumb on the scale for them. No, we got black women kicking ass. But once you bring up black men, relationships, intimacy, sex, money, interracial relationships, it's a whole different black woman. It's the same black woman, but it's a whole. Now she all of the logic go out the window. And I'm glad that people are seeing that about women writ large, black women specifically. That all that logic and all that education and all the professionalism and all the hard work and the A's in school and the Ivy League degree don't mean shit when you start talking to them about relationships. That should go out the window if they become petulant children, temper tantrum throwing. Right? So that's what I would say about the Savvy Sabs thing, and which is crazy because isn't Savvy Sabs married to a white man? If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure, but I've heard that. I don't know how true that is, right? So Savvy Sabs is out. If I'm slandering, my bad. I didn't mean that, but Yeah, but that's what I heard. So even if she is, let's say she is, but she understands, like, and for her to make that comment that she said was she like the the educational environment is not necessarily welcoming to black men. Everybody knows that. Black women know that. They don't care. They just look at it as another way to jab at black men and to do their sojourner truth thing. Ain't our woman. I'm doing better than them niggas, right? Especially when sojourner truth is like essentially she picked more cotton than these niggas. That's them. That's what they will always go back to that, right? So black women know that as you look, if you put black women, if you were to put it this way, if you could threaten black women's lives, if you could line up every black woman in America and say, if y'all don't start answering the truth, y'all, we gonna start murking y'all. Y'all murk a couple of them, watch black women start telling you everything you know they know already. The only reason they not is because they know they can play this game, and they know white society, at least used to, we don't know how much they're gonna engage in it now, got the thumb on the scales for them. The only black women know, they know everything we know, they know it. These are your sisters and your mothers, they know, right? They just think that you should be beneath them. So they play this game, and here's the problem. They play themselves out of position towards the end when your nephew pull up with the Latina. And there you go. My bad for the ramble, y'all. My bad. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is like a similar thing to reparations, basically. Like everybody's progressive, everybody's with the rah-rah until it's actually time to cut the check.
Say that.
Okay. So we see the same thing here with the dynamic between us, black men and black women. They're like the thing is, like, do you really want to upturn the apple cart and actually change the system, or do you want a nice, comfortable place under the system? And it's seeming more like the latter.
I'll say this. Especially, I don't know if you were here back then, but I don't think you're gonna be able to find it because I think Chris Malone deleted her page. But a couple years ago, when the reparations conversation was kind of red hot, Paris Malone said something kind of off the cuff, and I covered it. And she was like, "If we get reparations, black men don't deserve reparations because they marry white women, and because it is because." And she was going down the list. She said, "Black men don't their reparations is the white women." And their reparations were what she said, not paying child support. And their reparations, she was going down. And going back to what you're saying now, when black women pretend like they don't get it, just remember that they were sitting right next to you in elementary school. Just remember that. Just remember they're sitting right next to you in church and in mosque. Just remember that, right? Just remember that they're sitting right next to you in high school. Right? Remember that when you're going to get your driver license in the DMV, they're sitting right next to you with their mom. You sitting there with your mom or your dad, they're sitting right next to you with their mom and their dad, if their dad's in their life. They're sitting. And black women want to pretend because they're trying to achieve something here. What they're trying to achieve is for you to be beneath them no matter what you accomplish. And they can maintain this gynocracy. That's what it's about. I promise you, if you could Thanos snap white folks out of this country, and we didn't have to worry about discipline, I guarantee. And we handle all them simp ass niggas, I guarantee you, black women will be talking straight. They're only not talking straight because they don't fear none of the reprisal. And not even get that. Because to be honest with you, I don't think black men even get. I think the majority of black men just want black women to get on their program and cooperate. Even at this late date, even with the insanity, even with the sort of divestiture talk, even with the white male worship, I think the majority of black men just want cooperative black women. Notice I didn't even say submission. I know y'all niggas don't like when Z said it. I don't think most of y'all really looking for submission, right? I think that should make y'all cringe just like it makes Z cringe, right? I think some of y'all really mean it. I don't think most of you mean it. Yeah, just act right. This is. I want to stress this. Kim Foster could talk the way she does because she knows she could talk the way she does, right? Like that. I want to stress that and get paid, right? And get paid and be a little snarky troll, right? And when you looked at Uchechi from the Grapevine, for all of us that remember, Uchechi could talk the way she does because she could talk the way she does. And nobody ever, bro, I watched damn near every episode of that. Nobody ever brought up Uchechi's weight. Nobody ever brought up why she might not be likable, why she didn't have the best experiences with black men. Nobody brought up that her background, I think she was Nigerian descent, right? Her background and her being resentful at maybe Nigerian patriarchy, but she's taking it off on all black folks, including AUS black folks that never had no damn patriarchy. Nobody ever told her, bitch, shut the fuck up. We know why you talking the way you are. You ain't that attractive. You overweight, bitch. You ain't pulling shit. You definitely ain't pulling no white man worth a damn. Nobody ever told her that, so she got to talk like that, and then it checked everybody in there. Everybody, especially the men, were like, okay,
But
right?
Mr.
So
Z,
like,
don't
yeah.
she look like a guy? Don't she look like, you know, the typical pass around for white folks?
Nah, not Uchechi. Not Uchechi, nah, bro. She don't even got to look for most of the white dudes. The vast majority. She don't
Nah,
even got to
that's what I
look, bro.
said. Like, no, I'm saying
Not even
there's
for the
more
pass
like, you
around.
know, in the cut.
Not even for the pass around, bro. Them, like, no offense to Uchechi on that one. I know I just mocked her looks, but no offense to Uchechi. But she don't even got the look to be the pass around, bro. She don't even got the look to be the pass around. That's mess. I don't like to get into the slander of black women's looks so much. I know it's a very sensitive topic. I know what country we live in. I know the history. With that, let's be very clear. What we have is a response to a toxic environment where the people that are the most affected, black folks, are responding inappropriately. Black women are responding the most inappropriately, but because the thumb is on the scale for them, it gets to seem as if they are truly the more moral, justice oriented ones of us. That's only because the thumb is on the scale for them. Which you do not hear black men say that you will hear black women say, whether it's Oprah, whether it's a number, whether it's the dark skinned sister that got played by the fat bro, is this is why I hate my skin. Or when Oprah was being interviewed by what's her name off of 2020, yeah, I wanted to be a white girl once upon a time type talk. You don't. I want to see where are the black men, especially successful black men, but where are the black men who anywhere in America who will ever tell you they wanted to be a white dude?
You found
I'm just saying. Where are the black men that will ever tell you they want to be a white man? Ever. Right?
Yo, I never even really heard the coolness of coons that said that too. They just happy to be them. They just like want to be treated like a white dude.
Right. And you'll watch them kiss ass. Now you watch a bunch of people of color kiss ass. Whether black, Latina, Latino, Asian, you watch people. I'm not gonna say everybody, but I'm gonna say everybody. Everybody over here kissing white ass. You'll see that.
Who did Samuel Jackson play as in Django again?
Steven. Steven.
Yeah.
Who's that nigga on
Even
that
in that
narrative?
movie,
Right. I say that all the time.
Yeah.
I say it all the time. Yeah.
But even in that movie, you could see that character was still like, he was good being black. He didn't want to be white dude. He just wanted to be right there underneath the white dude. He's like, at least I get the power or whatever the hell, or something be above y'all.
And I'm not. For me, it's not a bash session. It really is. And thank you for the person that brought this back up to me. It really is counterinsurgency within the black community. It really is the colonizing agent. And FD has said some things to me on the second conversation I had with him that he knows a number of black women and they're contending with this, whatever that fucking means. Really, it's you are the colonizing agent, and all the college education did was further bring you further down along that line. Because as I've made reference to the miseducation of Negro, you really do become that as a black woman. And because you and other black folks, that's black men and black women, see black women as being morally superior to black men, what your college education then allows for you to do, especially if you're Ivy League educated or highly educated, advanced degree, terminal degree, it allows for you to walk around the black community as a highly educated black woman, right, who's morally superior to your black male peers. So you're damn near untouchable. Enter the chat Teslin. Enter the chat Ebony K. Williams. Enter the chat Oprah. Enter the chat and these are the people. Enter the chat Michelle Obama. Enter the chat. Like, these are the people. You can't say shit about them. Anything they've ever said that's untoward. Anything they ever said that make you go, I don't know. They're untouchable in the black community. And there is no man in the black community that's untouchable, including your first black president. Black women are black accomplished women especially are untouchable.
Yeah,
and like that, you can't maintain a community like that, especially when your community is a colony within a nation. And white folks are putting their thumb on the scale for one of us, and nobody want to ask why. That's the question. Nobody want to ask that question. First of all, nobody want to acknowledge that the thumb is on the scale for somebody. Nobody want to acknowledge who it's on the scale on the scale for, and then why. I would argue that if that ever comes up, what somebody's going to say is, well, look at all the sports stars and the athletes and black male entertainers and they marry white women, and you know, marry white women part gonna come up. Go ahead, yo. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm rambling now. I'm sorry.
Nah, see, intersectionality said that because we do brunch and munch, and I'm a woman, I am triple oppressed.
Say that.
You just a black male, and you get the benefits of patriarchy, a patriarchy that targets you, and whose benefits somehow
Exactly.
you didn't get the memo we get, but that you get them. I don't know what they are, but supposedly you get them.
I'm actually glad. I'm unfortunately you didn't say it was on Sabi Stop's main channel. You said y'all were in a group chat or whatever. And but yeah, no,
Yeah, she does
I'm
hangouts.
yeah, hang out like and yeah, man, and look at what you said. Like better you like a black woman randomly started going down that black misandry lane, and it was and what that was white men getting them together. Ah, that's embarrassing, bro. That's black women. That's embarrassing. Y'all so damn misandrous with it that the white guys got to get y'all together. Ah, and not just the white guys, and that's why them white girls be sneaking behind y'all back and turn around and marry Tyrone on your ass. Because you know she got white female followers. You think they don't see that? That's embarrassing, bro.
I can say this too with Savvy. She even brought it up, and she's brought it up on camera before doing her shows, but she even brought it up. She was like, yo, this whole feminist movement with Gloria Steinem and everything. She was like,
yeah, I saw it. I watched it.
It's like, all it did was a couple people got some crumbs, but by and large, it destroyed our community. She's like, this is not really for us. The problems that white women had were not the same problems that black women had, and it's with the civil rights movement. It's like you already are a minority, and you divided your force, and you added another divisive element. She was like, yo, when it comes down to political power, exerting it, and why we don't have the things that we need as a community, it's like, yo, that's a big fucking part of it, because you know what, you ain't fighting that full strength.
Here's another part, another side to this. It's like there's a lot of sacrifice that you hear like all the different stories about like brothers in the past that like put the daughters through college and kind of work that long haul and everything else. And all of this stuff was supposed to be for uplift. Like the education, the credentialing was supposed to be for the uplift of the community, not for a wedge in the community and not for a weapon to be weaponized against the community. And that's kind of like what that's actually turned into, like more or less a weapon to just say ninjas ain't ish and I need to go run to Brad. Like it's done the opposite of what it was intended to be.
People have lost the reason that behind a lot of actions, and they just see things that used to be done and like, oh, I want that. Like some women, you hear some women talk like, oh, just go to work and hand me your check. Nothing, you don't even understand why. Like a lot of times, dudes, their job, things were only open certain hours. The money was not of no use to the family in his pocket. In order to get things paid, in order to get, the necessities that the house needed. Yeah, hey, here, take this. I'm gonna hold on to what I need just for lunch or emergency or whatever. You go do your thing. Make sure the house is running. Make sure the bills is paid. Because back in those days, my granddad told me like, yo, you could mail something if you wanted to. A lot of times they would just simply say, we ain't get your bill. And now your service is off, utilities off, whatever.
That's a very good point, because we live in a very different society now. Like we have our phones, we can go and pay our bills online. Before in yesteryear, you actually had to get somebody out there to do the legwork and go actually to these different places and pay these things.
Fuck yeah. And you got to think about it too. Like, hey, grandma, she cooking and making sure dinner is right. She's there getting the kids and everything. Like, she needs some money to go get the goddamn groceries. And what's it? If you down at the goddamn mill, from 9 to 5, and it takes you an hour to get there and an hour to get back, and most of the time will close up by 7. How you gonna have your hot meal? So
Yeah, what
it's
happened?
one, and even like with the college thing, it was one of those things to where it was a way for the family to be uplifted, but it was a couple things from my grandfather and some of the older folks I got. One, you're hoping that that girl, she's able to get a good career, but also that she meets somebody who also is able to get a good career. Because now that's something that's going to uplift the family. I don't got to worry about her. You know, if she goes to say become a nurse, you're hoping that she meets a lawyer or a doctor or some shit like that. Now I don't got to worry about baby girl. And in my later years, if things go to shit, a lot of them would do it because, like, you know what? Them boys, they supposed to leave and clear to their wife. It's you 50-50 on it if they'll take care of you. Them daughters, they, you know what? She's a better bet. So I need to make sure she got the resources so that later on in life, if that ever comes to be a thing, that she can actually do it if need be. So a lot of these things were calculated, and it wasn't just, oh, I'm sending her to get a degree so she can be a boss bee, or you know, I'm giving the wife the check just because I'm too dumb. Like, no, there's practical reasons behind a lot of this shit. They just want to run with a fucking narrative.
Yeah, and that was before that whole 304 stage for the first year or two, and before all the different all the different effort that we have now, and that finding yourself journey, that deal.
Oh,
Because we really want to go and send people to college for finding yourself. No, that wasn't the deal back then.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm looking for something I can't find. I thought I downloaded it, and I know, as a matter of fact, I downloaded it because I played it before, but I can't find the shit. Yeah, I don't know. That's just gone. That's just gone. But yeah, no. So yes, I agree with Better You. There's a historical precedent for why these things happen. It wasn't just happenstance, particularly going into Jim Crow, coming out of Jim Crow. These things existed for a reason. I think what people want is to pick and choose. This is why I say patriarchy by feminist specifications, partnership patriarchy. These ladies want pick and choose. They came of age in the early 2000s, whether if you're an Xer in the 90s, in the late 80s, right? If you're a millennial in the 2000s, and the story that was sold to them was that you were going to graduate high school, and if you decided to work, you would be able to do it on yourself, do it by yourself, particularly if you're a Black woman, and we're going to make sure we create the environment that allows for that. If you're college educated, you were also going to be able to do it for yourself. But if you chose to take on a man, notice how I framed it, if you chose to take on a man, you would be able to pick from the top shelf of men. No one told it, they weren't told this explicitly all the time, but it was definitely implied, subtly suggested that you will be able to pick top shelf men because of your degree. Your degree and the college environment will allow for you to be around college educated, which was implied white men. Nobody said it, but that was just suggested. White men who will choose up on you because he will be enamored with your education and your bookishness and how intelligent you are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What actually happened is that women graduated, namely Black women graduated with 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 and 60 and 70 and 80 and $100,000 in student loan debt. No man. And if she was lucky, she got a middle management job. If she was super lucky and super good, and she did advanced degree early enough, so like 90s, maybe early 2000s, if you're like an Xer and you snuck in just in time, you were doing pretty goddamn well financially. Millennial Black women didn't get that, but they still got to smell the successes of that, right? They still got to live vicariously through the Kerry Washingtons of the world in Scandal, right? They got to live vicariously through Condoleezza Rice, Susan Rice, right? Michelle Obama before she became the first lady, right? They got to live vicariously through those women, although more and more of them are not necessarily accomplishing those things, and now they're being told to live vicariously through um, Clark, whatever her last name is, Peebles or Peoples, and to live vicariously through Kim Foster, and to live vicariously through Meg Thee Stallion, to live vicariously through um, even as old as Nicki Minaj. But this is what's actually happening. We know the masses of Black women don't got it like that, whether educated or not. That's Black people in general. They don't. Just like the overall Black community, obviously including Black men, are told to live vicariously through Jordan, right? Where you have these tokens who are elevated, whether they're talented or not. I'm not speaking about whether they're deserving of their wealth or even more than they actually have. To be frank, that is not necessarily why they're elevated. We're still dealing with the ghost of Nixon saying sell them on capitalism. We're still dealing with the ghost of that. And what he said and what he really means by that is sell them on their own upward mobility. I want feel good stories. He literally said that to his people. I want feel good stories about Black people. That did not only affect Black men. You don't only get the Jacksons and the OJs and Guy and you name them, right? You don't only get that coming out of that. What you get out of that is Diana Ross and the Supremes, which they were already a thing anyway, but you get even more of that, right? Go ahead, yo.
So
Yeah, they
so
call it
I
that
say I
racial
was
showcasing, I guess. Like the racial
just
showcasing aspect of it all. Yo, you go ahead. You go ahead.
oh my bad. Um, I would say Z for at least for those who went to college in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, even 90s. I would say that was the case that they did have access to upper tier guys because you have to think like who were some of the most upwardly mobile in the Black community or in any community really. It's going to be those who have a degree. And when you're talking about going to certain institutions, like not even like an Ivy League, but just going to like a, you know, those schools like with a good name, like a
A
Stanford
top
or
30
something like
maybe.
that.
Yeah, maybe a top
Yeah,
top 30, top 50. Yeah.
like you even lucky enough to go somewhere like that. Like yo, that's your meal plan. But what we've done is indoctrinate a lot of these girls by simply saying that a man is a waste of time. A man is the ultimate liability. You should avoid them at all costs. Matter of fact, it is better. It is better if you love up on your sisters.
But I played the clip. One of the clips that I played um was the white British chick said nobody ever told her. As a matter of fact, they told her exactly what you said. They didn't say the part of love up on another woman, but they definitely told her, "No, no, wait longer. Don't invest in men." And she said nobody ever told her. She looked like she's somewhere in her mid to late 20s, and she's telling you that none of her. As a matter of fact, the women in her life are telling her to still stay away from boys. Wait a little bit longer. Still stay away from the men. So going to what you say, when you tell the women that the men are a burden, then you get what you get. When you continue to tell the women that a man is a burden, you know what you get. You get Dr. Marcia Inhorn, goddamn, doing these interviews talking about the essentially frozen eggs and how many women are freezing their eggs now, and they not. And by the way, they're not just talking about Black women. As a matter of fact, early on, she wasn't talking about Black women at all because for the majority, Black women can't afford it. She was talking about, you know who she was talking about? Funny enough, small hat women and Asian women. Goddamn. You know, the people that we're told to imitate? Yeah, the women over there are freezing their eggs too. I guess Asian women can't find enough good white man. Ooh, goddamn, Z, you said that out loud. And I guess the small hat women can't find enough mandingo small hat dudes. Jesus Christ, Z, you need to stop saying that out loud. Right? Like just look, this is a plague that has infected the entire planet, namely the West, namely America, namely the Black community. But everybody gonna feel this, right? Y'all go ahead.
Mr. Z, I think most of these women,
Yeah,
that successful women, are getting married in college They're not leaving out. They're leaving out of college with a husband, with somebody successful. They have a plan. They plan out to be successful. And the best way for a woman to be successful is to get a progressive, well, not progressive, but a man who's doing well before they even leave college.
Well,
And
that's
not,
true. I mean, going to what you're saying, Tunnel Runner, no, the data does show that it is the top 20, 25-ish% of folks that are getting married and staying married, and all the rest of us are just out here. So going to what you're saying, you are right. Those are the
and
people that are
Mr.
more
Z, I
likely
have
to
to give
stay
you a
and
food
be
report
and stay
too.
married.
So let me give you
Go
the
ahead.
food report. I got chicken too, with chilies, with Thai chilies, rice,
This nigga bragging again. Jeez,
beef,
look, I can't take it.
vanilla
I can't take
cost,
it.
vanilla and some honey glazed over the Thai chilies on the chicken. Just to let
Listen
you
to
Damn
know
this.
Belinda.
what.
Good, yeah,
Yes.
God, look, every single time Tunnel Runner comes up here, I was waiting. See, for a second, I was like, okay, I might end the stream, and Tunnel Runner ain't saying nothing. He was a demon. I thought I was gonna make it to the end. I thought I was gonna make it to the end, and he got me. Man, he got me. Tunnel every single time. Better you
Well,
weak.
I
You know
just
we're gonna
had to,
start
with
charging.
that chicken, it reminded me of my chicken.
I'm gonna start taxing Tunnel Runner to come up here to brag. Look, we don't need the advertising, okay? We don't need the live from paradise, like Better You said, live from paradise every time.
Oh, that's a good one. The Paradise Report. You can run that one.
You know what? Exactly. Yeah, it's the inspired truth. You give the inspired truth over here with the ideas. That is good. Paradise Report. That sound right. We're gonna have to make the news intro song, right? I can't. I don't know why I want to say dun 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 dun, but like right. Today on
Tunnel
Paradise
Runner.
Report, Tunnel Runner, exactly. Tell them what the weather is. Today is sunny and sunny. It's sunny every day. It never rains in Southern California.
A high
And
of
back to you,
75,
Expired Truth.
a low of 75.
Right? Tonight on The Sun is Always Shining. For real. No, but I mean, like, yeah, no, it's. And then there's the juxtaposition. Then you have the tunnel runners, right? Then you have the passport OGs. Then you have the Zulus. Then you have like the brothers that are traveling or that are stationed overseas. Then you have that. Like, look, I don't know. I don't think black men want to stand on black women's head in the middle of the street. I don't think that's how we built, just generally speaking. With that said, what you don't get to do, black women, is claim that because you can't meet your delusions in the man, or at least maybe you met him, maybe he piped you, but you can't get him to marry you, or at least have a long-term relationship with some children with him, because you can't get chisel chin Tyrone that's 6'10", like KMS said, because you can't get him to commit to you long term, doesn't mean that black men ain't ish. Have you ever considered you're delusional and we're not gonna break for you? So maybe it is good that you stay single indefinitely. And shout out to Tanya TKO. You know what? Tanya TKO, I don't know how many men are trying to break down your door, but maybe it is good that it's you and your plants. Maybe it's good for you and your plants, right?
Hey, Mr.
Yeah.
Z, did you see that
Go ahead.
Marbury, Passport OG with the Stephen Marbury video?
No, I didn't see that one. I
Oh,
didn't see that one. Is that
that's
more
a great.
recent?
Yeah, it's just recent this week, and he was
Okay, I'll check it. I'll check for it.
yeah, check it out, because that I'm going to try to do something on that one too, because it's a great story, because he was going down the tubes here in America, and about ready to kill himself. He's over there now in China, got himself together, got himself a little Chinese woman, and just living, just like a whole different man, big smiles on his face.
Wow. Let me read some of these super chats. I've been so slacking. Somebody said who said it? Somebody shout yourself out. Somebody said Z need a super chat assistant. That was hysterical. I read that when you put it. I put it up too, I think, but I didn't say it out loud. But yeah, no. I do need a super chat assistant. Shout out to Dr. Thunder who called me out a few weeks ago. Look, I do. I really do. And thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And Bruce Wayne says, "I said it like I mean it." Cuss bucket fund. A hoe is a hoe. Make a hoe great again. Make hoes great again. Hashtag make hoes great again. Look, hey, if hoes knew they were hoes, maybe, I would say make women great again. Make being a lady great again, right? Make being a lady great again. I think that's the thing for me, Bruce Wayne. Make being a lady great again, right? Like make being a lady great again. I Mr. Z has, I'm some of my ideals don't perfectly align with some of the mainstream Black manosphere ideals. And with that, make ladies great again, right? I don't care for I don't care for the groveling. I don't need that. My ego and my pride doesn't need that to be satiated, right? What's important to Z is rhetorical defense of Z and Black men, and I demand that. Ms. Z already know, right? A woman talking shit, you got to handle that, right? Just like how you expect me to handle if a man was talking shit. If a man stepped to us the wrong way, right? Like that win or lose, right? This is what's expected. Number one. Number two, I expect that for Black women writ large. But what Black women have decided to do is to be the first one talking shit about you. They don't wait for the white folks to talk shit about you. They'll be the one talking shit about you. They don't wait for the Latinos or the Asians to talk shit about you. They'll be the first ones to talk shit about you, which is absolutely ass backwards. And what makes it worse is, as Better you was saying, now you and I said it before, dear Black women, you're gonna find yourselves in a world of pain and hurt because y'all gonna go in the wrong spaces. And yes, we know white racists and anti-Black folks are lurking everywhere. Y'all gonna catch yourselves in the wrong spaces and be popping that shit, and you don't know who got a Black husband. You don't know who got a Black lover, including the LGBTQ folks in here as well. That's why I'm saying that, right? You don't know who got cool ass Black friends. You don't know who best man was a Black dude or right. You don't know. You don't know who best friend is a Black dude, right? You don't know, and y'all gonna be popping that shit to the wrong people in the wrong spaces, and yet it be full of people that who are not Black, and you don't know who's gonna come in defense of Black men and make you seem just as bit as anti-Black male as you are, right? So yeah. That's and that's embarrassing to me. That's embarrassing to me. It's embarrassing to have non-Black people checking a Black woman about her and saying, better you say conservative. Just call it a thing. Anti-Black ways concerning Black men. If Savvy Stabs said what she said, which if I understand you correctly, which is like, yeah, the educational space is not exactly inviting of Black men. If Savvy Stabs said something along those lines, and then you had a Black woman who essentially did the whole pull yourselves up by your bootstrap stuff for Black men, and then non-Black people started checking her and saying, "Oh, this is some type of conservative bit." That means that she came off anti-Black because she was being anti-Black. And she must have forgot she's not in a Black female space. You're not out with your Black girlfriends talking this shit where y'all all yeah, girl shit. You in a space of supposedly progressive folks, and they ain't having it. It's embarrassing for you as a Black woman to be being checked by non-Black people because you can't even control yourself and just either shut up or pretend to give a fuck about Black men. That's embarrassing. I'll pause right there. Y'all
Z.
go ahead. Go ahead.
And Z, you know what's going on with all the Black women leaving the Democratic Party, trying to go to the Socialist Party. Y'all not gonna fuck up that party that I vote for. Y'all not coming in to fuck up the party that I vote for, knowing damn well y'all not gonna win with that party. Y'all just gaslight the Democrats. See, I've been with the shit. As soon as Bernie lost, I said fuck the Democrats. I said fuck them. And my woman looked at me. I said Joe Biden's fucking racist. Fuck all of them. Fuck all of them. You know what I'm saying? And you have all these VWs talking about going to the Socialist Party or the Green Party, and it's like, yo, they don't fuck with y'all like that because you're gonna fuck up the situation with all the population and guys that they have that they can take from the Republican Party sometimes that they're Bernie bros. And yeah, they're gonna fuck up some parties this coming election in the future. The other part. You know, there's
Leon, real quick, Leon, because I know you don't got that much time. Real quick, what's frightening me about what the Democrats, because me and Betty, you have already spoke about this. I think you were part of the conversation too. What frightens me is I know they're gonna take the wrong lesson from this ass whooping they just got, and
oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna say it. I'm not 100% anti woke because I know how they weaponize that term, particularly on the right. And what the left is going to do is all those social programs that at the very edges might have helped a couple of black people. They gonna be like, yeah, we can't afford to do that because that was that social justice warrior stuff that we were doing. That was the woke stuff, and we can't do that anymore. And they're gonna
yeah,
use that as an excuse not to do shit for black people. Now that's gonna hurt
yeah,
black men at the very edges. We know we were the least to benefit from this, even though it was written for pretty much us. But that's
yeah.
going to devastate. Even though black women also weren't benefiting that much from it, especially in comparison to white women, it's going to devastate them. And so what you
We've
will
been
have
seeing,
is a Democratic Party that might believe in certain social programs economically, but all of that put black women even rhetorically first. Put black women at
nah,
the
nah,
face of shit. That's gonna hurt.
nah,
That's gonna hurt. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no. We've seen the Democratic Party move farther to the right since they, like
That's my point.
I talked to BGS. This is my position on it. They lost on purpose, regardless. They didn't want to endure what was going to really truly take place or fix the issue, so they're sitting back chilling. And you have two people cooning on the mic just to stay in office. You know what I'm saying? But they're not actually producing anything. And you got the loudmouth Texas girl, and you got the light skinned mulatto brother. And, you know what I'm saying? Other than them,
Jasmine
nobody's
Crockett and
really.
Cory Booker. I hear you.
Yeah. It's like, yo, just sit down, bro. Y'all not gonna. Yeah. I'm about as happy as the people on the school board that was getting paid $250K in Houston each to sit on the school board and not solve any reading issues or anything, and they were breathing up my good air. You know what I'm saying? Real nigga air they were breathing up. You know what I'm saying? But on the other part,
Not the Uncle
okay,
Ruckus reference. Go ahead.
yeah, they breathing all my good nigga air up and shit. But just getting paid and not solving issues. On the other part, historically, uh, I'm gonna say this in a way: small hats were through the man until they met the Anglos. And, the girls were getting their backs blown out, so they started defining small hatism through the women, and it gets to the point when you look at a lot of the historic stuff. It seems like they assimilate one high class one, right? And then if she has like three daughters, they marry the first cousin, and this keeps on continuing. And a lot of the small hat women are just tired of having babies with their uncle or their first cousin to justify that these people are still of that ilk. You know what I'm saying? And if you really look down the lines, a lot of these people marry their first cousin, they marry their uncle, to say that these kids are of that small hat line because it goes through the
Isn't
woman.
that the case
And
for Einstein's second wife? Something like that I heard.
yes,
Yeah,
they all
yeah.
do it. They all it's some nasty work. So they were like, we don't want to assimilate in the Eastern or the Sephardics or this because are the Ethiopians because we don't want to hire their class designation. So let's just keep on bumping and grinding with my sister's my brother's daughter. You know what I'm saying? And let's pray that she has three girls instead of four boys, what tends to happen, and they get like one girl out of the mix or two girls out of the mix. Other brothers they get an Anglo-Saxon or Canada
Let,
woman and call it a
let
day.
me say this real quick, Leon. Guy Cognitus says Trump ain't racist. Guy Cognitus, the better question is which president was it? And I'm including number 44 in here.
Yeah, I
Which
mean
one wasn't?
they're racist. I mean, it is what it is. It's they utilize certain frameworks to win, and it's aligning with the dominant party, aligning with Britain and America. It just is what it is. But what I find interesting is the B Dub does the same thing. She tries to identify blackness through her. solely through her womb.
Literally, yeah. I'm starting to
Yeah.
see that. Even I'm starting to appreciate, not see that. I'm starting to appreciate that more and more, and I'm glad that they're starting to say that. Like, don't y'all want black kids? What do you mean? I thought if I had a kid with any other way, I thought we said mixed kids was black too. I thought we said one drop rule. Oh, you don't want to do one drop rule when the kid is from me and a non-black woman. Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
hear you. I hear you.
That's why ever since I've been in this space, I said I identify blackness through myself. Because at the end of the day, as long as your grandma and your mom has access to that kid is black. That's the part that I've been trying to tell niggas forever. You're listening to women. No, the outcome is your mom and your
Let,
grandma
let me
having
say that different.
access to that
Let,
child.
let me say that different, Leon, because I know what you're saying. Let me tell me if I'm wrong. What Leon is saying is let the women fight the battle for you, because your mom and your grandma is gonna be attached to that child, and they're gonna wish a bitch would say something about your kid
Yes.
not being black.
Why do you think
Yeah,
I
I see what you're
subject
saying.
myself to him a little, bro? You know,
Hmm.
that's why I'm Big Trick, the Gynocracy King. You know what I'm saying?
You need to
You
put you
know,
need to put that as your names. You need to put that as your name. Big Trick the
no,
Gynocracy
BGS.
King.
That's my nickname. That's what BGS call me. But I'm not gonna say who tried to diss me on Big Trick because they thought it was a bad connotation or something. And I was just like, yo, Google is your best friend, bro. And it's gonna define exactly why BGS and a few other people call me Big Trick. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
Google is your
I
best friend.
I like that thought process. I just have to get the wording and understand what you're saying. But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
with a black woman. I prefer black women, right? But yeah, no, for the brothers that are you have to make sure you good with your mom and your grandma and your sister and auntie them. And I mean, like in reality, that's not how life works. Like, you're not gonna be at the mall and some weirdo chick say something and your mom just happened to be standing right there. I mean, it can happen, but more than likely not. But no, when it comes to like at least family stuff, yeah, no, when a female cousin say something slick, let your mom handle that. Right?
Bruh,
Let
let
your
me
mom
tell
handle
you,
that.
bruh.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, bruh. My mom is a retired EA master's degree black woman that doesn't look her age. You know what I'm saying? She intimidates most women. she's anti-feminist. You know, she's a womanist, but she's anti. But she's a gynocrat, but she's an anti. You're not gonna come
So
to.
your mom is definitely, I wish a bitch would.
Oh yeah. She's too like she listens. She listens. I send her stuff. If I showed you our DM, my mom wants African studies to be deleted for tech skills. That's the type of
Oh,
person you're dealing with. Okay.
okay.
She doesn't want black boys to be in Africana studies. She wants them to be in tech skills.
I will say this.
Teach them a skill. She's different.
Mama Z is not all the way where your mom is, but I have sent her some of my stuff that Passport OG has done, because I think Passport
Yeah.
OG does a way better job than me at editing my own shit, so it's compassionate. And all she says is, "All right, Z, just be careful." That's all she'll say. She's like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you know how the women are. This is Mama Z. Mama Z is a dark skinned black woman, because Dad
Hmm.
Z was a Haitian Lionel Richie, but he wanted him something dark. So I came out brown. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
but Daddy Z ain't light skinned no more. Too much sunlight. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
my
so
dad likes him, brother.
right, Mama Z she just be like, hey, be careful. But she doesn't ever tell me I'm wrong. She doesn't.
Well, see,
And don't get it.
that's
Mama Z ain't my baby wouldn't do that type. That's not her speed, right? So for her to not to tell me I'm wrong, lets you know she know the environment. That's what I'm getting at. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, my mom is pretty simple. She's like, I know you like leftist politics, the real shit, but don't be the black guy to get hung. And I'm like, nah, I'm the black guy at the
Mm-hmm.
Gaza Israel protests in Austin, and I rent a truck and I pass out, $500 of water to the people getting maced. You know what I'm saying? That's me. I'm not in this shit. But the other part, it's like I was gonna ask Maggie about this because I'm to the point, the more I look at it, you know, toxic masculinity, um, misogyny, and sexism is a form of anti-Semitism at this point. That's how I look at the shit. They utilized it to shut down every conversation. And I'm saying it's the same framework as like a trans or queer affirming white person saying that uh our issue is the same issue as like a civil rights issue, and it's like, bitch, y'all been around since the start of time, and now you're taking something that's 50 years old and finally trying to utilize it. Y'all been around since the start of fucking time. That's bullshit. What y'all are mad
Yeah.
about is your caste and class position within your own group.
Yes. Let me say
That's
this, and
what
I
you're
know
mad
Inspired Truth.
about.
Yeah, I rock
I
with
think that
that.
was you trying to speak.
That's
Go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I was just saying that I rock with that because that's a rhetorical device. Like same thing with manosphere as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll see people kind of condemning the manosphere, but they're really kind of targeting unapologetic male spaces. And I was surprised, like
Hmm.
about I don't know, a few months back, I saw Al Jazeera getting into it. Like they were blaming manosphere, all manosphere, for
Yep. You mean
femicides
the
in
stream?
Kenya,
They're,
and that
they're,
was
they're,
crazy.
you mean the stream when they covered it on the stream?
It,
Because I've been watching the stream forever. I
I don't
think that
think it
might be
was.
the. Go ahead.
I don't know if it was the stream, but like I saw like one of the like a video, and it was like
Mm,
it was like they were blaming all manosphere, like white manosphere, black
mm,
manosphere, Indian manosphere, like all male content for this stuff, this thing going on in Kenya, and it made no sense
mm.
whatsoever. And
Yeah.
and what people
Wait,
don't,
what's
and
going
then
on in
like after
Kenya?
that, then you had
After
that whole. So they were saying like there's this big uptick or swell in like females getting deleted and whatnot, and so they were kind of taking that to try to condemn the whole entire manosphere as a total, just making it all like everybody's responsible for this type of deal. And then you saw, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you
I'm
still
gonna
hear
tell
me?
you
You're clear.
the
Yeah, yeah. We can hear you.
resolution
We can hear
after.
you.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna
so
tell
it's
you the
like after
resolution
that.
after.
But it's like after that, then you later on you see that Netflix deal, and then after that, then you see the CNN deal, and it's like a whole entire drumbeat that's kind of still aiming at at basically condemning male spaces, more or less,
Mm.
and
Oh,
making it
you know
like
the
it's all the
solution?
same thing.
You want to know the solution?
Yeah, go for it.
Take TikTok away from those Africans. Stop letting them see FBA, ADOS culture. Just disconnect them. Treat it like China. They don't see none of that shit because that's really the issue. They're seeing Western culture. You're letting Europeans come in, just like I talked about that African nurse yesterday.
Real quick,
And
Leon. Let me make reference to this real quick. What Inspired Truth is talking about, Gilgami just linked it in the chat. So in case anybody want to check it,
yeah,
y'all go ahead and link it and put it in your history. Go ahead, Leon.
and so you're blaming the uptick in guys killing their wives, but you're not checking the behavior, just like what's going on with in Britain with Nigerian women and Ghana women getting their husbands arrested. Like you're influencing their culture. My mom said before. I showed her a video. She's like, "Hey, tired of them fucking feminists. They go and they stop the birth rates and all this. And they get the women and they f up people's culture. I can't stand those white bees or whatever." And I just looked at her. I was like, "Oh, I asked her at the right time because she used to get off work." You know what I'm saying? But
Yep.
it's if you're gonna bring something into their culture separate and not agreed upon, and they're operating like they're in the fucking West partially, and they get their head knocked off. I mean, is it really the guy's fault, or are y'all introducing things that your culture was never ready for? Because I'm watching Chinese videos, and they got 500 Ethiopian women that used to be cooking food at 12 o'clock, and they're in line doing push-ups, getting ready to work in a fucking factory. You know what I'm saying? So then in their free time, they're watching TikToks, and I got all these big titty Africans, down my IG because I put likes on big tits, and they're all showing it off. So you gave them TikTok, you gave them Instagram, and now they have access to the world, and they're operating different. So is it really a reaction that's abnormal, or is it the behavior of the women that's changing, and the guys are flipping out? You can't blame the manosphere for it. Which one was there
Let
Well,
me
first
yeah.
changing?
let me do this
I think your
before you
first.
go into. Well, actually, go ahead into that, and then Inspired Truth, and then after you do that, read the super chat for me. Go ahead.
Me or
So
somebody else? Oh, see.
Yeah.
No, I was saying go ahead. Inspired Truth. I think you were going to say something, and then read the super chat.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I was
NFL
saying that there was a
Draft
lot.
Week, aka I go to read the super chat. NFL Draft Week,
Okay.
aka this is when Becky wins. we these is he trying to say fat or just is it extended
I think he's
fat?
trying to say fat.
Women,
I think
oh
he's trying
fat.
to say fat.
Yeah, fat women talk like this cause ninjas still simp for them. Blame the man. Okay.
And thank you for that
Becky's
super chat.
winning this week. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And we know that. We see what happened on draft day. We see on draft day when Becky's sitting next to Becky, the only white thing in the whole damn house. The whole family black, dark skin black on top of that. The whole family black. And here go Becky sitting right there. Mom sitting on one side, Becky sitting on the other side. We see it. We see it.
I have a response to Guy Incognito.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moving around and typing. It's not really because my ADHD. It's just because I'm moving around and I see the spell check and I don't correct it. That's why I call myself spell check king. So I can't read other people's dyslexia. I'm just saying.
But to what you were saying, Leon, with the
Yeah.
situation, I think you already said the solution. And
Yep.
it is, hey, look, if there's a rhetorical culture that you can wield to increase your power, use it. I say, hey, look, you frame it just like this. Hey, you against the Blue Star Crips. I don't think you want to be. I don't think you want to be on the other side of them.
Yeah.
That sounds real anti-Semitic.
Well, no, what I'm saying, they're using the framework to shut down all conversations. As soon as they say sexism, misogyny, it shuts down conversations automatically.
No,
It's the
that's what I'm
same
saying.
framework.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. To utilize that
Okay.
framework to shut down that opposition.
Mm-hmm.
They throw that at you. Okay, all right, that's anti-Blue Star.
Yep.
You want to go get
Which
my
is
gang?
well that applies. So this is the thing. Y'all so over indexed on that as an insult that what has happened is the white guys, the young white guys on top of that. That's why that you hear young white dudes are even more anti-feminist than their goddamn dads and granddads. So the young white guys, so really under the age of 30, probably under the age of 35, when young white guys said, fuck all that, we gonna say the most insane toxic shit. That's why you see them saying some of the most insane toxic shit now. So what happened is the women use that as a freaking weapon to shut down every conversation, like Leon and Better you are saying, and they over-indexed on it so much that the young white guys and more black men, not even so much conservative black men, right, have said we on that bus too. You could call me all type of ism all you want. I'ma say it anyway. And now what? And for real now, and now what? Now I mean, like, yeah, they are saying that, and for real though. And now what? Well. We got Black Guru up here, y'all. Black Guru tax in effect. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And what's going on, Black Guru?
Hey, you hear me, Z?
You are clear
Do you hear
and
me?
ready to go.
Oh,
Yeah, you're clear as hell.
yeah. I sent you, maybe I'll post it in the back chat if it's not convenient for you to get to it, but I sent you a link. Maybe it was earlier today or maybe last night or whatever, but it addresses something you guys were just talking about, the apparent uptick in, or it's related to that, the apparent uptick in violence or deletions of East African women.
I clicked it. It's in my history, and I did not watch it. I did not watch it. Go ahead.
You, if it's convenient for you to do so, pull that video up because it directly relates to what you guys were talking about.
I'm gonna try to get it right now. Okay, I'm gonna mute up for a little bit,
if you
y'all.
can do it.
Black Guru,
like I said, sure.
If I could screen share
Go
on
ahead.
here and just go down my IG, let me tell you. I'm just saying, a lot of big tit Africans on there.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to slow down what you guys were talking about, but it directly relates to, and I think it kind of helps to kind of drive home the point about how how certain behaviors affecting the mind states of young men who have not spent, the last 60 plus years being force fed, becoming acclimated to the fallacious assent of the female. It's one thing to get this stuff after 2, 3, 4 generations, of going from silent gen to boomer to Xer to millennial, and every generation is a sort of progression towards this madness of the female ascent. So it's a very different thing to go from essentially a patriarchy to fucking city girls. Like that will cause some murderous activity on the part of many men throughout, and not just Africa, throughout much of the world, to be so suddenly exposed to that kind of behavior. Not just the sex itself or whatever, it's the attitude that comes with it. A lot of the dismissiveness, a lot of the nastiness, a lot of the blatant misandry and the haughty and arrogance. That will cause men, certainly of other communities, to decide to lay hands and worse.
Let me say this real quick, Black Root. So I did watch it. I thought you were talking about something else. So I did watch it, and I just downloaded it again. So I downloaded it and I watched it. So yeah. So FYI, I don't know if you recall, Black Root, but the sister that's doing the most talking, I want to say that was the same one last year that told ADOS women, or Black American women at least, that all that stuff wouldn't fly in Africa. That was the one that BGS covered sometime. I want to say maybe sometime in August or September-ish, maybe last year, maybe even earlier than that. The African sister that was saying, y'all couldn't pull none of that over here, and $10,000 or $20,000, and this part of Africa would be this much, and and we would be living swell, and so I want to say that was her, right? Because I could see O'Shea up there. I want to say that's the same sister, that African sister that BGS covered well, maybe a year now. No, I don't think it was a year, but possibly, right? So I'm gonna play it right now, and then we'll talk about it on the other end. And y'all give me a second. Here we go. There we go.
No, it's the Eritrean that I keep on forgetting.
So it's 12 bodies,
because
not 11.
he was forgettable. But Esther has been on a journey and
Because it
she's
felt
done
like
a
it didn't
reset.
happen.
So she's back to zero. I would date Ugandan men before I date another Habesha. Esther, don't lie to the people. I would never date an Habesha again. You'll only date Ugandan men. By the way, let me start this battle. Habesha people, I have not seen you date Ugandan women. Me too. I tried you, but I will not do it again.
Okay, let's.
You know what, guys? Yeah. I've slept with an Eritrean. I wouldn't do
You've
it.
been around, eh?
Yeah,
You've
I
really been
wouldn't do
around.
it again.
Now getting your cheese clapped everywhere.
Yeah. Did you date the Eritrean?
Just getting your cheese clapped all over Africa.
Esther, why wouldn't you do the Eritrean again? I will stick to my Ugandan men before I go to an Eritrean. What happened with the Eritrean man? Never, Shem. Don't come for me. Habesha, no.
She's international.
Go
I didn't
ahead.
expect
The
Eritrean.
Eritreans would never. The Habeshas would never.
You've been around.
I don't know. I want to say that's her. It could not be her, but I want to say that's the same one. I can't tell, but I want to say that's her. If it's not her, my apologies for mistaking one African for another.
The zombie city girl
I saw that title you sent me.
virus has spread it, and now it's airborne, gentlemen. It is airborne.
Shout out to Nameless. He said the international what he said? He said plantation politics going global or something like that. Shout out to Nameless protagonist. Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
Well, and again, it's one thing for us to, like I say, over the course of 3+ generations to experience this sort of progression to that. But imagine going from a much more patriarchal environment to suddenly, you got women talking and behaving like that. That is going to cause some major disruption that at some point is going to turn bloody.
Hey, they took your advice, Black Root, and they didn't even hear what you said. They took care of
Well,
it.
Well,
If y'all,
it's
Black Rule know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Black Rule, and then Leon, we got you.
yeah, yeah.
I think when you have Bill Gates interfering and they give birth control to a whole bunch
Uh-oh.
of women, and then the women can't have babies permanently, and then you come in and you hire a whole bunch of women and you bring in they talk on phones or they're doing something and they're filing paperwork, and you're purposely doing it to take them out of their cultural order. You know what I'm saying? And literally that lady would have had 5 babies, but now she only has one. And it's like y'all are almost to the finish line and you're still letting the Brits and the Americans interfere in your culture. Y'all will advance, but y'all gonna crash out faster if y'all go this direction. And and then, like I said, you take a place like Nigeria, and like I've showed Tia John Johnson these videos. These women, they talk about their ancestral mother, their greatest of greatest grandmothers when they were deemed matrilineal matriarchs and shit, and how they used to rule over, and they want to bring that back. And it's like they have these ladies on TED Talk and everything, spreading the propaganda. And they do it in such an amazing goddamn way. And I'm just like, yo, y'all have to watch.
I
Y'all
think I
have to
know
look
who
at.
you're talking about. Real quick, Leon. Somebody, Gil Gami might know. There's an African sister. I want to
Hmm.
say she's Nigerian. She's feminist. She's been on lecture tours. I think she did a TED
Hmm.
Talk once too. Very sassy.
Yes,
I think I know who you're talking about. I think that's who you're talking about too.
her
I've
dad
watched a
was
couple
the
of her
oil
stuff.
her dad was the
Hmm.
oil cartoon out there, cartel or cartoon or whatever, however you say the word. And basically,
Tycoon.
she's the 1%. She comes from the 1% family out there. And the
I
other
think I know who
lady,
you're
I
talking
think
about too.
she's under investigation and getting arrested. But these ladies, they have taken so many spots. You got the lady that's in Britain now, and she's part of the house saying, free market. You have the other one that they open markets up to, and she's against socialism and all this type of stuff, and she's preaching free market, and they're all for Britain advancement. And the weird part, just like when I was talking to that nurse the other day, um, I think they fear British people leaving, because if British people keep on getting pushed out in suites, Christianity gets pushed out. And I think that's an interesting part when
Mm.
Christianity gets pushed out of that form of Christianity gets pushed out of those areas of Africa.
I,
I just think
Gil
it's
Gami,
really
if you could
interesting.
get me her name, is that her name, Els? I'm gonna look up this name, but yeah, because Gil Gami, if you could get me her name, because we might be talking about the same person, but we might not be. But Gil Gami
It's a
is
few of them.
she goes through Nigeria, Ghana, UK, and is spreading on what Leon is talking about. I think we all might be talking about the same lady. I think, but I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna look up what Els Active put in the comments. Let me look it up. Y'all go ahead. Y'all keep on. Yellow.
The women don't mind because they're gaining status, certain liberties and freedom from their man. But it's like, if you look at the long game, you're actually harming yourself because you're decreasing your population, which that's what the Europeans want y'all to do. Like, so are you just selling out for your personal 50 years of freedom, or are you trying to buy in for the next 200 years where y'all have
So
factories and real power? You know what I'm saying?
no, so let me say this. Els, I know who you're talking about. So I've seen her before, but that's not who I'm talking about. Who I'm talking about is a bit more darker than that. She's darker than that. She still has a bit of accent, a teeny tiny bit, right? Yeah, I know, not her. Kimmy, I know who you're talking about, but it's not. It's another sister that's been on like her feministic lecturing, and I want to say she did a TED talk once. Like that's not that. Yeah, I've seen who you're talking about, but that's not who I'm talking about. But yeah, you could give on and that's some
Well,
crazy work. Like, go,
when you
go ahead,
have
like you
no
go.
higher when you have no higher ideal, when you have no God, when you have no concept of anything above and beyond yourself, then it's easy for you to limit everything you do to what satisfies you and only you personally. And that's what you see now. There used to be a responsibility. You used to have a godly responsibility. Remember, be fruitful and multiply. That was a godly responsibility. That was a divine responsibility. You couldn't talk yourself out of not having uh, a spouse and children. That was a responsibility that was above your call to even make. Well, that no longer exists now. It's all on you now with what you want to do. If you watch that video that featured Tracy Ellis Ross and her complaining about not being able to find some suitable man, etc., whatever. I mean, this is a person who is daughter of one of the most famous women the last 100 years or whatever. Could have had any pick of the most choice men, black and even not black. But she's only concerned about herself, only what satisfies her in the moment. So then this beautiful, successful woman goes her whole life, never marries, never makes any children. It all begins and ends with her. And if a woman like her can do that and choose to live that way, but worse, then be a part of sort of a marketing tool for encouraging other women to think and behave and believe the same thing with the Dr. Bryant woman. She's another example of that as well.
Yeah,
40-ish
yeah.
woman, never getting married, never having children, and promoting the same for other quote lesser women end quote. Where does that all end? Well, that kind of ends with extinction, right?
I mean, like, isn't that exactly what's happening? I think it's a confluence of things, like a combination of things. I think it's a market-based valuation of men and masculinity and your own femininity and womanhood. I think it's a very selfishness that was pushed on them. I think it's you can make up for the man with your degrees and your accomplishments financially and your platonic friends and whatnot. I think I think it's a
Yeah, but
number of things. And
that's only relevant to the extent that you don't really have a responsibility and that you don't have a God. And I'm using God broadly because God says you're supposed to do it. Damn what you want to do. Damn what you think. Damn even how selfish you are, how vain you are, how beautiful, how rich, how whatever you be. You have a godly responsibility to do this
but what about if
beyond
I am
yourself.
God though? But better you. I mean,
Well,
I'm not better you.
exactly.
Black Uru. What about if I'm
Well,
God?
that's my point. That's my
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
So once you become God, then all the selfish desires of Zeus or whatever of doing this and being that and sexual depravity and being a spendthrift and being vain and vainglorious and all those things are optional to you because you are a deity into yourself. And that's what you
You are
have.
the table. That's why they said it
Yeah.
when we asked them what did they bring to the table. The
They
translation to
think
that
they
of
are
I am the table, I am the God.
I am the God. I am the God. And so if I'm the God, then, well, the only thing left is for you Negroes to be the worshipers.
And this
If
is where
I'm the
Teslin
God,
walks in the room. This is where Teslin walks in the room with what she said recently. This is like you were saying. This is Tracy Ellis Ross. This is who would name the person where you see the weirdo. This is Maya, right? The 7-year celibate. This is all of them. All of them. That's what they're saying. This is Lisa Ray. This is all of them. Like we were saying
mhm,
this on the stream the other night. This is all of them, right? So yeah, man, it's ugly. It's ugly. And talk about leading to
it's
a
a
downfall of society.
it's a dead end. It's like you've reached, you've been traveling this road. We've been traveling this road of humanity. Black people in particular have been traveling a very treacherous road, right? But we're thinking eventually we're going to get there. I mean, visualize this. Visualize everything that Black people have endured, and not just, you know, African Americans, although, you know, we have a particularly onerous history, but you can just kind of do, certainly you can make a
Start the clock
similar
at
sort of view
1492.
of being Haitian. I'm sure being Haitian, you could definitely do that. Being Jamaican, you can do that. So I'm not saying necessarily it's unique to being ADOS, but visualize that treacherous road of your people's history, and you think faintly in the distance, or you think you see in the distance a light, and you go on, and you think you're seeing a light, and then you get to a certain point, and what you see is really, you've been looking at it as a reflection that is a dead end. And that's where we're headed. We're headed to a dead end after all the treacherous road. Think about being us, particularly us being ADOS. You know, I saw the movie Sinner last night, and it was a great film, and a very kind of sad and beautiful film at the same time. And there were parts of it in particular that I found to be quite moving. But I came away from it thinking, in it visually, there's some cinematography in that film that is quite striking and personally striking. But it's a period piece, and you look at that film, or you look at the time of that film, you think about where we are now, and it seems like we've been traveling all this whole distance to end up nowhere.
Yeah, no, I damn dare want to make that the benediction and just end on out, but I can't. Look, Black Earl keep on doing the benediction early now. Look, I see what he's doing, right? But like and it was a bit sobering. That's a sobering ass benediction right there. But no, so I think if
Can I
we're
say,
at the
BG?
end of the road, and real quick, I got you in 1 minute. Yeah. If we're at the end of the road, especially for those of us who, when I say recent immigrants, I'm really talking about the African brothers and sisters. But for those of us who were brought to the Western world forcibly, if this, because I started the clock at 1492, which I know wasn't the start of slavery per se, but I started the clock at 1492, right? Columbus sold the ocean blue in
No
1492. I
return.
started the clock there, right? So
Mm-hmm.
okay, for those of
Well,
us would have
certainly the
achieved,
the Western enterprise of slavery in particular
yes.
really starts there. The Western
hmm
enterprise of it
hmm
in particular, yeah.
Yeah, well, we know that the East got its own whole different thing. Shout out to the Arabs, right? So we already know how treacherous that was too. But with that, yeah, no, I think you're right. When you walk down this road, and this is where the like black wealth will be zero by 2053. Now, when we hear that, that means collective black wealth, right? Will be zero by 2053. That doesn't mean that no black person will have any money, but that does mean that the most of us will have no money, regardless of what you're earning income wise. Yeah, no, that is what it, and that was before COVID. Those numbers came out, so you know COVID hastened that. Um, yeah, no, you're walking down a road or walking down a tunnel, and what you see as a glimmer of light is really a reflection. It's like a mirror, and you run into the mirror, and that was the dead end. Yeah, no, that's a sobering thought, and I really don't know what you do with that. I'm reminded of you actually, Black Ooh, when you spoke of helping to lobby for reparations, and you would like to be part of the accounting of that, and you would want to do it regardless of if y'all get it or not, and especially if y'all don't, the
Mm-hmm.
U.S. don't, because it would let Black people know for sure what America thinks of them. And when you
Mm-hmm.
said that, I've been sitting with that thought because I think you said it like 2 years ago, something like that. And I've been sitting with that thought since you said that, like how important that would be, win or lose, but
Well,
especially if lose, what that would mean. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
sometimes I was watching this film Alexander, and
I've seen it.
you know, about 20 years ago, and at the end of the film, the character is the elder version of it is portrayed by Anthony Hopkins, and he was I guess a lieutenant or whatever. His character was a lieutenant of Alexander, and he was recounting the difficulties. At this point, Alexander is long gone. He's sort of telling. In fact, I guess the film is really sort of like his not him talking about Alexander and historically, but you're seeing the real time actions, was really sort of like a narration of the past. But at the end of the film, he's talking about, and he was very frustrated with Alexander. Alexander was very frustrating because he was, from their perspective, this great visionary, and they lost a lot because of how much Alexander was trying to achieve, and they were being killed, and just everything. But he was talking about how Alexander's failures, that his failures towered over the victories of other men, that his failures were so spectacular that what came of them was just so much greater than what anybody else had done. And I look at the prospect of the earnest prospect of fully going after reparations, even if it was a failure, it would be perhaps the greatest collective achievement of African American people in this country, and would be a shining symbol of aspiration for Black people throughout the world.
I agree with you 1000%, and I do believe that there is beauty in closure. I think ultimately, it's not you be seeking closure, because then there'd be no denying of what America thinks of the Black American experience, and the debt that it owes to it. They're just going to write off the debt and say no.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately, it's funny that kind of aligns, almost parallel, with what Black men are forcing Black women to do. We're getting to the point to where these women, the only thing they have now is the truth. We're reducing it down to the root. And the thing is that I don't like being Black, and nigga, I don't like you either. And I think there's a freedom in closure. Like they say, when God closes the door, it throws you through a window. If reparations is rejected by America, it would tell us, hey, you're on your own. You have to galvanize and get together and make this work for yourself, because they've written it off. You're not going to get what's owed to you. In parallel, we're almost there as far as the Black male, Black woman dynamic, to the point to where, look, I don't like being Black. You're Black. I don't like you either because you're Black. It's going to force Black men to say, hey, these are not our women. They've shown us in every form or fashion, stat and station. Although it is sombering and heartbreaking, consider this is not only your girlfriend or your wife. This is also your mother, your sister, and in some cases your daughter. But that frees you to be someone else, to go somewhere else. So I do understand, Black Uru, what you're saying, and I do understand the beauty of closure, even if it's painful.
I want to say this.
I think the most frightening aspect that we have to deal with is, what does that freedom mean in terms of what we then will be and become? And I think that's why Black men hold on so tightly. I think the reason why Black men hold on so tightly is because they do fear letting go what they are and have been. And it's not just about what we are individually. It's about our fathers, our grandfathers. It's about Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan and Dr. King and Frederick Douglass. It's about all of that. And because once you really let go, then you become something else. Now you're still somewhat historically connected to that, but you do become somebody else. Once you go to the Philippines or go to Japan or go somewhere else, and then your children do this, and then your grandchildren do that. 50 years, 100 years, certainly several hundred years, you become something else. And I think I think we naturally want to hold on to what we've been, even in spite, and like I say, it really kind of hit me as I was watching the movie last night, because what it reminded me of was like, wow, this is kind of where we come from. What happens then when we truly let go? We probably have to let go. But okay, then what will we be 100 years from now, or 200 years from now, or whatever?
I look at
We
I look at
still
it
in
like
here,
I look at it like our future decisions is, some brothers think that they can hold on to this culture, and I don't think holding on to something that's commodified and it's part of America is worth it. So if you go to another country, your kid will have a certain flavor to him, but after he goes to school, after he has kids, he's assimilating to the dominant culture, even if they're black. Um, and for the other part, I'm paying attention to what Harvard's doing right now because they have a brother in there, digitizing the actual slave trade and how many people came over, and they're saying there's 200,000 people that came off of, I think it was like 3,000 boats or some shit, some claim, and I'm just sitting there like they have the
I've always
records,
heard
all the records.
500,000 in particular to American, the US of A. I've heard
Hmm
500,000 throughout my life. So if they're downgrading it to 250, I think they're being
it's
real sneaky with that. That's the just in
it's
case y'all
the
get
it's the light
reparations
skinned brother.
conversation.
He's I think he's a boomer
Mhm.
or older Gen Xer, but he's in charge of doing that right now, and that's something I might want to check into, because I'm not fucking.
Even to 2 points. Even if they downgrade it, I mean, let's play both factors out. We'll
Well,
do
I'm
this
not I'm
later.
not I'm not saying for that reason. I'm just saying they're utilizing social designers in the framing that they can write than what you actually have access to. Like I can find all my roots because we own some of their land in Mississippi and in Alabama. You know what I'm saying? But then you
Yeah,
take an account of really you have 4 last names that turn into 8 last names or 6 last names.
yeah.
And then you lose those roots. You know what I'm
I,
saying?
I'm, no. I totally understand that from a genealogy standpoint. What my point would be, if they're doing that, that actually makes what they did more hellish. Let's play it all the way out to the extreme. Let's say only 5 slaves came over. How do you explain at the around the Civil War there being close to 5 million? What type?
I can explain.
What type of cattle breeding farms were you doing? How
Yeah,
dehumanizing were you? So so so
yeah,
so 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 to that point, there is no escape of the greatest sin. But and to Black Uru's point, as far as us being afraid to leave the black culture, the black experience, let's play it out to the nth degree. God willing, eventually we will leave this planet. To go forward,
hmm
you have to leave. I mean, to quote Andre 3000, spaceships don't come with rearview mirrors. To better yourself, you're eventually going to have to leave. Edward Anderson said it best. If this is what we must do to maintain the black culture, it doesn't deserve to exist. It
yeah.
it doesn't. I mean, because you
Like
say, to just I'll say something like to Black Uru's sombering benediction that's about an hour early. If we come this far just to see just to see a wall, if there's any escape from that, we have to this in not only in respect to ourselves, but to our fathers and uncles and brothers and sons we have not had yet. We owe it to them to give them the best outcome possible. And if it is not with a black woman, as much as that hurts me, so be it. I see myself in having these conversations. Sometimes I get animated, and sometimes I get angry, and sometimes I get frustrated. But the reason why it is because I feel like the person at Comic Con with Asperger's screaming at screaming at a panel saying, "Man, you are fucking up my favorite book." There's so much
Yeah.
things you can be doing with these characters, and you're just not doing it. And they're like, well, yeah, well, I mean, well, we want Glorilla to star in this comic book.
You sound like what they sound like too. You sounded like what they sound like.
I gotta add a part to what you're saying at the end. I gotta add a part to what you're saying at the end. Because this is something I dream. So when you're done, I'm gonna tell you my short dream.
Go ahead.
Let me,
So my short dream is
real quick, Leon. Before you get to your dream, because as a non-ADOS person, I want to
your
put this out
attitude.
here. No, I'm not even going to. Man, look, I was here for when the reparations conversation heated back up. I was here for that. I was here for it. I was here for the back and forth with the particular people that we know there was a back and forth with. And I'll just say, when somebody is coming off real agent-like. I just want to tell my ADOS cousin, somebody coming off real agent-like, and and I ain't gonna say the name. Everybody know who the hell I'm talking about. It's one of them.
I know.
Only one of them for the
I
most
know.
part.
I know you talk. I know you're talking about. And
Yeah.
at some point down the line, and I'm not saying who and when and who's responsible for doing such, but part of the conversation is going to have to require the naming of names. There's going to have to be a tribunal of allies and adversaries. That it's going to have to happen.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying when and how, and I'm certainly not saying I'm the one who's going to designate how that is to be, but that is a very necessary, because a huge part of why we are right now is because of treachery. The treachery more than even the white man himself has been the greatest influence of the condition we're in, and treachery. And I'm not saying of any particular type. I mean, treachery to women, treachery amongst each other, etc. But at some point, the treachery's got to be dealt with in order for you to have any shot at all for really doing anything. Because we've never really had a real bloodletting. Now, I'm going to put it that way. We've never really, as a people, have never really, I don't know what you guys did in Haiti. I don't know what you did, what you've done in Africa, or whatever. But in America, we never really had a real bloodletting of the treachery. And I think we're moving in a direction where now it's time for that.
Well, Black Earl, how do you think Claudia Gay and a few others got to America? How do you think the other senator on the Republican side that passed away of cancer, I think, that black lady, how do you think they were the bourgeoisie that, the Haitians got up out of there and they fled to America? Yeah, they did that.
And what I would say is the Haitians should have came to America and finished the job.
You saying they came into Louisiana?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, I know.
I mean, I'm just saying a huge part of the problem is there's been no bloodletting of the treachery. And so what it does is it always leaves open this option of people to betray each other.
And
I think real quick. You see, and I think I think Mao had an idea. I think I think Chiang Kai-shek ran to Taiwan because he know what it was gonna be, right? Like I think Mao said, "Oh, bitch, the reason let's a bit of Chinese history." Mao did what he did because he's like, "Wait a minute, we got the intellectuals, and we got our ancients and our people that have been running shit for forever, for centuries, and bitch, we lost to Japan, and the Europeans then came. The British then kicked our ass 2-3 times. Goddamn." They got the forced opium on us and made us buy the bitch. Oh, you know what? That's only because our leaders ain't shit. It's time to, So what he did exactly kosher? Absolutely not. But look at China now. I'm just saying.
There's
right?
a song quote from back in the day. I might be butchering a little bit, but basically it goes something along the lines of him talking to Truman. He says, "I wouldn't let my people have guns. What makes you think I would let them have ideas?"
Yeah.
Wait, who you said that?
Stalin.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of those things where I do think some people kind of have to, pass away for certain ideals and things to come about because, for whatever reason, good or bad, like they not gonna go. And it becomes a question. Is it just simply you not gonna go, but you gonna sit over here and let me do my
This
even
thing, or you gonna get in the way?
this is the position.
even antimanium and vibranium don't work if there's a hole in it. Even
But I
antimanium
want to
and
tell you. I
vibranium,
want to tell you.
if there's a hole in that armor of antimanium or vibranium, that antimanium or vibranium is useless.
Let me ask
And that's
something.
what
And
treachery.
Mr.
And
Z
that's what
knows this.
treachery
Wait, Leland.
represents.
I'm
That
probably still gonna let you go.
treachery represents that hole in the antimanium. That's what it is.
Mhm. So Mr. Z knows this, and I'm not going to say
Yes,
any
sir.
names. I'm not going to say too much, but a particular group of Marxist communists align with that concept 120, 50,000%. And he knows what I'm talking about. They align with getting a particular group of intellectuals on particular spaces out of here. That they really do align with that, but they're not going to do it. And the other part, when we're talking about the slave, Black history, and all that, and who we were, my dream, I like writing down on my dreams. And my dream was like, I walked to a Haitian and I said, "Yo, nigga, you was the first free." And he's like, "Yeah, you free now." And then somebody like an African came to me and was like, "Oh, you were the Black American slave." I said, "Yo, I'm free now." I was like, "You're free too." I had an Irish person walk up to me, and it was almost a feeling of trying to have me live through my past is that's who I am. And it's like, no, niggas, we are free. You white niggas is free. You Haitians, yo, y'all set the map, the course for this, and y'all still don't know you're free because you're still living in it. It doesn't matter where you assimilate to, you're gonna assimilate somewhere. A new chapter's written. You got motherfuckers that came out of Egypt, wrote stories, killed their own tribe. Now they're free. You have other groups. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way I look at it.
So
And
the way I see it,
it's not our ancestors want to see us free. Like BGS said it, and I said some are great. Our elders don't even know that white supremacy is basically over. And they're actively seeing it. You know what I'm saying? Take place, and they don't even know. Like if they
I
actually knew the words for it.
I think it's difficult for people to think of white folks really taking major L's or really playing
Hmm.
themselves out of position out of spite. And I'm gonna watch Dwan's Dwan B so he said something. He has a stream he did where essentially white folks screwed themselves with racism, and that's why they are where they are right now with China. But it's stuff that we've said in these spaces before. But I think for a lot of elders, it's difficult for them to imagine that because you're talking about people that might have been born in the 70s and the 60s,
Hmm.
and maybe even the early 70s. I'm sorry, the 50s, the 60s, and maybe even the early 70s. And especially if they were born in the 50s and 60s, they got to see a certain type of white folks that came out of World War II in America in particular, and you couldn't tell them nothing, right?
Hmm.
And for you to then tell those folks that white folks' arrogance, that essentially they've reached the end of the line. Their arrogance have put them in the position. Their myopic ways, the world will spit on its axis because white folks say so, way of seeing the world, has played them out of position so much that they have allowed and actually not even allowed, they have helped the Asians to unseat them. I think a lot of Black
Hmm.
elders, they're gonna have a difficult time believing that because they never could have imagined that, even
Well,
more than imagining Barack. Right.
here's what being young does not afford you is the perspective of how, in particular, the internet radically changes your perception of the possibility of things. And see, when you come into the world pre-internet, the world is so much larger, so much more complex, uh, and especially if you're Black and you're poor and maybe you're in the South or whatever, the view of the possibilities of things become much more daunting, becomes much more intimidating, you know, becomes much more outworldly, right? But when you come into a world of the internet and easy air travel, even, you know, in 60s, 70s, probably 95% of Black people never even got on an airplane. Imagine that particular world. Imagine the perspective of 90 something percent of you never got on an airplane, for example. You know, that's going to frame your view of what you think is possible. No internet, no instant access of information, no instant access of communication. You know, that's going to frame your perspective of what you think is possible, including whether or not white people can be defeated, for example. You know, because, you know, in 1940 or 50 or whatever, your whole world is damn bumblefuck county for the most part.
Yeah.
And the sheriff and the sheriff deputies therein.
Thiefdoms, white thiefdoms all through the
So
South.
of course you're gonna think that white supremacy is impenetrable. Of course that's what you're gonna think. And if you're only a generation or so away from that, and thus the parenting has been essentially to sort of teach that. You know, I never, you know, prior to Barack Obama, I never thought I would live to see a Black president. Never thought I'd live to see a Black president. Now, if you know a kid coming up now, that ain't no big deal at all. That ain't no big deal at all to think about a woman becoming president. I never thought I would live to see a woman president. So just the whole possibilities of what you think can happen are going to be a function of the change, of the accessibility of things, or at least the perceived accessibility of things. And that's what happens over across generations, the perceived accessibility of everything, real and imagined. So of course it's much more easy to perceive the fall of white supremacy. Now, if you are a BGS and you're this very smart guy, very well-read guy, and have this expertise over history, even though you're a little bit older, you see things much more sophisticated than 90 something percent of people who are 65 years old. So you're going to see things differently than the majority of people are going to see. I'm a little educated, so I see things a little bit differently than many 60-something-year-old men or 60-something-year-old Black men. But even I could not have perceived of things that you guys can perceive of. You know, that's just how time works. That's just how the world and history and humanity moves.
Let me say this too. Talking about that, I'm about to like that's another benediction. We got two today, y'all. We got two. So right, let me say, talking about that possibilities. Shout out to Inspired Truth. Inspired Truth, you could go ahead and start with that celebration, bro. We done hit 3,000 subscribers, right? So like, share, subscribe to the super chat. We done hit 3,000 subscribers, y'all. 3,000 subscribers
3K.
on our way to 5,000. Let's see if we could do it by the end of the year. I don't think so, but let's see if we could do it by the end of the year. 5,000 subscribers. That would be my goal for this end of the year. But I don't see it. It's that's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah. So I'll do a 3,000 subscriber stream. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that, and we'll just that that'll be the thing. Or if not that, Monday or Tuesday. But we'll try to shoot for tomorrow for that one. So yeah, so 3,000, and Charles just happens to be here. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. I cut my teeth a lot on Charles' channel and Argument Styles channel, and right. So what's going on, Charles? So yeah, so thank y'all, thank everyone. The past month or so, I think I might have jinxed myself because towards the end of last year, I was actually gaining a lot of subscribers a month, and then over the past 2 months, it was like kind of slow. So yeah, I think I might have jinxed myself. I said something about it, and then. Man, I went out the window. So yeah, so we have 3,000. Let's see what happens, and on our way. Yeah, so we'll do a political stream maybe later on this week. I know I was supposed to do that today and then tomorrow, and now that I'm gonna do the 3,000 subscriber stream, that might get pushed back. No, I will get pushed back. So yeah, and so we got two benedictions, y'all. I'm gonna have to go back a couple months and like cut out Black Uru's benedictions. We might have just a whole benediction playlist um, for Black Uru, and Rael gave us a benediction once. BGS did it a couple of times, so shout out to them. Yeah, so did LAR even give us one once? No, KMS gave us once. KMS gave us a benediction once, so I'm gonna probably have to go through and make a benediction playlist. So y'all get prepared for that. So we'll y'all stay tuned for that. Y'all already know Mr. Z and his over 60-hour work weeks makes a lot of this stuff difficult because of the time. But yeah, so yeah, who wants to follow up behind Black Uru?
No, I'm in full agreement. I'm in full agreement with what he said. You know,
Yeah,
I
no,
think I
I
think
agree with that.
even like the days of 2008 when you're fucking broke and you're trying to get 3 gigs to put another alternator in your fucking car that's broke down. It's like you're living in 50 miles. You know what I'm saying? And it's like your world expands right when you get that alternator on your fucking car. And I experienced that feeling. You know, so
And by the way, the
just
African sister I was talking about, Else Active, did get the name right. Goddamn, where did it go? Else Active got the name right. Here we go. Boom. This is her name, right? This is her name. So yeah, I'm not even gonna. Yeah, so I remember seeing this African sister and kind of slick and well spoken. She got a bit of an accent, but of course, and yeah. Hey,
I
that
seen
that
a
that
few of them,
that
Mrs.
African
Z.
feminism is next level. No, I've seen a couple of them too, but this sister in particular, it's the way she speak and kind of the little snarky ways, and you're like, yeah, there's something to be said about antagonistic Black feminism. It's just fascinating to see, particularly Black women speaking, and like the way they speak about female rights in particular, and like you as a Black man just sitting next to them like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
are you
but
talking about me, bitch? I'm not the white man, but they are talking about you. As a matter of
they
fact,
can't
in a weird
have.
way, they talking about
That's
you
the
more than
problem.
they're talking about him. But go ahead, go ahead.
They can't
That's the
have what
problem.
they want in a country with lines. They have all the
Mm-hmm.
power that they need, but they don't want to operate amongst each other. It's communal power. You know what I'm saying? And they're trying to connect like a region of land and say we had all this power. No, you had internal communal power. It's not the same.
Well,
It's
you
not
can
the
have
same
your
as
individuality. No, let's go into that. No, you could have your individuality, and you'll get what ADOS women are getting here, and what some white women and Latina women are getting here, and even maybe one or two Asian women are getting here. Nothing. You can have your individuality where you're not held
yeah.
responsible or accountable for nothing because you do whatever you want to do, however you want to do it, and you can see how that is going for Black women in America.
Well, what they want their historic power, but they don't. To do it, you would have to operate your girls within a communal hierarchy of grandmother, great grandmother. Then the rest of the people are the women are at the bottom, and you give your boys away when they're 6 years old. If you're not gonna conform to that, you're never gonna get back to that because it's more about community and not like actual. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at what patriarchy was operating on, the majority of the major patriarchies that came about was nearly clear. I mean, clearly by trade routes, where major trade took place, and that's what they fought over most of the time.
I I,
And that's how those
I want to say
patriarchies came
Look,
up at
so.
first.
Go.
I
Mhm.
respect I respect women. I respect the intelligence and the capabilities
Hmm.
of women, obviously. But I think what we see regularly being proven is that they're out of place for the most part
Hmm.
on the public stage. They're out of
Yeah,
place.
in their own
They
family.
don't they should not be front and center in things in the public space. I'm not saying a woman shouldn't wield some power. I'm not saying she shouldn't wield some influence over a man. And I'm not saying, and you very often will have situations in which a woman is smarter than her husband or whatever. Very often you will have that happen. I don't, however, think it
Ron
in a
DeSantis' wife.
collective sense. Okay. I don't,
Well, I
however,
wasn't
think
supposed to
in
say
the
that. I'm sorry.
probably JD Vance too. I
Yeah,
don't,
true.
however, think in a public space, for the most part, women should be speaking from a leadership position. I don't think that they're suited for that, and I don't think the society benefits from that. I don't, and I think we saw an ultimate example of it this past fall. They don't belong there as a whole. It doesn't mean they don't have a place and contribution and whatever, but in that ultimate leadership position where they're talking and they're supposedly guiding masses of people, for the most part, they're going to fail at that. They're going to fail at that. They're not designed for that. And we're not designed to receive them in that way. We're not. The women aren't designed to receive them in that way, and certainly we're not, as men, designed to receive them in that way. And so, all this business that you see from these women is confirmation of them talking and speaking and being out of place.
Let me say this real quick. Oh, real quick, better go. You got like 20 seconds. BGS did kind of speak to something Leon said. He didn't talk about trade routes, if I remember correctly, at least not that I remember. He was speaking about essentially when you went from the tribe and you started to scale up, you couldn't maintain the matriarchy where it's you respect that person because I know him or I know her, right? You once you start scaling past tribe level, matriarchy just falls apart, right? And I tend to agree with BGS on that because of the way women tend to operate. You can't
Yes, for sure.
scale their worldview into hundreds of millions of people. You can't scale their
Yeah.
worldview into even more than 500,000. When you look at these major cities in
Which is
ancient
why they
Rome or
have no
whatever.
business. Which is why
Mhm.
they have no business being at the head of such things. That's
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly the
because they
reason why they have no business being at the head of such things. Because in order to maintain that broader infrastructure, you're going to have a man at the top of that, and then you're going to he's going to have his colonels, and he's going to have his captains, and he's going to have
hmm
his lieutenants, and he's going to have his master sergeants to maintain the
Black Uhuru,
integrity of
what's
the
that though?
thing.
What is
Beyond
that
at
though?
the unit
Go ahead.
level, you can operate, but once you go beyond that unit level and go into that company level and that division level, those are going to have to be men.
Yes, but what is that major
Leon,
word called?
I'm
What
gonna
is
say
that
one more.
major
I'm gonna
word
say
called?
one more thing. I gotta say one more thing, and we gotta let better you go because I cut him off earlier.
Oh,
So let me say this real quick. To what Black Women was saying in the accountability part. The reason why it would have to be men going down that chain is because when it comes time to wait, hey, this didn't get done. The type of
Mm-hmm.
accountability and responsibility that you have to levy can't come with a bit of niceness because you didn't say it the right way. Like when you see them, when you see drill sergeants, and when you ever watch anything about the military, and you see how they barking out orders, bro. Yeah, there might be one or two women that could deal with that, but that's not how women operate. And when you lose a war or when you didn't go left and I told you to go left and that's what cost us this $1 billion freaking submarine or whatever the hell, right? That's what cost us this 300 500 million dollar tank,
hmm
whatever the hell, right? The punishment that I need to levy can't be a little softer because you're a woman. It can't be that, right? And it can't be
I,
questioned that are you being more harsh because she's a woman? Are you did that? We can't and that's what ends up happening when you try to fuse this kind of left cultural leftism with what needs to be done in the moment, right? And wait, real quickly, let better you go and then you got that promise. Go ahead, better you
So Uru said a lot of what I was about to say,
know.
but
He has a propensity to do that. Go ahead.
when it comes down to it, all power is derived from community and social structure. It's hard to translate individual brawn and dominance in a vacuum and dominate other groups of people. There's a concept called the keys for rulers, which is basically who do I have to keep happy to keep this seat?
Asher.
And those people are the ones who they're the ones who allow you to do what you do. You might have the title, you might have the hat, but if 3-4 of them motherfuckers get together and say, you know what, off of that motherfucker head,
You
it's
Julius
off with his
Caesar.
head.
Yep.
Matter of
You
fact, Haile
Julius Caesar.
Selassie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a
They
lot
say,
of
hey,
names.
you not Negus Nagusa no more. You Holly. And you know what he did? He walked out there. He said, all right, I'm Holly. Because he knew what it was.
And so everything that Black Uru said represents hierarchy, which women do not like. They believe in a small communal hierarchy, meaning great grandmother, aunties, great aunt, and all the younger 20 to adolescent ages. That's how they proceed. But when you create hierarchy and you start farming lines, then they see that this rich guy marries this woman and she holds a greater status to you, and you're looking at her, she's just another woman. Exactly, she is just another woman, but because of the formation of hierarchy, you're just average and she is superior and she's of the elite and she's in the room and you're not. And that's why it doesn't work on a massive scale. It works communal between women.
Let me ask y'all, how many of us ever watched Bleach?
I watch it.
Okay. What is the name of what's her name? Older brother. Rukia's older brother.
I don't remember.
Yeah. So if you remember, she was supposed to be executed for violations, and he was pushed. Like I can't imagine how many women would know. Hey, my son violated. Definitely, my daughter violated, and like I'm the one who's like, hey, bro, you violated. Kushi, yeah, Kushi, yeah, like he was willing to like, and to the point where he was fighting Renji, who's like Renji's his underling. For those of you that don't like, Renji's his underling. Renji had a thing for her, and he fought him to kill his sister, right? Like that lets you know, like I'm so about what the rules are and the regulations are that I'm willing to do this. Now, will you find one or two women that's about it? Yeah, about especially probably about their sons. Oops. But how likely is that compared to what we know? And talking about Thomas Jefferson, Gil Gabby brought up Thomas Jefferson and how Thomas Jefferson, and for those of you that know, Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter to the King of France at the time about the Haitian Revolution, encouraging him to crush it. Right, like and how that Haitian Revolution would spread around the world, especially spread around the West, and how that would be a bad for business, essentially. So yeah, but not only that, he didn't have a good relationship with his children. Right, the high flying, right. Well, not the black ones either, but the white ones too. Like he didn't have any funny. That's funny. That's true. That's true too. That's true. But yeah, he didn't have a good relationship with his children. The high flying philanderer, freaking Thomas Jefferson, didn't have a good relationship with his children. Right? Like there's rules and regulations. There's things that you're supposed to follow, and if you allow a certain type of energy in that space, you destroy the space. And I think a lot of people don't want to say that, and they think you could socialize the masses of women. Like I can't remember what Northern European country it is where they push the women into STEM fields, and then the women still come out and don't want to do it.
Sweden.
It's
France and
Like,
Sweden.
you see what I'm
France and
saying?
Sweden.
They try to.
They
push
said the
them into
results were the same.
See what I'm saying? Like that. When I think especially for us that are on the left.
The argument was that the more freedom and more choice you give to women, the less motivated they are to do STEM and to do things that men do. The more freedom you give them, the more they do what they actually want to do, which are very different than from what men much more naturally want to do.
Have to do.
Well, no, but much of what men have to do are things that men want to do.
Yes.
Men want to do hard things. Men want to play football even though they risk broken bones, for example, to do it. So things that men enjoy doing are often the hardest of things.
Yes.
Yeah, look, Mr. Z, I could drop one of the gigs, but then how would the Z get built? I'm playing.
Shit.
I'm being serious, but I'm playing at the same time. But no, I mean, no, what Black Uru said, like, yeah, no, yeah, no, I think some of the things you want to do, you need to do, and some of the things you need to do, you want to do anyway. The project, like I mentioned the Z, but in reality, there was a guy, he built a Lamborghini Countach. It took him, I can't remember, I think 2 decades. He built a Lamborghini Countach. Here's the kicker. In his basement, that I said in his basement, and when he was done, he had to break the wall to get the car out. They had to dig to the basement, break the wall, and get the car that he built out. Talk about need to do and want to do. I think it took him 2 decades. Y'all look that up. Man builds Lamborghini. Look that up and see how long it took him. It took him, I think, I want to say it was like 2 decades. I think it was like 17 years or something stupid, 18 years, something like that. It took him a while to build it. He built it not in his garage, but in his basement or something like that. Because I remember seeing the picture too, and he had to break the wall to get the car from under there. And I'm saying that to say, like, that speaks to what Black Uru was saying. Like, he wanted to do it, and this just became a thing. And he just went about doing it little by little. And he found the schematics, the proportions, and everything, and he built it perfect spec. I think even Lamborghini recognized it, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So yeah, like that speaks to like interests, hobbies, all that. Where are the women? I want somebody find me the women who are gonna build you a motherfucking Lamborghini that they've never like build a Lamborghini Countach from scratch and do it for 2 decades pretty much. I'm not saying you can't find one, but you can find a whole lot of men who have built cars. There's videos on Instagram right now with the Indian dudes damn near building a Bugatti Chiron bicycle thingamajigger, where they're under it and under the shell, and it's like it looks like a not a Chiron, but a Veyron. It looks like a Veyron on the top, but it's really like a bike type situation, right? A pedal bike type situation going on underneath the shell. Like, bro, I'm not. They have different interests and hobbies, and for the women that do have the same interests and hobbies, that tend to be more of a man interest in hobbies, cool. But that's not what women tend to be. We just gotta be honest. Like a lot of feminism, especially when you start getting to second wave and beyond, was just a psyop. We just gotta own it. The women don't want to own it. The technocrats in the dominant society don't want to own it. Savvy Sabs is like one of the few people that's been like, and that professor that BGS covered the other day, and I want to cover another one. There's a PhD sister that spoke on this a couple weeks ago too. Dr. Jared Ball covered it, and I actually downloaded her actual whole interview or her lecture. She covers this particularly concerning Black women and feminism, and Black female advancement, and how essentially, what's the word I'm looking for? Insurgency shit. So yeah, no, I don't think most Black men want to step on Black women's head in the middle of the street, as I said earlier. But that's how it's framed if you don't go along with every single weirdo thing that's being pushed here. And that doesn't work in the long run, because you have women who men are doing better than, and those women are telling you what they're not going to settle for. And it would have been okay if it was 1 or 2 or maybe even 3%. But you have a disproportionate amount of women, writ large, Black women specifically, and them not having children and them not getting married, it actually has real life, real world consequences. JD Vance didn't call them a cat lady just to be insulting. He kind of did it to be insulting, but not just to be insulting. It has real life societal consequences because you raised a couple of generations of materialistic assholes. Go ahead, Blackman.
Well, worse that he's right. I mean, they're materialistic, but worse, they're a dead end. They are a dead. You have churches, you have schools, you have stores. All these things are about families. It's not just people. Grown people, it's children, it's grandchildren, it's making investments, it's building a school today that hopefully will be here maybe is 100 years after you're gone. There are schools in Chicago that are over 100 years old.
that world renowned people that Hemingway went to a high school. Ernest Hemingway went to a high school and what's the name of the suburb? Over 100 years ago. The high school's here today. The world is not just about you and your time on it. It's about your children's time and your grandchildren's time. When you're nothing but dust, if you're even still that. And guess what? When you die, exactly. When you die, you're supposed to feed something else.
No, that's a fact.
You're supposed to feed the insects, the trees. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it. I saw this and I'm even thinking about doing it myself now that I see it. This rather wonderful thing they've created where when you die, they essentially put you in a container of roots to then be planted into a tree. And as your body breaks down, it creates the beginning nutrients for this
that
tree.
came from Africa.
That's what we are, man. It don't all begin and end with us, man. As great and as wonderful and as incredible as you might think you are, one day you're going to be gone. And did you leave something? Did you build something? Did you extend something for somebody other than your own selfishness and your own vanity and your own hubris? And that's the sad part about what you see, where we built a society and an ethics around this self-idolatry. We glorified it, we commercialized it, we've celebrated it, and we even punish people who now dare to even speak out against it. That's the world we're in now. It's a dead end. It's a dead end. We have Michelle Obama, got this woman, Tracy Ellis Ross. She is a barren, old, rich woman from a famous family. Whenever I see women celebrating barrenness and motherlessness and whatever, the only thing that comes to my mind is, God, I wish your mother felt the same way. I wish you felt the same way. How dare you sit up there and talk and celebrate your not having children while you have the nerve to be alive? Why in the fuck are you alive? Why are you alive? Why are you here? You were a waste. Diana Ross wasted 52 years on your funky ass. She could have had somebody else. Damn.
Let me say this. That was the third benediction. Hey, that's why I was quiet. I was Leo. I was like, God damn, shut up. I was like, God, let roll. That's the third benediction. We gonna try to shoot for 5 today. That's the third benediction.
Wasn't she the only child? Wasn't she the only
child? No, she's not. Hell no. No. She's
Okay.
the second oldest. She's the second oldest. Yeah. Yeah, no, she don't want that look like her the most, but she's the second oldest. And yeah, the winner disappointment. I mean, and I think that's I think picking Tracy Ellis Ross to speak about, particularly because of her background, just speaks to the egregiousness of what we're dealing with the selfishness that Black people was speaking about. Because she don't come from humble beginnings, right? From mother or father side. She comes from connection on mother and father side. And what we saw with her and what she said on that interview, and then the fact that your first Black first lady, who we wouldn't even know if it wasn't for her husband, the fact that she clapped it up and was essentially saying, here, it just proves Black Uru's point even more. A Black woman who benefited from a Black man who was aspirational as all get out. First Black president of Harvard Law Review, turned down going into the Senate and being an aide early, to had a bigger vision, went to Chicago, moved people out the way, and was the first Black president against all odds, as much as some of us disagree with his policies, but whatever. And for you to essentially pick every chance to tell us how disgusted you are with him and to have Tracy Ellis Ross be there and you clap it up for her. And what she said about the men of her similar age essentially asking her to be a fucking woman. You're looking at a woman who does come from humble beginnings.
Tracy Ellis Ross funky ass has lived a life of casually being in the company of Michael Jackson, of Quincy Jones, of all these great men, of like legendary people, of Harry Bell, casually. She was this child who had done and achieved nothing in the world. And she got to casually be in the presence of Billy D. Williams and all these guys while her mother was making, Ladies Sing the Blues or whatever. She got to casually be a baby in the environment of all these great people, men and women. And you couldn't find a man. She is an incredible waste of humanity, as far as I'm concerned.
Let me say this, and then AL got it, and I know Cam. Gil got me get it, then AL, then Cam has just came back up. She's told the story of being. Oh, okay, all right, Leon. Thank you for coming up. She told the story of, and I'm gonna have to end out in a minute too. She told the story of being on the Concorde, and how the only reason she got to go is because her mom was like, "Hey, my daughter's with me, and I gotta bring her." So she took a trip. Her mom performed somewhere in Europe, and like people, whoever it was that was paying was like, "I'll get you a trip on the Concorde," and her mom was like, "Only if my daughter could come with me." And I'm just like, "Bitch, you got to be on the Concorde." For those of you that know, it was a passenger jet that was faster than the speed of sound. And I think after the second one crashed, they decommissioned them. The Concorde was built. It was a French-British joint venture to build it. Passenger jet, faster than the speed of sound, and it was like the only. Did Japan ever build one? I don't remember, but yeah, it was it was the most famous one. I think they might have built half a dozen or whatever, but I think the second one crashed, and they were like, "Yeah, no, we're not doing this no more." And yeah, so she was one of the few people on planet Earth to ever be on the Concorde, and like BGS said, an accident of birth, just for simply being Diana Ross's daughter.
She was a lucky egg and lucky sperm club member. Just the consequence of existence. Nothing, doing nothing, achieving nothing, being nothing other than whose ball sack and whose egg, whose vagina she came out of. That's all she had to achieve in life.
And now she's
for that woman to be so ungrateful, and to spread her graciousness throughout. I mean, I'm always particularly disgusted by second, third, fourth generation lucky sperm and egg club members. Yeah. I'm always particularly perturbed by those kinds of people.
And Black, you don't want to see the interview she did. I think she was on stage or something. She was wearing a blue dress. You don't want to see that one. You like, oh, might jump off a building on that one. It's bad. It's bad. But let's do this. Gil Gami, go ahead. I know we got AL up here and we got Camus. Go ahead.
So first, Mr. Z, thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming up.
To go in line with what Elder Blackwell was saying, one of the great distinctions between men and women is that men are agents of time and broad of space. They do not think only for themselves in the now, but what's going to come for the tomorrow and the far tomorrow. They're able to see further, not just for themselves, but for their own families and for the families of others and for the collectivity. First, an anecdote. There was back in university, there was a friend who was discussing with another woman the situation of Jesus. And he said, because some of the women were talking about feminism. And then the brother who was from the Caribbean said, isn't it particular that Jesus had to be a man? And then the Haitian woman said, it's normal. A woman will not sacrifice herself for the collective of the people.
God damn.
which was actually
It wouldn't be one of my
true.
people that say that though. It would be one. It would be a Haitian. She right. She right.
Because even if you notice, when you feminize the society, you decrease the mentality of the people, especially even of the men and women, of enduring for their own lifetime and beyond to build something. Because civilization is not built, as they say, Rome was not built in one day. To have a civilization, you need to have people to endure during their whole lifetime and even make their children and four children endure so that they can build something. That's why they often say to different variations that men plant seeds of the trees they will not see the shades of they won't drink the juice of, they won't eat the fruits of, because they know that civilization is a project that takes a lot of time, and they know the effort that is required to build such a great edifice. And it is because women do not understand the kind of work required because of to build the infrastructures and all the legacy that on which they stand, that they are so eager to live their life in the now without considering the work that they do is supposed to be useful for the collectivity of the people. Humans are supposed to continue the work of their ancestor, to bring something to the table of the nations, and then produce something that their children could consider as legacy, as heritage, and also train their children to produce the same for their own descendants. Without men having a masculine trait, without society having a good enough amount of the masculine tendencies, you're not sacrificing only society, you're sacrificing the whole human project that is civilization. If you destroy, for example, the educational systems today, with no one being able to read for, let's say, 2 generations, it would take you centuries, even millennia, to build again if there's not an input of someone bringing you the information. If there's no one to preserve the ink within the books, all the work that has been done. That's why, for example, in the Middle Ages and way before, a book had the value of lifetimes because they understood how long it took us just to bring ourselves to this stage, which is this is a masculine endeavor. As for example, the guy was building a car for many years in his garage. You need that level of dedication to endure the pain and the repetitions, the endeavors of trying new things again and again and again. Sustain curiosity, which is too often lacking on the female side of our species. Without it, the civilization will crumble.
Well, they were never supposed to make those decisions. And we were betrayed by men and a relatively small group of men seeking to build and maintain power. And they created a lot of and supported a lot of gobbledygook language and lawmaking to use the masses of women as a wedge and buffer against the masses of men. And that's what we have here. And that's what I say at a certain point, any kind of possible resolution is going to get violent because they built the whole infrastructure around keeping the masses of men at bay. And they're going to do everything possible to maintain that infrastructure. And at a certain, and as we see, it's catching flight. It's airborne. It's not just in America. It's not just in the West. They're selling it and they're moving it everywhere. And it's the same players, by the way. Some of the names, we don't have to mention the names, but we know who the names are in Africa, in your Americas, etc. We know where they are. We know who they are. And they are very confident in their ability to do what they're doing. And that's in large part because they have not had the experience of how despotism had previously been dealt with.
I think I think you're right.
Real quick, can I ask real quick. The Lamborghini story took him 17 years to build it. I'm going through it right now. The story, I put the link into the chat. 17 years I was right, in his basement. They had to break the wall and dig it out.
I'm not saying there ain't no women on the planet that would do it. I'm just saying where. So
No,
go ahead, KMS, and then we got to get AL. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, AL, you go, please, sir. I apologize.
For the most part, good evening and good afternoon, everybody.
What's going on, AL?
For the most part, to what Black Uru was speaking about, Tracy Ellis Ross and Michelle Obama, that interview within itself, it was a diabolical, disgusting act. Totally. I mean, I sat there and I watched the version of it that the business played last night, and I was just every syllable I was hearing was just sickening to me. I was like, and they putting this out on the young female society like this is what it's supposed to be. And Black Who was correct. Tracy Ellis Ross is an entitled egg that, for the most part, Diana should have got rid of. But I digress.
He said entitled egg. Goddamn AL. Go ahead, KMS, and then we'll get Charles.
No. I don't know who the gentleman with the accent who talked about
Gilgami. That was Gilgami.
Yeah, well, no, Gilgami. That was excellent. Thank you so much, sir. I really think really what it is that women don't have the capacity to deal with failure to the point to build something successful. Like, for instance, let's take the simple age-old adage, which is silly in hindsight. Behind every great man is a great woman. That's not the case. Behind every great man is pain, struggle, setbacks, late nights, failure, bankruptcy, failure again, failure some more, and then failure one more time. It took Thomas Edison it took him 1,000 times to make the light bulb incorrectly in one time. I mean, look, you need staying power, you need ability to handle failure, and you need accountability for one's actions to course correct to make things right. These chicks can barely keep friends longer than 6 months. How the hell
I said 6 years. You said 6 months. Goddamn.
How the hell? How the hell are you gonna build anything?
That's actually true.
So it's just like the technocrats gave these chicks the keys to society, not knowing all good and well, but these chicks have problems, maintaining relationships with the people they supposedly love, let alone thousands and millions of people that they're supposed to be in charge of, supposedly. So but the whole.
You mentioned Thomas Edison. He stole some stuff from brothers, but
he finally got the light bulb right when his black engineer made it.
Let me give you a better example and a more relatable example.
I was using the storybook example.
I'm glad you did this though, because I want to use another example that we all can relate to. Probably we all are very familiar with. Have you guys ever heard the description of Kobe Bryant's training routines? Have you ever heard that?
Absolutely. I have.
I mean, even other professional athletes, even Michael Jordan did not train the way Kobe Bryant did, with that blind obsession towards perfection. That unrelenting metaphysical obsession to get better and to get better and get better to the point and beyond of injury, obsession, of pissing off teammates, pissing off coaches. Can you imagine? Anyway. Do you know? Have you guys ever seen any woman you've ever known to be as obsessed about anything that as Kobe Bryant was?
Yeah, child support cases.
I mean. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me add to Charles Faulkner's chuckle hut. Yeah, if she thinks you're cheating on her. But outside that,
I'll say. Let me use this as an example too. I mentioned China earlier in the century of embarrassment, and look at they have
a 50-year plan, a century-long plan, and
Hmm.
even though Xi Jinping jumped the line in a way, but like Mao picked Dao Xiaoping, and Dao Xiaoping was supposed to pick the next one, and the next, and like this is like a concerted effort. When you see Vladimir Putin, his eye towards history, right? And when he says things like the fall of the Soviet Union was the worst disaster of the past century, but he's speaking about a counterbalance, right? So there's that. You see the fall when you see the fall of Rome, and then you watch the Western Europeans try to get back there, and it take them damn near a century to get back to where Rome was, or what Rome was when it fell, right? We know about the Byzantine Empire, the split of Rome, and blah 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 blah. But right, so you look at Mandela and how long Mandela was in prison for, what, a couple decades,
No, he
over
was
two
did for
decades,
what,
damn
29,
near
29
yeah,
years.
yeah,
Yeah.
almost 3 decades, right? And then come out to be president, right?
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
that type of dedication is insane. You look at, I mentioned his name the other day. Actually, Indigo gave me his name. Was it Vincent Guerrero, the first black president of the Americas, essentially, right? Out of Mexico, and then he murked him afterward. That's a whole different conversation. But like this type of dedication is it's essentially pretty masculine. There's no other way to say it.
I will.
But
Yeah.
but that's why I say you got to get other women, because here's the thing, and Charles can speak to this because he has a son. When you have a son, hey man, it's okay to you're set. Your vision of tomorrow is set, and if you work yourself, and if you die, that vision of who you are and what you are as a man goes forward into the future. So I can work hard. I can sacrifice. I can do all of these things. And I may not necessarily see those things come to fruition. But man, my son's gonna be there, man. My child's gonna be there. And then maybe my grandchild's gonna be there. So it's okay.
Yeah,
And that's why y'all got to go get some other, and that's why you got to go get some other women.
Let me
That's
say
why
this
you
one more
got to
thing.
do it.
I wanna big up Haiti real quick. So the Three Musketeers. What's the other one? Count of Monte Cristo and the other story. He wrote. Was
The
it
Juma,
Dumas?
Juma,
Yeah,
Juma,
thank you.
Juma Step.
Thank you. You already. Thank you. You got me. You know where I'm going. So the author of that, his dad was part of the French military. He got shirked over by Napoleon, but his dad was part of the French military. He wrote those stories. So this is a person who's thinking to the past and writing stories in honor of his father, right? The Three Musketeers and whatnot, in honor of his father. And when you have that type of vision and these type of stories, and I don't know how many people realize that, and they make movies of Three Musketeers, The Count of Monte Cristo. I don't know what was another one. There was what's the other one, Gil Gabby? The other famous guys.
The man with the Iron Mask.
The Iron Mask. So they made movies out of all three of them. All of those movies you could watch came out in the 90s, if not the early 2000s. All three of those movies written by a black man, a mixed black man, because his dad was of Haitian descent. He was of Haitian descent too, because it's like 3 generations down. And yeah, like that. When you think of that, I don't know how many people we have, excuse me, women we have doing that, particularly at that time, right?
or ever.
Yeah,
There are
yeah.
none. There are none. You know, the purpose of man is to be great. The purpose of the woman is to help bring great men into the world.
No, you are absolutely right. I mean, they even start saying that the man or the male is is biology's playground, and it's the one. And most women are more or less same within certain parameters. So no, you're right. It is it is the man that brings about greatness. I mean, there's plenty of stories of a great man, not necessarily a good man, but a great man. But there's not too many stories, more or less, of the great woman that
that brought about or gave birth to a society or gave destruction to one. That's rarely happens. Now, once again, there'll be someone who will type in the chat, some outlier. To that person, I say, shut the fuck up. But still, in general, in general,
even with the great women, who do you let's go through it. You got Catherine the Great, who
Margaret
was
Thatcher.
having Margaret Thatcher, Miss Iron Lady, right? You have what's her name out of Japan, who damn near pushed both of her sons out of the throne, and was essentially a concubine before that fact. Like if you really think about who, yawn, and that's not to necessarily poo-poo. It is to say there's a reason why the men are seen as the great figures of history.
Why do you think?
Right?
Why do you think Napoleon sabotaged Dumas's father? Dumas's father was this great general.
Mm-hmm.
He was this great feared general. He was so feared that his enemies referred to him as the Black Demon or the Black Devil. That's how great he was. And the reason why Napoleon sabotaged him was because he feared him as a rival for what he was going to do, because of the reputation Dumas had amongst. He knew if he did not put Dumas away, Dumas could have challenged him for dominion over France. That's why he sabotaged him.
You imagine a France where Toussaint just died in that prison over there, or he got murked over there, and then they turn around and a descendant of Haiti is now running the country.
And there's a 300-foot statue of a black man on a horse.
Yeah.
In Paris.
Yeah, there we go again. Nigga on nag in Paris.
That would definitely be who's that nigga on that nag. That is definitely who's that nigga on that nag. And Dumas wouldn't be shooting off the noses of the Sphinx because it looks black. That we wouldn't have that anymore. Right. So that would be the ultimate payback. That would be, and you would, to be frank with you, you might have a different.
What is Europe? What is Europe if Dumas takes France? Europe is a very different continent.
Wait. America is a very different continent.
Yeah, a very different, exactly.
Think about it. Would the Louisiana Purchase still happen?
Probably not.
Because would the Haitian Revolution happen the way it did? Would Haiti even want to get away from France?
I mean, why would a son of Haiti is probably not going to do to Haiti what the French did to Haiti?
This is what I'm saying. So you may not have the Haitian Revolution. You may not have the Louisiana Purchase. You all of that changes. So without the Louisiana Purchase, there would everything from Louisiana, Mississippi, all the way up to Chicago. You don't have.
There's no manifest destiny.
There's no manifest destiny. Or you have to go to war with France to get that chunk of land so that you can get to the Pacific.
Yeah, how do you even get to Colorado and all those places and ultimately to California if the French still have? If the French still
that's a whole different map.
Yeah.
Maybe
I guess the continental United States is like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different countries. Maybe
you see what I'm
at the least.
That changes that changes the entire map. That changes the West because that's
the continental United States is more like Europe than it is, or Central or South America than it is the United States.
And you don't have the what was the name of the general in Britain that finally got rid of Napoleon? The Battle of Waterloo and all that other stuff. What is it? Yeah, the Battle. Yeah, you don't have that. Maybe you don't have that. So maybe it's a different France. Maybe France holds on to the territory that it
it's a different Europe.
Like this is a different.
It's a different Europe. It's a different Europe. Yeah. Very different. Very different world history. Yeah.
And that's assuming that's assuming that Dumas doesn't try to become king. Instead, he just has a democracy. That's assuming he don't try to become king, right? So like
Yeah,
that's a different France. Like you said, that's a different Europe. That's a different Spain. That's a different Germany. What? Okay, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward a couple centuries. Do you still have a Hitler? Because if we're rewriting history, do you still have World War One to bring about a Hitler for World War II in the first place? You see, like that rewrites everything. All you needed was to switch those characters.
Or if you do have Hitler, you have United States stop.
Oh yeah, do you have it? Yeah, because the U.S. would be different. Yeah. See, all of that changes just with one character switch, one person switch changes all of that.
All I gotta
So
say
yeah,
is
no.
this.
So Black Root, talk about thought experiments. Black Root, I just couldn't. I could have kept on going forever with that one. Yeah.
All
Go
I
ahead, Joe.
gotta
Go ahead.
say is this. Number one, woo and stand ready for my rival worms. And best believe a lot of people I've seen on these places have been worms. It's not because I wanted them to be, it's what they chose to be. The problem is with a lot of people, there's a lot of people who choose to be ordinary in extraordinary situations. You know, you were talking about Tracy Ellis Ross earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is that you're such a, what's the word I'm looking for? You're such a
Does it begin with a
delusional.
C?
No,
hey, don't use
she's
that.
not.
You know what? That's the word white women hate the most.
She's not. She's not. See, you gotta understand something. She's not smart enough to be a cunt, nor pretty enough to be.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it, Charles.
And she's not pretty. And she's not pretty enough to be a cunt. She is like delusional. Like I would call Maya a cunt, even though she's nice about it. But she's she's delusional.
Dagger knows that's Maya.
You gotta say what I've said before for years ago. A lot of black men and black people in general have a fear of calling women losers.
Mm.
If you're that pretty and you couldn't get hitched up, you're a fucking loser. And I think a lot of black men are scared to say it because you want to play with these bitches with fucking kid gloves. You're like that hopeful nigga who goes in front of the divorce court or child support. And I'm just like, I look at marriage right now the same way I look at crack cocaine. 40, 50 years. Roughly 40 plus. About 40 years. You've seen the effects of what crack has done to people. You've seen what it's done to families, neighborhoods, communities, cities. But you still find a new crackhead every day. Look at marriage. You think that bitch you know how many times I told my wrestlers for the past 20 years what female nature is like? That same bitch you get in the bed is not the same bitch in the courtroom.
KMS did say they single-handedly destroyed stepdaddyism. I'm just saying.
Hey, what did Charles? What did PT Barnum say?
There's a sucker born every minute.
There's a sucker born every minute.
You didn't even
There's a
think I
sucker
knew
born
that.
every minute.
You probably didn't think I knew that. Say it, huh?
I'm very proud of you. All right, I'm very proud of you.
That's
an old man reference. That's an old man reference. So I'm very proud of you.
I'm a historian, but if y'all haven't figured it out, I'm a historian by nature. I can break down many of things. I remember being at the cigar lounge 2 weeks ago, and we were having a.
Made it sound like it was gonna be 3 years ago. You said I remember being in the cigar lounge 2 weeks ago. Nigga, that was yesterday. Go ahead.
Could be, but I was breaking down something, and I said to these ladies and these men, I said, "Do you think black women should be charged with treason in our
Oof.
community?" And they were
Oof.
like, "Well, no, we were forced." I said, "Nope, nope, 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 nope. You chose." It's just like I had to tell this one lady who's a cop. Well, I was trapped because my two. I said, "You have three kids by three different men. There was no trapping." I can. It's like what they said about Megatron when he fought in the movie. I'm not trapped here with you. You're trapped here with me. The reason why it's very hard for a guy like me to talk to women on a regular basis is because you're illogical. I can point down historically why you bitches suck, why your kids are the way they are, why your sons are underachieving. You wanted all this education just to become a PhD in grasshopper reproduction. Like that's going to push any fucking community forward. You allow the government, white
They
supremacy,
might
and
actually
everybody else.
benefit if they were to study grasshoppers. Actually, Charles.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
I would actually be impressed
Grasshoppers
if black women were
are
studying
very
them.
It is a
In a
science.
minute, we go. In a minute, we gonna be eating grasshoppers. You know,
Right? I would
know,
actually
but
would
but
like
here,
if black women started studying them. To be fair,
but
so
here but here's the problem with that. Everybody who's anybody knows that 90% of black women do not do their own schoolwork. There's three types of people that black women ought to thank for their degrees. One, the pookie who's taking their kids to school when they're at work and then going to school. Two, the drug dealer paying for their books and tuition. And three, the nerdy guy that they're not even giving sex. Maybe once in a while they might throw him a bone. But there is the shout out to Al
There-
Roger
there's
Ver,
a four.
the
There's a
possibility.
fourth person. There's a fourth
go ahead, black
person they
women, because
need
I
to
think I
pay.
know who you're gonna mention. Go
The
ahead.
manufacturer of
I know who.
the manufacturer of the knee pads they have to wear to
Well,
do what they need to do with that professor to get the grade, that passing
well,
grade they need.
well,
Damn! I thought they were gonna say Bill
but
Clinton.
here's the problem with
Oh,
that.
hysterical.
At least it was decent dick sucking. Now they're carpet munching. I mean, they eat more carpet than a dust mite. But the craziness about it is, once you get that degree, and because she was not a scholar, what happens? She gets these high level jobs and fuck shit up like a project kid on cement. Yes, project kids are more destructive than water, battery acid, and any other substance known to man. Just give them 5 minutes, and there's no barrier they can't overwhelm. Yeah, don't have to take my
Alexa,
word for
play
it.
Cash Money. Give me a project chick, please. Go ahead.
Play and Alexa play Jimmy Walker and the All Star Shotgun.
That's a good response.
And I'm gonna say this: you look at the women historically, and you're like every great movement we had was when the bitches were on the back burner. Every time you got a fucking guy who was a black guy who was president, and even his wife doesn't respect him. And I don't know if people actually pay attention to that shit. That should make you look at black women and say, you know what? You ill-gotten motherfuckers. You choose the worst men to have babies by, but then blame us all. You literally go into the worst neighborhoods, raise the worst children, and then throw the rock and try to cover your hands. But you are so scared of shame and blame that you will commit into this propaganda. And I will hear chicks in the police department, I don't know any good men. Bitch, you're in an organization where outnumbered 9-1 with men. You don't know any good men? Or the fact that good men look at you as kryptonite. Like, think about it. You're just a bunch of fun girls who a lot of you are basically, I hate to say it, no, I don't. When you're a cum dumpster, it shows. Look at your personality. Look at your look at the way you carry yourself. But then you get mad when a guy puts all this effort into building himself up, which usually takes about 30 years, sometimes 40, and you expect that motherfucker to come down from Valhalla, Mount Olympus, from heaven, and to bless your ill-gotten shit, and also take care of your ill-gotten kids. I said I never played a game that I had to go through the difficulties of it without the fun of getting it. And like you're right, the stepdaddy era is gone. When your sons rebel and rebuke the spirit of single motherism, I mean, what else do you have left? You're not a goddess. You're just bad product. And I don't blame any black man for your shit. Well, he left me with these babies. The nigga was on the street corner selling weed. What the fuck did you expect?
I got your The Boys reference in there. I heard that in there right quick.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're not a goddess. You're a bad product. I got that. Shout out to the great Giancarlo Esposito.
Let me do this, and let me read Emerald Edge says, very poetic to what Black Ruru said a while ago. Very poetic, walking down a road to end up nowhere. And someone who else said that and Gil Gabby says, it might be sobering to come to the conclusion that you have to become in order to remain. And Inspired Truth says, Dead Zones got me. Right? Oh, Dead Zone got him. Oh yeah, because he was up here earlier. And I wanted to play this real quick. I'm gonna end that. We gotta end out in a minute, y'all. This is y'all already know it's Reckless Stream. So, but let me play. This is what I was making reference to, and kind of where Charles was going just a bit. Something that Leon was kind of speaking to earlier. Black was speaking to earlier. I was speaking to Black earlier. I was speaking to earlier. So we're gonna play this. It's only a minute long, and here we go, y'all. I've played this before, but let's play this. Here you go.
When our Black Panther movement began in the mid '60s. It was similar in time. The women's liberation movement in the white community began, and they were assuming that our pattern was their pattern, that they have domination by powerful men, and that women have to be liberated in this little context for women liberated from men. Well, we didn't have that context. We saw what we needed to be liberated from was racism.
I'm suspicious of people who undermine the party on the gender issue. I'm highly suspicious. There wasn't the imperative of that moment in history to deal entirely with the gender issue. And we certainly weren't going to divide our movement on the basis of gender. That would have been ridiculous. We were already in a mass minority. Why would you divide your force?
Well, actually, ma'am. Go ahead, let's go ahead. Go ahead. You go ahead. You want to
divide their forces? I mean, it's the old adage: with friends like you, who needs enemies? Like, goddamn, you talk about sleeping with the goddamn enemy, and it's not because they were gonna. You literally, and this what makes me. Forgive me for a moment, because I have sinned and I have not ran it. Shout out to BGS for that liner. This is how I look at black women since I was 17 when I joined the Army. I didn't really know how to articulate it properly until I became older, of course. Black women literally were the equivalent of giving nukes to Osama bin Laden. I want you to think about that for a second. You literally thought the same women that made you breastfeed their children smacked you around with their brushes. And you know them old hardwood heavy brushes when you didn't come that second fast enough to go see Mrs. Cartwright. The same women that took a blind eye when Mr. Cartwright had his way with you, whether consensually or not, The same women that made you clean up all the mess, cook all the food, flirted with your husband, slept with him, and made you watch sometimes. Desecrated your babies. This is the same woman you thought was going to give you power.
What you said
Is
about the
that
2024 election, real quick, Charles? What are you saying about the 2024 election, Charles? And the 2020? Oh yeah, and the 2016. Yeah, I mean, all three. But yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the same woman that said, "No black man on my arm, no black man on your black man on my arm, no on your arm." The same woman who can get a better black man than you, and you thought she was going to share power. Tell me one time in history any group, two groups share power. One didn't have dominance over the other. And you believe me? God damn, it sounds like Mr. Z getting pulled over. Oh, we got a Negro here. Looks like he got a bushel of cats in the back or something.
Hysterical.
He's in a putt-putt car, making a left for Miami Boulevard. Oh, nope, it's MLK, because everywhere in America, the man who wanted peace, MLK is the most violent place you could find, no matter where you go in America.
No,
But
but let me say this, Charles. It's even worse than that. I think the myopic, self-centered nature of the black women we're talking about made them not think would white it's aspirational. Would white women rather be Kamala Harris or would they rather be Melania? And I think the lie that black women were telling themselves was that white women would rather be Kamala Harris. I keep on saying this. I said this in 2016. I told y'all I worked for the Florida Democratic Party. I said this came down to Latinos and white women. I said that in 2016 to my coworkers working for the Florida Democratic Party. I have the number of a couple of them. I could tell you. They will tell you that Z said this. Back in 2016? I was like, do white women would they rather be Melania or would they rather be Hillary Clinton in 2016? Right? In 2020, would they rather be Jill Biden, or would they rather be Melania? They still chose Melania, by the way. They still voted for Melania for Melania in majority, a little bit majority, but still majority. Same thing in 2024. You think that white women were gonna pick Kamala over Melania? Trump is their uncle. He's their grandfather. Yeah, he say racist stuff. Yeah, they might have to hold their nose when they're around him. Yeah, their politics might not completely align with him. Yeah, they might even argue with him on Thanksgiving dinner. But that's their uncle. And they would much rather be married to a Trump than be a Kamala married to Doug. And that's what y'all didn't appreciate as black women.
his name is actually Doug.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, he does look like the Nickelodeon character.
That's hysterical.
Oh my God, he
For
looks like
real,
Doug. He looks like a Doug Funny.
and going to what you're saying, Charles, it was fascinating to me to watch Ivy League educated, Harvard educated Kim Foster think and say actually an increasing amount of white women aren't getting married. And one of the indicators of white women's vote is whether they're married or not. And white women that are single tend to vote more to the left than white women that are married because their husbands sway them more conservative. And she put her freaking chips on that shit, bro.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Fascinating.
I'm
Go ahead.
gonna tell you this, man.
Mhm.
When I look at the logic of what black women do, right? It's like an addictive gambler who thinks they're gonna always hit the big one and doesn't know when to stop. That's why they're all crashing out, mad at Trump, still waiting for white women to give them a piece of the pie. Well, white women said you've been useful idiots for like the past 50 years.
70.
You had ample time. You literally could have told white women to kiss your ass, and your men could have been making money hand over fist. This country would have been preferred. You might even, and then on top of that, not only did you give away the rights that black men fought for, while 99% of black women stayed in the background where safety was, you even listened to them to abort your babies. So tell me, how many white women and Hispanic women abort theirs? And you talk about the army. Well, black men need to fight. How can we fight if you murdered our army before they even got to ready? Let's talk about the real
I
shit.
will do anything this white woman tell me to do if I can get away from your black ass.
And guess what? You're still
If I
here,
can get away
Baltimore.
from your If I can get away from your black ass, I will do anything this white man tell me to do, anything this white woman tell me to do, anything these Arabs tell me to do, anything these Asians, any hair I gotta wear, any whatever I gotta do, if it gives me a chance to get away from your funky black ass, I will do it.
And here's
Before anybody
another
take it,
fact.
That is what we've been dealing with. Going all the way back to Sojourner Truth. That's what Ain't I a Woman was all about. That's what it was all about.
Tunnel Runner has the answer for y'all. I highlighted it. Tunnel Runner just put a bunch of flags up as the answer to what Black Rube just said.
Yeah, that's it. That's
The
it.
Tunnel Runner said he got a bunch.
See,
He got Jamaican flag over here. I said a bunch of Brazilian flags.
You guys are having a rational conversation when it's really this simple. If I hate something so much, I will do anything else possible
The enemy of
to
my
get
enemy
away
is
from
your
this
friend.
thing, to get away from this thing that I hate. I don't think black women logically trusted white women or other women. I don't think I think black women are very, very smart, super smart people. But I think the issue is when I want so much to not be with this Negro, I want so much to not be subject to this Negro. I want so much to be liberated from this Negro. I'm gonna try anything. I'm gonna do anything. I'm gonna take any risk. I'm gonna go along with these white people. I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna acquire $300,000-$400,000 in student loan debt. I'm gonna do any of this shit. I'm gonna take trips to Italy and take thought trips to Greece and all that. Anything. I'm gonna do anything possible. I'm gonna go get shitted on by camels in Dubai. I'm gonna do any of this stuff.
You know,
I'm gonna do any of this stuff to get away from your funky black ass,
So
Charles.
they're gonna give.
Wait, Charles. Wait, Charles, because I gotta end out in a minute. Before we end out, because I'm gonna let you go, Charles. But let me have AL read the super chat. AL, if you're not too busy, because Vince asked for you in specific to read his super chat. So if AL, if you're not busy, if you don't mind reading the super chat, please and thank you. I think he might be busy, Vince. I don't know.
I'm gonna just say this.
Okay. In that case, Charles, you read the super chat and then go into what you were gonna say.
Let me see. What's this goddamn thing say? It's about institutions and Vin Diesel family. I forget how to fucking say it. Family. You know, I got no real emotions. This is me all the time. You know, I'm the super mulatto that's 5'7". Family.
With this voice.
But
with that voice. Go ahead.
But it's I gotta juxtapose that. It shows the amount of stupidity of black women to me. You literally got Superman on Earth, and you're willing to put kryptonite because this motherfucker is your own. Black women haven't figured out that Negro is your only salvation. That is your only salvation. And So fuck around and find out in such a harsh manner, right? You have to see where logic and infrastructure will take you. How many times had you had to save your goddamn female cousins, your daughters, your sisters, even your mother and grandmother from their goddamn selves? You don't see the other side. It's sad. It's so sad that you could literally, and I mean literally, see the stupidity on the wall. Everybody turned their back on you, black man. Everybody. But when the country needs you most, it's like I said about child support. What happens if you don't pay? They can lock you up, but what happens if men do it in unison? You gonna lock up all the men? Go ahead. You already got a bail shortage of workers. You already have a, a
7
national
million.
security. You
7
have a
million.
you have a national security threat of not having enough manly men who could do push-ups and sit-ups and run, who could join your militaries and defend this country because you let the feminists say it's okay to give my boy a Game Boy, let him get obese at 12, and he struggles to get out of his chair without somebody pulling him out.
Shout out to South Park.
It's okay. You didn't give these boys to their fathers, and you thought the mothers were going to build and put this country forward. You know, I wish Paulie Murray was still alive so I could just be like, I could just give her the Thanos speech. You tried so hard, but you still fail.
I mean, no, you know what you end up getting, Charles, with what you described? You get Adam Lanza. That's what you end up getting.
You get the kids who would get beat up in school. You get the kids who, oh my God, mommy, the kids are trying to beat, instead of taking them to karate class, use your words. But then he's really scared to confront anybody. So then you get a goddamn school shooter.
That's
And
why I
and
mentioned Adam Lanza.
and the sad part about it is this: majority of your fucking school shooters come from what type of homes?
Yep.
And majority
School
of
of
your
Rome.
failures, your majority of your social failures come from what type of homes? There's a reason why there's a single mother epidemic and not a single father. Because the country would have been ran like the fucking Citadel if that would have happened. I can't handle these kids. I even told a chick, give the kid to the father. But you pick such poorly of a man who's supposed to be a father that he doesn't even know how to raise children properly. And now you got this wayward bastard. Now you got this wayward bastard who's gonna be a fucking stain on a fucking society that, because of the profession you're in, law enforcement, you may have to confront. There's a difference. Like, why is it that your daughter is successful in the military, but your son is the wayward one? You raised them in the same household because there's an overemphasis of making the girls great. But the boys, after you get 16, not even 18, 16, sometimes 15, you got to find out how to be a man on your own. And then the ignorance of being mama and daddy. What's important about a daddy? A father is supposed to be a boy's first superhero and a girl's first love. Mama can't do that. My mother, a great woman, has her ways about her, has her shit. She could never replace my father, just like my father could never replace my mother. You never hear men say I'm the mother and the father because the logical brain will tell you so and show you why.
And Charles, you went more deep with that. Pause. I'ma just say it on a shallow, funny
Giggity
level because that
and
shit
giggity.
sound gay. That shit we don't say it because it sounds soft. It sounds
It's soft
pathetic.
because here's the thing. I can be nurturing and caring, but at some point, I've told even friends this. You can cry, but shit has to be still done.
Yeah.
After you're done crying, we got a mission to do. Or we got to finish the mission when it's over, then we cry. We don't have anybody watching our backs. Our six is vulnerable if we stay here in this moment of despair. Because there's either two things you're gonna do. You're either gonna wallow in obsolescence or you're gonna grow to greatness.
Mm.
And sometimes when you go into greatness, I've always said this. My life like an automobile. There's enough room for anybody to join me, but that journey is just as good solo, anyways. And unfortunately, there's still black men who think that you need a far back woman on your side till you get to the realization that every hindrance, damn near every fucking hurdle, damn near every fucking strife you went through in some way, direct or indirect, was because of a black woman. You go to Charles, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, finish up, Charles. Because I have Big Kev up here, but I gotta end out like, y'all, Mrs. Z, we reckless. Mrs. Z, got to go. We got things to do, right? Y'all already know. We are super reckless right now. And the time is ticking. So, go ahead, Charles. Finish up with that, and
No,
then we'll get Big Kevin with him.
I'm just gonna finish. I'm just gonna finish by saying this. Do I think all black women are bad? No. But it's also the pit of snakes and lions theory. You got 100 lions and 10 will protect you, but 100 wants to eat you. Would you take them on? And I've asked female friends of mine, why is it that you teach your daughters how to manipulate men, but you never talk to your sons about manipulative women? You love this problem because you do nothing to change it.
Hey, you heard what's his name said on the movie? I love the game.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Let me see. Woo, I'm out.
All right, and thanks for coming up, Charles. Big Kev, what you got for me about the end out of the minute? You literally slid through the door while I was putting the gate down. Go ahead.
Nah, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I'm just a little under the weather, man. You know, even though it's my birthday today, so I'm just like,
Yeah, happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Thanks.
How old did you turn?
Still in my late 20s, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This was kind of at that pivotal point. But overall, man, it's just going to what Charles is saying. It's like it's one of those things where you don't want to be a negative Nancy, but it's like, how could I kind of frame it? Like, you're not here to advocate for racial discrimination against them, but at the same time, you also know that a lot of them are not worth helping. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of guys, advocate for indifference, because that's pretty much what the message we're trying to get across. It's like, I'm not here to be like, oh yeah, throw him in jail, but I'm just like, hey, listen, you want to be, antagonistic and hateful? Listen, you're on your own, buddy. You are on your own. So that's kind of how
it's something about calling somebody buddy that I always found funny. I don't know why. I think it's because I think about a white dude saying, "Yeah, buddy," like yeah, and it's always funny to me. But saying to a woman, "Yeah, buddy, you're on your own." I don't know why that shit's funny to me. Yeah, buddy, you got this. Yeah, that
right.
That definitely probably
like how they have like in the shows, where the guy kind of walks up to the side, like, yeah, you're on your own, buddy, and just kind of walks off.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. It's like, oh yeah, no, like nah, this is a job I can't fix, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm not above.
This is above my pay grade.
Right. It's way above my pay grade.
This is why I tell brothers when women, particularly black women, but I've seen other women kind of allude to it too. I don't know how many of a non-black women I've actually heard say it blatantly, but the whole "you can't afford me," are you saying you can afford me? I'm telling black men, say that. Even if you can, say, yeah, you know what, you're right. I want black women to hear that I want black women to hear that from black men left, right, and center. I want black men to be telling black, you know what, you're right, I can't afford you. I don't care if you're a goddamn billionaire. Tell her you can't afford her. Yeah, you know what, I cannot afford that lifestyle. Let black women eat that, right? Let them keep on running into niggas that say, you know, I can't afford you, babe. You know, they'll brag about it the first 2, 3, 4 times. You know how insane they'll become on time number 12?
Yeah.
No dates. No, come on, man. No dates, no nigga trying to wine and dine him, no dude hitting their cash app, no DMs. You know how crazy they'll get by the time. It won't even take time 12 to be honest with you. Time 6. Would have got nah, babe. I can't. Oh, I
Well,
can't afford that. No, I
one
can't do
thing
that.
saying I can't, one thing saying I can't afford you does is it gives them no place else to go. There is no
Yes.
argument. There is no debate about your quality. Okay, I'm conceding the point. I cannot afford you. So have a good life. Have a
Under
good
that,
time. Good luck.
the
God
two things they don't.
bless.
Mhm. Go ahead,
And
Black Room, and then you got to get Kev after Black Room.
I mean, good luck. God bless. We're out. We have nothing else to say.
That's the end of that. I think I think that's the best. That to me, it's the best way to respond, especially in the environment, especially when they're trying to find their womanhood through materialism and they're trying to get you to break yourself and open your wallet for them. I think that's the best response. It's real simple. Shout out.
Like you say, it'll initially be an ego stroke, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'll initially be an ego stroke, but after she's heard that from a couple of men, actually, this is a great idea, Z. Now that I think about it, actually, after she's heard that from 3, 4, or 5 men, particularly if it's a man she thinks she might like, she's gonna start trying to figure out maybe it's time to put some shit on sale. Maybe it's maybe it's time to offer some coupons or some shit.
The 2 for 1s you get free.
She gonna start looking at herself and like, well, damn, maybe I'm charging too much. No, I think that's a good idea. I think it's a good idea.
Trust it.
Yeah, I am. I am. I'm fine. Okay, we all dusty. It's all. Can't nobody afford you. We ain't got it. As we say back in the day, I ain't got it. My bad. I ain't got it. And there you go. And if you can get it someplace else, get it, girl. Get it.
Right.
I ain't got it. I ain't got it.
And let me read this from a Split Gym. And the Split Gym says, every chance I get, I verify who those chicks follow and like. I saw some following that onward dude. Yep, get out of there. Get out. Shout out to the Split Gym. Get out of there. If they listening to the LGBTQ dude for advice on how to get them a man, I get out of there. Run for the hills.
Abort mission. Abort,
especially him. If they listening to him, Venus, King of Reeves, Adrian, any one of them brothers, anyone, run.
Right.
Go ahead.
Disengage. Abort
mission. Abort mission. You can parachute.
Right. Exactly.
Out of there. Go ahead, Big Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like again, the two things that those women don't want to hear, especially with the soil divestiture clause. Yeah, it's either for enough so-called black men to say I can't afford you, or for them to basically say, well, why don't you get you a white man? Those are the two things they don't want to hear, because if enough brothers say, like what Ed said, if they start encouraging these women to date out, I mean, as that, like you said, you're pretty much
Big Kev, wait, I gotta cut you off. You done fucked up, right? I gotta play it now. You got it after this. I gotta play it.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung, we got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is, they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
That $4 value didn't get me every time. That's
$4 value. I said that I also say too. Yeah, we're also offering a giveaway. A 2-for-1 giveaway. Get one, get another one. Get one, get another one for free. Get
Keisha and get Shaquanda too.
Right. And no extra cost.
I mean,
only
this
pay
is where
for
we
shipping
are.
and handling. Only pay for shipping and handling.
And you can handle the package however you want after the fact. Don't worry, we ain't coming. Don't worry, we will not be there. We will not be at the door. We don't care what happened afterward. All the N-words to fly, all of the BDSM, all of the choking out, the whatever you want to do when that package gets delivered to the front of your home, you can do. Do not worry. We will not be breaking through your door, through your ceiling to fix the issue or to handle you. Yeah.
Be like, once it's delivered to you, it's yours to keep forever.
Right? No, we encourage
it. Right.
We insist.
Yeah, you can't bring it back, Shang Tsung. You can't bring that motherfucker back, man.
Not Shang Tsung. No return to sender. No, we do not. We do not accept.
We have a no refunds.
Can't bring it back.
Right. We have a no refunds. No refunds policy. No refunds policy.
But we do have a trading side where you could trade her for another one with another customer, but you cannot bring.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Let me do this telescope. What did telescope say here? When a black woman thinks the anchor attached to their ankle, black men, is dragging them into the bottom of the ocean, she'll chew off her own leg. I think you're right. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, but no, it won't work. That's not how it works. It won't work. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. I'm about to end out in a minute, but if anybody want to say any last words, I'm not just Black Guru. If you want to say any last words, Kevin, you want to say any last words?
I think I've done enough benedictions for the day. So as always,
we got
thanks
3.
for having me.
Goddamn, y'all! I was trying to get 4, y'all. I tried, y'all. I
gotta get something to eat. I'm getting hungry. So you guys have a wonderful evening as always. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you for coming up. And I'm about to end out, y'all. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Minister content, other non-Minister content, for the love of God. And apparently, Nameless is streaming. So y'all go check out. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.
Yeah.